Live from all around the world, welcome back to New Caney, Texas for the Texas Grand Prix. It's opening weekend for the 2024 United States Pro Kart Series from Speedsportz Racing Park in Houston. My name is Xander Clemens. Alongside me is Caleb Viesca, and great to see you guys here this morning. Obviously, we just got through morning warm-ups. I was out of the booth. Caleb, you were here to watch it. Everything went smooth, all on time, no red flags. It's a good start. Be a lot harder to keep the red flags off the racetrack, though, because we've got 3 rounds of action-packed short heat races.
Yeah, no, for sure, right? Me and Alex also talked about some of the junior classes, right? We're going to be racing each other 6 times this weekend. Well, today, some guys doing double duty in KA100 Junior and X30 Junior, so they're going to, race against each other 6 times in one day, which is a lot of racing action coming our way with a lot of groups, a lot of drivers. 265 total here this weekend, Xander. A great show out with the paddock, fence to fence, absolutely packed. You can't fit another tent here.
Nope, it's overflowed outside the paddock into the rental area to the hotel parking across the street. It is a packed house here in New Caney. So let's get set to bring you the starting lineup for the first heat race of the day. Micro Swift, ages 7 to 10 years old, headed onto the racetrack for their first session. And, well, let's walk you through it. First up, Santiago Orioli got his first career national win in the winter stretch. He's ready for the regular season to get underway with the U.S. Pro Kart Series. From the pole, he'll be joined on the outside of row 1 by Team Bennick's own Win Godshock. Then it's Team Ferris Racing's Jake Manalio, who qualified in third. Alongside him, newcomer to the front of the Micro Swift grid, RPG's own Miguel Suarez.
Yeah, Marcelo Flores and Sterling Mulata, the Team Bennick and SLA Racing Kart starting on row 3 with Zane Burgess and Mikey Collins. Slated to start on row 4, it's Anthony Mazzaculo and Leo Simone running up your 5th row.
Cameron Johnson and Dutch Westbrook start just outside the top 10 with Zev Gottschalk, Andrew Anastasio, and on down through the rest of the first 10 rows. We'll cycle the final few rows for you as the field begins to form up. That's your top 20. Here comes the back half all the way back to 39th with Brody Stoffel starting tail end of the grid. Micro Swift's first heat race, rounding the final turns. We've got problems already. 2 karts together trying to get refired here on the pace lap. So we've probably got a waved off start coming our way here in just a few moments here, Caleb.
Yeah, so that was the CRG of Rodolfo Garza, who was there in that short shoot straight. Isn't going to be able to get going here in this one. I think he will, but I wonder if we'll get the green flag this time by, and I really doubt it here, Xander.
Yeah, they're all out of sorts right now, so no green first time by. Porter Wiesensenzel pointing to the light saying, hey, we weren't ready. Go ahead and go around one more time for us, boys and girls, and we'll try again in just a little bit. So first time by, not going to happen for the Micro Swift drivers. And that'll give them the chance to go to the backstretch, warm the tires back up again. They'll take the cut through there, as you can see, on that back straightaway before they head over to form up once again. So, another spinner this time.
That's the 9 of Anthony Garcia there, who's in the LN kart machine, who spun there on the main straightaway, who just spun right before the cut through, but it's still Santiago Orioli and Win Godshock who are going to lead us away here in our Mini Swift class.
Yeah, so they're getting set to go as they slowly work their way into the boot and get ready to go green here. A short distance for the Micro Swift drivers as they round it. And again, we've got the full first round of heat races this morning and then 2 more rounds in the afternoon. And like you said, for the juniors, they're going to race as many as 6 times today if they're running both classes. But more than that, the 100cc juniors on grid are split in 2 run groups for 3 rounds, but 6 total heats to decide the main events. Let's try this time by for Micro, and the lights are out. We're green, and Santiago Orioli will get a nice little jump down to the inside through the S's, and a slow start with the field spread out a bit at the back, I think helped them, because it looks like everyone's clean onto the back straightaway, and we're underway for the first time today.
Already side by side down the back straightaway. That's Zane Burgess looking for a move down the inside on one of the RPGs. There's a Win Godshock down the inside on the Team Ferris machine. Marcelo Flores looking to get through as well in turn 6 and 3 wide almost there. And Win going to be able to hold on to that second spot, but already giving Santiago Orioli a pretty good gap there. Marcelo Flores into the double right-hander makes the move and up in a P3 here for Marcelo Flores, and Zane Burgess, the flying Jamaican, already up in a P4 and looking to make up another spot for third. Zane Burgess on the inside there of Flores into the belt buckle, able to get it done. So Zane Burgess up in a P3 here early in this one.
Yeah, he's making some moves to quickly fight his way forward. Oh no, Marcelo Flores way off the racetrack into the boot there. Burgess goes wide. One more driver got kind of sidelined. It was one of the TFR Kart Republics, and I think that might have been Jake Manalio that had to take evasive action. So big shuffle at the front of the field. We'll pull the leaderboard up for you guys to be able to see where your favorite driver is, because it just completely changed coming to the end of the opening lap here as they rocket down the back straightaway.
Wow, carnage early on in this Micro Swift class. And you see the spread already. Santiago Orioli with a good gap behind to win Gottschalk, who currently sits in that second spot. There's the 26 of Miguel Suarez in his RPG Cosmic Machine, who sits third, and Mikey Collins up at a P4, and Mulata not too far back there, currently sitting in fifth, trying to close down the gap to the top four.
Yeah, so big shuffle here to kick things off for the U.S. Pro Kart Series opening round. Definitely a little bit wild, and it's still wild. There is another move made in the belt buckle, and we're just getting going. So, of course, if you're tuning in from anywhere, make sure to share the link, share the love, and make sure to send us in the live chat who you're supporting. Who's your favorite driver that you'd like to see end up with a heat race win today? They've got 3 chances. Santiago Orioli probably likes his right now as he leads on lap number 3 with about a 9/10 gap to Gottschalk. Suarez third, Mikey Collins, Mazzucchello, Sterling Mulata, Zev Gottschalk still in the top 10. Burgess back in 8th. We'll keep our eye on that black and orange Sodi card. He's got Kimo Ahmad lined up behind him, trying to go forward, and there's a pass between the two Bennecks back there. Gottschalk on Sterling Mulata. He'll get through for 6th. So Zev Gottschalk in the 15, one of the younger drivers, I believe, in the field. I think not even 7 years old. Is that right, Caleb?
Yes, so Zev Gottschalk, 6 years old for him as one driver there. That's one of the U-Race Paralympians who goes off the racetrack there. But like we were saying, the young island boy from Curacao, Zev Gottschalk, only 6 years old and already making moves up into the top 5 here early in this race. So a good race so far there by Zev. And there's older brother Win, who's 8 years old, still in second. But driver behind him is already closing down the gap. That's Suarez closing down the gap to Gottschalk there. And they want to work together to try and get up to Santiago Orioli here, Xander.
Well, they just picked up some time, that's for sure. 3 laps complete. Orioli's lead just dropped 2/10, although Suarez wants to take second. He will through turns 4 and 5 and lead them onto the back straightaway. So didn't look like they lost a ton of time. And that long back stretch is a huge draft zone for all of the Micro Swift drivers. So if Miguel Suarez can start to roll, he might be able to bring the 3 of them there up to the race leader. Again, Suarez, Mikey Collins, and Win Gottschalk slapped in the middle of them in that white helmet on the blue and orange Bennec entry. So into the belt buckle for your top 4. Further back, the gap has opened quite a bit back to the 5th position. Anthony Mazzucchello leads a massive train, and there is Zane Burgess in the 55, already up to 6th. He's going to look for P5 coming into the boot as they go single file, now side by side for 2nd, and Burgess takes over 5th simultaneously with Kimo Ahmad following him. He's joined that 2nd pack, so a change for P2 almost. Suarez ended up holding on over Win Gottschalk, but Zane Burgess' drive back forward, one of the 2 drivers involved in the earlier incident. We'll try and figure out what happened or where is Jake Manalio, who got the worst end of it, I think, along with
Marcelo Flores.
Yeah, both of them.
Machine.
Yeah, so Flores looking for where he's dropped down to. He may not have been able to continue. I think he may have been 36 for Marcelo Flores. Tail end of the field right now. As for Jake Manalio, I don't quite see him of where he's landed. I'm trying to see where I can find.
Yeah, 26
there we go.
The 91 machine of Jake Manalio. So a lot of work for both those drivers to do to get back up to the point of the field here. And there's, again, Gottschalk looking for the move there on the RPG of Suarez. Sorry, not close enough for Gottschalk as of yet. And Collins already closing down that gap to Gottschalk. And the 3 of them going to try and work together to get up to Santiago Orioli. The sticks up in the air. We're halfway through this heat race already.
Yeah, they've been trying to work together for a few laps, just can't seem to sort things out amongst themselves. That lap, finally, they were back together, and they picked up 3/10, but they've just not really been working perfectly. I think they've finally figured out what's going to work, because Win Gottschalk got a massive run down that back straightaway. He gave a huge heave to Miguel Suarez and pushed him all the way up to the leader, Santiago Orioli. So they're going to arrive here soon. And that second group, looking at the gaps there, Zane Burgess in the 5th spot's already dropped Mazzucchello by half a second. Zev Gottschalk a couple tenths further away, and then Kimo Ahmad. So Zane is banking on a big battle here out of the front 4, because He needs them. That's the only help he'll get, I should say. He's got no one fast enough, it looks like, from that second group to charge up to the leaders. He is right now Miguel Suarez's biggest fan, cheering on the RPG driver to start making some moves for the lead and bring that 4-car pack back to him, because they're about 2.5 seconds up the road. And as I say that, Zane was quicker than Orioli last time by about 2/10. So he picked it from 2.7 down to 2.5 seconds. 4 laps to go. Let's see, are Gottschalk and Suarez going to get a big run to Orioli? They will, and they'll pull out for the lead. Inside and clear. Miguel Suarez takes over the point for the first time today.
Yeah, so Miguel Suarez went purple in the process there. Fastest lap of the race for him, a 59.408. That lap where he caught up to Orioli and made the pass, and Gottschalk able to get up in a P2. Orioli falls back to 3rd, and in 4th there, it's still Mikey Collins looking for a move. And there's Orioli, who looked for it, thought better of it, gonna stay in 3rd here. We saw how important the draft is here. It's hard to get away. Me and Alex talked about it this morning. It's hard to get away, and when you're in drafting range and with a good run to the back straightaway, you're gonna be able to make a move. As there goes Orioli up in a P2, and side by side further back, Orioli with some sort of issue. Orioli to the side of the racetrack. No idea what's going on.
Your pole sitter. A problem for Santiago Orioli. Looks like potentially a snap throttle cable as he's moving his foot on the gas pedal, and the cable back to the engine must have broken. So the leader for the first 6 laps of this heat race is out, and Miguel Suarez, through the chaos, gets about a half-second advantage back to Mikey Collins and Win Gottschalk. And I don't know if that's better or worse for Zane Burgess, because he was needing some more shuffling in the front to try and run them down. He was quick enough to get there. He's already pulled away from the second group as Anthony Mazzucchello has Kimo Ahmad in tow. Here's a pass for second. That is Gottschalk back down the inside on Mikey Collins to reclaim P2. 3 car lengths away from Miguel Suarez. We're headed to 2 laps to go this time. 3-car pack up front, Burgess by himself, Mazzucchello leading about 4 of them together with Kimo Ahmad, Zev Gottschalk, and Sterling Mulata. It's about another 2 seconds back to find Andrew Anastasio and Sebastian Piemonte. So 2 laps to go. The top 3 are probably going to dance this time down the back straightaway, so that's where our focus will stay here, Caleb. And in fact, before the backstretch, look at Mikey, side by side for second. Are we going to go 3 wide? We'll go back to 2. Suarez trying to throw a little block there, and into 6. No change. Thought there might have been one. There was not.
Yeah, well, it looked like Collins wanted to make the move, thought better of it, got back in the line, but a guy who is going to make the move, Gottschalk, up into the point of the field, got the move done in Switchback City, turn number 7. For Gottschalk, who goes to the point of the field. Suarez still second. In 3rd, it's still Collins. Further back, Zane Burgess trying to close down the gap, and he's happy to see all this battling. Gottschalk already going defensive. His younger brother currently sits in P5, so the 2 of them are going to want to join the party here shortly. It's Gottschalk who leads from Suarez, who's looking for the move. Gottschalk still defensive into the boot, and it's still Gottschalk who leads us away here, Xander.
Yeah, coming to the white flag this time. Miguel Suarez now back to second, and for the first time on the time boards, Win Gottschalk leads us in the white helmet aboard the blue and orange Bennick. 3 different race teams, 3 different go-karts at the front of the field. Zane Burgess trying to make 2 SOTYs inside this lead group. Already Gottschalk to the inside. I think he pulled down a little bit too low because Miguel Suarez has the momentum. Oh. Now he backs out. Back and forth we go down to turn number 6, and ultimately no change. And here through the switchback hairpins. Big low line there from Gottschalk. Here comes Mikey Collins, nearly 3 wide there into the double right. He'll get through to second, and here comes Burgess, 3rd, and they're together for the lead. Collins on top of Gottschalk, and it caught up as well. Miguel Suarez, Zane Burgess picks up the pieces. He's your leader out of the belt buckle.
Zane Burgess picking up the leftovers into turns number 8 and 9, and is set to take away a heat victory here in the first heat race for the Micro Swift class. Picked up the leftovers and was able to get it done, kept his nose clean, and is going to take the win here in the first heat in Micro Swift.
Let's go back and find the rest of the field here. They're still battling this group across the line. Kimo Ahmad, big benefactor as well. He'll end up 4th. Zev Gottschalk 5th. And the rest of the group still coming by the start-finish line. There's Easton Kubinski on by. And all the way down the field, still a lot more to cross as they go. So 1 heat race in the books here for Micro Swift, as the field is complete, and just like that, we are 1 in, with a lot more to go, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take a quick break and return with more action from Houston. Here's a look at the results as where they all finished up inside the top 15. A good recovery drive from Jake Manalio for the 91 TFR Kart Republic to 15th. He'll at least get to start third again in the final two heats on the day because it is a static grid from qualifying, but an unfortunate beginning for him. Further back down the grid, a few more drivers that had some bad luck. Of course, we caught Marcelo Flores. He also rebounds nicely to 19th. Brody Stoffel, dead last to 18th. Picks up half the grid there. And then on the flip side here, bad news for Santiago Orioli. Dead last, 39th in the first heat race. He needs to go set the world on fire for heats 2 and 3 just to have a chance. As there's Dutch Westbrook, one of the other drivers, unfortunately, that did not get to finish heat number 1. So more to come, folks. More track cleanup to go. When we return, it's more action. KA100 Junior on deck.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Welcome back to Speedsportz Racing Park. KA100 Junior onto the racetrack, ages 12 to 15 with a slight exhaust restrictor. In numbers 800 to 899. We got half of them out on the track right now. And the reason we got only half, well, there's still 30 of them because we have almost 70 drivers entered in the class. That meant there had to be 4 groups divided after qualifying. You race everyone in your group once, and everyone in your group 3 times, everyone else at least 1 time. So this is groups A and B. Group A on the inside, Group B on the outside. First overall in qualifying, Diego Ardiles. Second overall in qualifying, Enzo Vidmontian. They're top of the groups. And then everyone lined up behind them will start right behind the same driver in that lane each time, with Sebastian Garzone, Fausto Arnato, Tyler Roberts, Gage Bailey, Marco Amaro, Dean Peterson, and on back here for the rest of the field. We've got a few more than just the top 20. We're about 30 deep in this one, and you want to get at least into the top 44 overall to go straight to the main. So you got to start, hopefully, finishing up in the top 20. Green flag, not going to go that first time by. gives us time to go back to the grid, and we'll show you the rest of the lineup here, folks, while they take the quick run through on the cut through. So no start first time by. Here's again the run through the rest of the top 10. You ended with Javier Herrera and Tyrone Kemper Jr. In 9th and 10th. And if we cycle further back to keep an eye on some more names that might be moving up the grid, this is the first 10 rows. Got about 5 to 6 more all the way down, actually 7 more, going all the way back to 34th with Arthur Barbe and Matias Gonzalez in 33rd. So that's how they'll stack up for KA Junior Heat number 1. Diego Ardiles and Enzo Vidmontien, 2 guys that have been battling quite a bit already at the front of the field this year, and they're ready to lead us to green here, Caleb.
Yeah, getting set to go green here for Enzo Vidmontien and Diego Ardiles, 2 of the biggest stars in this KA100 Junior class. 34 deep for the first heat racing action of KA100 Junior, and we are racing here in Houston for the first heat race. Diego Ardiles with a good start there on the inside. Enzo Vidmontien on the outside, not close enough to get the move done. Side by side into the double right, and now almost 2-3 wide into the double right-hander, where all 34 drivers look like they'll make it through, and already shuffling for position. That's Gage Bailey and Tyler Roberts in the GFC Trackside Karting Services machines, who look for moves and go defensive on the back straightaway. But Diego Ardiles already to the point of the field.
Couple off there. One more just went off right in front of us. 2 of them, actually. One of the Arcane Motorsports drivers there at the back, I believe. If not, maybe Davis Henry on the high 5 Tony Kart. So issues further back. There was also problems for Derek Wargo through turns 4 and 5. The Comp Kart DYL Kart Sport driver to the tail of the field. Green flag action, though, for the majority. 25 to maybe 27 have made it through unscathed on lap number 1. And it's the purple and pink of Diego Ardiles that leads Vidmontien with a little gap already to Sebastian Garzon. And the 2 buddies off the racetrack, I would not be surprised to see them stay single file this entire way. Let's go watch this group right here. This is tight. This is Marco Romero right on the tail of, I believe, Javier Herrera on the Orsolone Tony Kart. So that's 8th and 9th, back to probably about 15th. Headed down the backstretch, single file, couple moves there late. That's Travis Pettit sending one on the inside, and around goes a couple. One is going to be Benham Abernathy. There was another one of the Kart Republics that went around with him, and there's a good chance it was Salvador de la Vecchia on the 860. So Salvador is out. He's beached on the side. Abernathy able to continue, and one more got collected also as Romero able to get around Herrera and now take control of that 8th place group.
Yeah, already taking control of that 8th place group for Marco Romero in his DPK Americas Kart Republic there. There's another move for Travis Pettit on the inside, able to get it done into the boot. So Travis Pettit up another spot, and the 2 drivers who moved up from the Mini Swift class already making impressions here in the junior categories, Andrew.
Taking a look at lap times now that we're 2 laps in. That time by Sebastian Garzon and Tyler Roberts did pick up a little bit on the leaders, and now the leaders are seeing that. They're going to battle. Here comes Enzo Vidmontien to the point. He'll take over the lead from Diego Ardiles. Sebastian Garzon just needed one move to get fully up to the bumper. He's a half car length away now as they go to the double right-hander, turns 7, 8, and 9. Headed through to the kink at 10, and we're 4 deep in the lead group. Vidmontien, your leader, and Ardiles wants it right back. He'll take it in the belt buckle. Garzon trying to go as well. Not going to happen. He'll tuck back to 3rd.
Yeah, it wasn't close enough there for Garzon into the belt buckle. Looked to make the move on Vidmontien. Just couldn't get it done. Started back in the line. Doesn't want to risk too much here in this heat race, like we said, right? It's going to be an average when it comes to the main event tomorrow. So they have to, keep it clean, keep it consistent throughout all the heat races. But Tyler Roberts was the quickest one 2 laps ago, because Tyrone Kemper Jr., the kid from NOLA, went purple that time by. He's in the second group with Fausto Arnaudo and Gage Bailey.
Again, it's both ways, right? There's a lot to gain with the fact that half the grid is together. There's also a lot to lose. Look at Ardiles. He's trying hard to hang on to second. Couldn't quite. Sebastian Garzon getting through. Ardiles trying to go back on him. Can't do it there. Here comes Roberts now, and he has to go defensive into the double right. And Enzo Vidmontien gets the biggest lead anyone's had so far here in KA Junior at about 4 car lengths. And here comes the rest of the group as Roberts to the inside of the pole man. He'll take over 3rd. Welcome Tyrone Kemper Jr., Gage Bailey, Marco Romero. They're close enough, and this will help as they're side-by-side still for 3rd and 4th. More contact further back. Dean Peterson's involved, and so is the 861 of Michael McGoy. So McGoy involved, I believe Peterson. I don't want to be mistaken there on the Nash Motorsports 859. Indeed, Dean Peterson, Michael McGoy, the 2 drivers collected there in turn number 11. So 2 more out De La Vecchia, he did get back going. You can see him all the way back, 40 seconds away from the leaders, half the track back from the next car. And this group, they're only 10 seconds away from them at the 55-second laps that they run around this place. So the lead pack is up to 7, but it's a stretch because the top 2 have gotten some breathing room. Enzo Vidmontien on that TKG Kart Republic, Garzone on the Orsilon Tony Kart, and Ardiles to the inside of Tyler Roberts for 3rd leads the next group. They're about 7/10 away right now. They need to sort their differences and just start going in line. But that's not going to happen because the second group just got there and they're trying to make up spots. Kemper through. Here comes as well Bailey, side-by-side teammates under the Trackside Karting Services tent. Bailey going to give way and give up the spot to Roberts.
Yeah, halfway through this heat race already. Fausto Arnaudo as well joining the party in his Inter MS Kart Republic. We do a double right-hander. So the Trackside Karting Services, look for them to work together here. But Garzone and Vidmontien already pulling away from Diego Ardiles. Like you said, for these drivers, going to have to put their differences aside, but not going to happen because there goes Roberts on the inside there of Tyrone Kemper Jr. And Jr. switchback city there, right? Able to hold it around the outside, inside into turn number 7, able to get the move back done there on Tyler Roberts.
Yeah, nicely done for Tyrone. Now look at this up in the lead. Garzone has caught Enzo Vidmontien. So Vidmontien got away. Garzone ran it back down. Now Kemper shuffled to the wayside. Roberts does get through successfully. Check out this group here. What a scrum outside the top 10. Marco Romero was 8th or 9th to start this lap. He's probably going to cross the line around 13th. And the leaders headed down the front stretch. We'll put another in the books. 4 to go. Vidmontien and Garzone got only 9/10 to Diego Ardiles, who was already charging back to them. Then the second group there from 4th on back with Tyler Roberts. They're a second away already.
Yeah, second away already from the rest of the field and continue to push each other forward. And there's Gage Bailey and Tyler Roberts side by side further back. The 2 teammates not working together here in this one. And Bailey, it feels like he's faster, goes ahead of his teammate. And there goes Fausto Arnaudo on Tyrone Kemper Jr. as well to Switchback City. So Fausto Arnaudo up another spot already and closing down the gaps to the 2 Trackside Karting Services machines.
Down into the belt buckle, so Garzone playing this one smart. He's trying to keep Diego Ardiles from catching up. This pack probably no chance at the way they're racing to catch the leaders. The teammates might work together in Bailey and Roberts, but that'd be about it. Out of the final turn for Enzo Vidmontien and Sebastian Garzone. They know how fast Diego is. They're trying to keep him at bay. Let's see if the gap comes down. Only half a tenth because they're working together. That shows you how strong that RPG Cosmic of Diego Ardiles is, that he is literally as fast, if not a half-tenth better than the 2 leaders who are pushing and working together, and he's doing that all by himself.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday in happy hour and in qualifying. He was able to set in really good lap times all by himself, so he's continuing to do that here and closing down that gap little by little to the 2 leaders of Enzo Vidmontien and Sebastian Garzone. The Orsilon machine of Garzone and the TKG Kart Republic of Enzo Vidmontien, who's had a breakout year this year, showing his pace. And we even saw him at the Ryan Norberg Invitational, where he got a lot of experience racing with some of the best drivers in the nation and even in the world. So good to see Vidmontien here and bringing that experience back to the junior class.
It definitely helps to go up against some of the wily veterans here. Enzo Vidmontien, a veteran now, I believe 2.5 season in junior. Moved up early, then had a good year last year. This is kind of supposed to be the standout year for him, and he is continuing that momentum that he had to start 2024 by leading at the opening round of the U.S. Pro Kart Series right now in the first heat race of the weekend. With a lap and a half to go, when do you want to make the move if you're Sebastian Garzone? Obviously not yet. He's happy to stay there. And like you said, Caleb, you just got to get through the heats. A second, a first, it matters a little. Again, it's double because the field's cut in half. But at the same time, take what you can get of the first heat race. If you think you got better odds of just finishing second to Enzo than fighting for the win and ending up 3rd behind Diego Ardiles, maybe that's the better play for Garzone. But we'll find out here very soon. Won't have to wait long because the white flag is coming our way.
Yeah, there's no hardware for heat race wins. The hardware comes tomorrow when we get to the main events, right? So for these guys, I wouldn't be surprised to see them, maybe stay stagnant. But these 2 are going to fight. We've seen them fight all year long, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it here shortly.
Yeah, this is also, like you said, in terms of fighting all year long, a little flex of the muscle early on in the weekend. Try to maybe get in the other guy's head. For now, Garzone says, go forward, I'll push you. Let's see if Enzo trusts him. I don't think he does. He'll fade a little low, not crazy low for the lead in the win. They are fighting further back for 6th and 7th. Kemper Jr. versus Fausto Arnaudo on that Inter MS Kart Republic. And they can do that because they've got a massive gap back to Javier Herrera, 11 seconds away to find the rest of the group that's still going at it. For the leaders, still single file all the way, still the same for Gage Bailey and Tyler Roberts. Final turn, I don't think Garzone's close enough even if he wanted to try something. So give this first heat race in KA Junior to the way of the Orlando, Florida native Enzo Vidmontien. He'll win it, and you go further back, around 10 seconds away is this group right here. What a battle all the way to the end of the heat race, and you would think it's a main event as they are 2 by 2, 3 wide out of the last turn. Who's going to get all these spots at the line? Check it out. Dupuis, I think, just picked up about 4 on that final lap. And the super tune Tony Kart ends up 9th. Marco Romero up and down that whole race. He ends up a decent result in 10th. A good result as well for Carson Weinberg. He climbed as high as into the top 10 before fading back to 13th. But he had to come from a good ways back on that CDR Kart Republic. And if you go to the second page of these results as well, you'll see that a handful of drivers were able to make some comeback charges through the top 15, like Derek Wargo, who drove back up to 21st after being 39th on the opening lap, or 34th, I should say. Travis Pettit, we saw him making some moves, then fade a little bit. He ends up 17th. Davis Henry, I believe, was indeed one of the drivers around, along with potentially Nathan Golseth early and Benham Abernath. They all three have an incident. They end up 26th, 27th, and 29th. And then you have the couple of DNFs there at the end. Michael McGoy, Dean Peterson, a DNF in Heat 1 puts them 32nd, 33rd. Salvador de la Vecchia, 34th. Ultimately pulling in. There's Peterson getting himself back going. So the worst result you can kind of have is a crash in heat number 1. It might be frustrating if you're Carson Weinberg to get as high as 9th and end up 13th, but it's better than being 34th.
Yeah, a lot of drivers shuffling through. I mean, I was looking at the gaps there. Marco Romero and Nathan Dupuis were 16th at the start of that last lap, and they worked their way all the way up inside the top 10. So it was elbows out racing. Graham Tremmel as well was up there in the top 10 and fell all the way back to 20th in the last lap. So it was crazy, crazy battling the entire way through here, Xander.
Well, we've got one half of the KA Juniors run through for their first heat race. The other half on deck and getting set to go green. On screen right there is Peyton Westcott. The young lady has had a very international 2024 year already. Some West Coast starts at Challenge of the Americas. Just came back from Champions of the Future in a handful of European races, and then back here this weekend in Houston, Texas for the U.S. Pro Kart Series in KA Junior. She'll get to start on the front row on the outside as she qualified 4th overall, and that'll put her alongside her teammate Chico Brown. Turner, 3rd overall. He's top of Group C. He'll get the inside in this race. He'll have to go to the outside lane for his other 2 heats when they go against Group B and Group A. So this is 3rd and 4th, and then 7th and 8th overall for Davin Roberts on the RPM Cosmic, and Ty Fisher on that Race Lab Karting TB to make up row 2.
Ethan Tovo and Jackson Warney, and All Speed Concepts row number 3 for the 2 of them. It's Cole Medeiros in the RPG and Martin Jaramillo in the U race, rounding up your 4th row.
Row 5 has Amador Martinez on the inside, Luke Tall in the Sodi Racing USA Sodi Kart in 10th. Then it's Jackson Young's Trackside Karting Services GFC in row 6, alongside Chase Gassiet Lee, who's hoping for a little better luck than his teammate Dean Peterson saw in that opening heat race. The rest of the field's already onto the front straightaway, folks. We're getting set to go green potentially for the first try. Here we go. And no green first time around for this group either. So too fast for those the pair of Turner Brown and Peyton Westcott. I believe a couple of stragglers were still trying to catch up. Let's check the back half of the field as well with some drivers with some work to do here in this one. Local driver Santiago Duran starting only back on row number 12. Caleb Tarter in the MPG Motorsports entry behind him, pair of rookies. He's got Max Christie on the inside, Mason Berry just ahead, another rookie first year in the junior ranks, and you go all the way back to 33rd for Hector Iturriaga on the Team Bennett, 879. Lillian Scarborough just ahead of him with a long way to go as well. So 33 in this one, 34 in the other, for a grand total of 67 KA100 juniors that have invaded Speedsportz Racing Park. Packed house, as we mentioned. This is one of the classes that is bursting at the seams with a massive group. And unfortunately, only 46 of that 67 will go through to the main. So 21 drivers will be sitting on the sidelines come tomorrow afternoon. We'll find that out with the LCQs that happen tomorrow morning. For now, they've all got an equal shot to try and qualify straight through top 44 after 3 rounds of heats. Again, that's a 22nd place average or better. So here we go. Turner Brown, Peyton Westcott on the front row. Lights are out. We're racing down to turn number 1.
Into turn number 1 we go. Chico Brown already with a good start there with a good lead. Davin Roberts as well up in a P2, and Westcott, she falls back to 4th there for a second, but she's able to stay ahead of Fisher there. So Westcott up into 3rd, and side-by-side action further back. A lot of drivers, a lot of different chassis, and a lot of moves here early on. There goes Fisher on the inside of Westcott. Other drivers trying to cycle their way through as well. And Ty Fisher in the TV cart up in a P3 here early on.
Yeah, he tried to bring the SCR Red Speed Ethan Tovo with him. Couldn't quite do it. That's Jackson Wolney with an over-under move getting done on him by Martine Jaramillo. So Wolney falls back, and now it's a 2-car break, then a 3-car pack led by Fisher. Little gap back to 6th. With Jaramillo and Wolney, and I think there was some contact further back. One driver off. It's an Arcane Tony Kart, and that is the 887 machine that has gone off, and it looked like the bumper kind of got stuck for him. So middle of the group for Hamza Anbar, started 22nd. He'll drop all the way to 33rd at the end of the first lap, as this is Jackson Deal making a move that time, I believe, up the order. So a nicely done job for him. He'll pick up 1, and I think that might just put him into the top 10. He was 12th, either 11th or 10th for Jackson, and they're 3 wide further back as there's changing up in the front and the back of this one.
Yeah, that was Westcott who looked to make the move on Ty Fisher, and I don't think she was able to get it done. And there's Jackson Young and one of the RPGs side by side. Young puts him off a little bit of a hip check there, and Alexander Vanchev not too far off of that fight there. And more shuffling there. That's Tovo looking for the move on Westcott as well. He's able to get it done. A lot of shuffling so far as Westcott got moved there a little bit out of shape, but she's able to continue going.
Yeah, needs to close that door here. Does not. Jaramillo gets through as well, and the off-pole kid, Peyton Westcott, the young lady, is back to 6th now with Jackson Wolney bearing on as Jaramillo runs in the 5th position. So a little bit backwards early for one of the 2 RPGs. The other one, Turner Brown, leading comfortably as Davin Roberts has latched on, and the 2 of them have a healthy gap, nearly 2 seconds back to Ty Fisher and company. Here's Westcott to try and stop the bleeding. She'll go to the inside of Jaramillo. Not deep enough. Gonna stay side by side to the left-hander. Have to give way again, so just didn't quite get it all the way in there. Now gonna try in the double right. This time through. Westcott gets the spot back, move her to 5th. Jaramillo to 6th, and this is a crazy fight. Luke Tall, Chase Cassie and Lee, Jackson Wolney all going at it behind them.
Yeah, there goes Chase Cassie Lee on the inside of Luke Tall, able to get the move done there. Luke Tall very close to going off the racetrack. It's super it's super close on the exit of the belt buckle, turn number 11. So, overshoot it, have a little too much momentum, and drop a tire into the grass. So it was good to see that Luke Tall was able to keep it on the black stuff here, and gets a little bit out of shape there on the exit of turn number 15. A lot of shuffling and a lot of fighting here, Xander, on a track that's super high-speed corners. It's a little more narrow than we're used to seeing in some of the hairpins. So, side-by-side action is definitely, nail-biting action.
Yeah, it definitely promotes that kind of close quarters racing that we like to see and is fun to watch. For us right now, not so fun to watch the top 2 because Turner Brown and Davin Roberts playing a perfect race here. Davin's not letting his ego get in the way. He's happy to just ride there in 2nd and play a smart heat. He stays where he's at right now. He's going to have a very easy run to collect some good points in the heat races because it's a daunting task for Ty Fisher, Ethan Tovo, and company to run them down from over 2 seconds away in just over 5 laps. As we got another issue, that's Lillian Scarborough going around in the 866 Nash Motorsports machine. She started tail end of the field, tried to climb forward. Unfortunately, looks like all that hard work has just gone to the wayside, as the other driver that was involved in some early incidents was Max Christia, the TKG Kart Republic rookie, 33rd and a DNF right now. He's off the racetrack as things stand.
Yeah, that time by Peyton Westcott. She was quickest there. Tovo looking for the move on Ty Fisher, but Westcott was quickest, a 55.563 for her. And you see already making moves there, gets the move done on Ty Fisher, and up at a P4 here.
Yeah, great fight for 3rd. Fisher now back into the 5th spot. And Westcott, a 3rd would be a little disappointing, but it'd be a good recovery as she goes to the inside, gets through on Tovo. Fisher forces his way by as well and moved the young lady back up into the top 3. While the top 2 are coming to the start-finish line, this pack has now really come unglued. Jaramillo on Tovo. Tovo an over-under. Gets back around Jaramillo. His teammate Jackson Wolney looking on. We're only halfway in but their fighting already has given about a second cushion to Ty Fisher and Peyton Westcott. That could solidify them to a top 4 result.
Yeah, we've seen everything outside of the top 3. We just be elbows out racing the entire way through. We saw it last race with the group of Marco Romero. We're seeing it this time. There goes Jaramillo again on Tovo. Woney looks to get through on his teammate. Not close enough for Jackson Woney. But Jaramillo still leads away this third group in this race. And there's Woney. Look to go side by side with his teammate, just not close enough as of yet, Xander.
So back to it for the leaders, 2.5 seconds and counting. 4.5 laps to go. Let's go side by side. Alexander Searle is caught up with another Alex. Alex Stanfield in the TB Kart South group is standing with us down on pit lane.
Not the day, really, yesterday that you would have wanted overall throughout practice, happy hour, and even into qualifying, but looks to be a much better day so far in warm-up. What'd you learn yesterday, and how do you feel today?
Yeah, we made a lot of improvements from yesterday, lots of setup improvements on motor and chassis, so P8 in warm-up in KA, and I think P3 in X30, so I think we're rolling off like 11 for 12 in the heat race, so we got the pace, so we just got to move forward.
Yeah, I'm looking at the junior, KA Junior in both heat races so far, pretty chaotic, probably going to be more of the same in senior. I mean, with how short the heat races are and how long the final is, does it add pressure to you at all to make things happen early?
I mean, we just got to get a good start and keep our nose clean on the first lap and see what happens.
All right, good luck, Chuck.
Thank you.
Only as this battle continues, again, you see what happens because you just don't know what'll happen and how the field shakes out by the end of the opening lap. It's been an easy way to decide how to play this for Davin Roberts in second. He got a gap, stuck with it, pushed away. Westcott, on the other hand, she had to get aggressive to get back into the top couple spots. She did. Now her and Ty Fisher have a gap because Jackson Wolney and company have been fighting and slicing and dicing for fifth. Wolney's now finally gotten a little separation, but he's not out of the woods yet. If they stay single file, they might run him back down. Let's see what Jaramillo does. He's going to do Jackson a favor and do himself one as well. He'll get by Luke Tall for sixth. Martin Jaramillo moves up, and look who's on the bumper now. Chase Gassiet Lee has picked up a ton of spots already. He's up a handful and on the cusp of getting to potentially as high as 6 by the time the checkered flag drops.
Yeah, welcome to the party, Chase Gassiet Lee. As there goes Luke Tall, and Gassiet Lee looking to get the move done. Lee going to give a little bit of a push there to Tall to push him through. And there goes Jaramillo off the racetrack, able to continue going, but he's going to end up behind Gassiet Lee and Tovo there.
Jackson Young now getting a big shove from Jackson Deal. Young was, I think, a little bit hesitant to try and go on Jaramillo, but Jackson Deal gave him no option. He said, "You're going, and I'm coming with you," to go by on Martin Jaramillo. So Deal into the top 10. Young as well. They're 9th and 10th. Jaramillo now was as high as 5th. He's under pressure for 11th as Amador Martinez is there. Further back, big low-line run from Alexander Vanchev. He's under pressure from David Ybarra and more. That's one of the Speed Sense machines on the outside of him, Eric Doan. And, nearly there for David Ybarra. Not able to get through, but a good run by Oliver Trejo, or Mason Berry, sorry, to get up a spot there, I believe. No, my mistake. That's middle of the group. They had just shuffled further back. That is the 875
of Santiago Duran, who got the move done there on David Ybarra. Hometown kid there for Santi, who got the move done and already started way back in the field there.
And again, we had talked about him as Roberts goes to the lead, that Duran had a long way to go. He started outside the top 20, so big charge forward for Santiago Duran up to the 16th position. But we finally got a battle for the lead and the win on the final lap. Davin Roberts waited a little too long to cover the inside, so Turner Brown going back on him. He'll take over the lead through 6.
Yeah, into the lead for Chico Brown, able to hold on to it. Roberts as well, looking to get the move done, wasn't close enough. Westcott was able to get the move done further back on Ty Fisher. She's going defensive. They're trying to hold back the TB cart there. Chico Brown into the belt buckle for the final time in this heat race. At the bottom of the racetrack, Davin Roberts, can he get the over-under move? Not a good enough run yet, but into the boot for the final time in this heat race, Xander.
He's close. He'll force Chico to go to the low side. And just low enough, I think he should be good. Roberts ends up second. Turner Brown, Heat 1 winner. C&D for KA100 Junior. Roberts second. Drag race for third. Westcott wins out over Ty Fisher. Here comes the battle further the back. This is just inside the top 10, or 11th, sorry. Amador Martinez might have just got it there over Jaramillo. No, Cole Medeiros got it on Martinez. Jaramillo 11th. Cole Medeiros up to 12th. Amador Martinez 13th. As the rest of the field goes through. There's Lillian Scarborough, unfortunately, an issue early, sent her back down the leaderboard. She ends up 23rd. I believe it actually, no, it was Jeremiah Thomas. That's my mistake. The 857 of Jeremiah Thomas was the driver that got shuffled way down. But bit of changes in your top 10 from where they started. Few big movers like Chase Gassiet Lee going forward, Jackson Deal going forward as well. Luke Tall up a couple. Ethan Tovo, the big loser in this heat race, he falls down from the top couple back to 10th. Jackson Wolney moves up a handful, and Peyton Westcott a good recovery drive to get herself to 3rd. Ty Fisher up a few spots as well into 4th. And then you go further back from your top 15 here in Group C and D, and you'll see the rest. We followed a little bit of that battle with David Ybarra and company. He ends up falling down to 17th on that final lap. Mateo Calderon, Vanchev, Tartar, the top 20. And most of the field able to finish. Scarborough, again, my mistake, she picked up a handful. It was, again, her teammate that I mistook, Jeremiah Thomas, that had some issues. He ends up ahead of Bristol Bornman, Shermer, and then Andbar and Christia, the only 2 DNFs out of the 33. Clean start, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to stay clean, because KA Senior on deck right now, and Jake Drew getting ready to lead us off when we return.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration...
Welcome back here for KA100 Senior. Jake Drew on the Trackside Karting Services GFC pole overall. The ARCA Menard Series West champion, who's also made a handful of NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series starts. A Trans Am Series start a few weeks ago in Connor Zilich's ride. And here this weekend to help his good buddy Gary Carlton, who he's been driving for in his limited karting schedule over the last few years, said, get over to Texas. I've got a 100cc kart calling your name. He's put it on the pole alongside Elio Meza, last year's winner in this event, in new colors with the TKG Kart Republic. Landon Skinner, AJ Myers, row 2. Keegan Kaminsky completes GFC 3 in a row on the inside alongside the CRG of Aiden Rudolph.
Yeah, Adrian Cruz and Connor Ferris starting on that 4th row with Alan Isambard up from the shifter class, starting alongside James Overbeck. As into the tram lines they go for the first time this weekend in the KA100 Senior class, all in line, and we are racing here in KA Senior. Elio Meza with a monster start so far on the inside there of Jake Drew, and Elio Meza leads us away here side by side in between Skinner and Myers. Rudolph looking to get through as well. He's able to get it done. A lot of shuffling so far here in this one, Xander.
Good start for Elio. Caught the veteran napping a little bit off the line. Now going to take us to the inside and defend into 6th. AJ Myers trying the outside. Not enough grip there. He'll slide back to 4th as Rudolph gets through, but sends it back in. And Landon Skinner getting used up a little bit. He'll drop back to 6th. Now 7th, and there's contact. Connor Ferris and Landon Skinner together. Ferris sent it on the inside as Skinner was in the center. They're trying to get back going quickly, but they're all the way back now to the tail end of the field as there's more passing going on. Keegan Kaminsky getting around Aiden Rudolph there in the infield belt buckle. He'll go to 4th, and Meza's lead is going to open up as Myers sent it from a mile back on Jake Drew, and Jake puts his hand in the air saying, dude, do you not see Elio getting away? Let's go forward.
Yeah, we saw this last year by Elio Meza whenever there was fighting. Alex Stanfield and John Burke crashed, and Elio Meza did not look back and pulled away from the rest of the field. And we're seeing a little bit of a repeat here. Deja vu, some may say, for Elio Meza, who's pulling away in his Trinity Karting Group, Kart Republic. Rudolph able to get ahead of Kaminsky, and there goes Kaminsky on Aiden Rudolph, who gets the move done. So Kaminsky back up to P4, and side by side, Isambard looking to get the move done, and that switchback city promotes that type of racing. Rudolph able to stay quick enough on the outside to get the move done, but there goes Isambard looking for the move as well on Kaminsky here, Xander.
Yeah, and they are continuing to fight. Keegan Kaminsky, the rookie, trying to take it to a lot of the veterans in Senior. Unfortunately, he's cost them a lot of time battling with Aiden Rudolph and everyone. And let's see if Keegan can stay in line and hopefully stay there, as this will help. Peyton Phillips with a big send, overcooks it. Alex Stanfield picking up the pieces. He'll get through 2 spots there in the last turn. Stanfield started outside the top 10. He's already up now into 6th.
Yeah, good start so far for Alex Stanfield, working his way up the field after issues from yesterday put him out of contention to start further up the field. But it seems like they got it figured out today, because he's already on the edge of the top 5 and closing down that gap to Kaminsky and Rudolph, who are further ahead of him. There goes Peyton Phillips for the move on Overbeck, overshoots it a little bit and gets sideways. There goes Isambard looking to get the move done. Wasn't close enough, going to get stuck on the outside and side by side in between Overbeck and Isambard here.
Yeah, weird. You don't normally see kind of mistakes on some routine passes like that from Peyton Phillips, as Isambard drops a tire and gets in line behind Overbeck, trying to hang on in front of Adrian Cruz, who gets underneath the Nash driver of Alexander Gonzalez. Dallas Dunlap in the middle of that mix as well, with Steven Eisert in company. So all the while, the group in front getting a big gap as the battling just kind of works its way through the group. Now up front, Jake Drew and AJ Myers have definitely made some inroads towards Elio Meza. Can't necessarily say the same for Aiden Rudolph and Kaminsky until the last lap, where they did go quickest overall. In fact, they were 3/10 better than the leaders. They're going to get really close now. Pass for the lead down at the bottom of the screen, and new leader Jake Drew through turn 7.
Yeah, Jake Drew in the GFC to the point of the field here. Elio Meza falls back to 2nd. AJ Myers here in 3rd, and this is really going to start to close down the gap to Rudolph and Kaminsky behind. The more these guys decide to fight, the more that Rudolph and company will be able to catch up. And for Alex Stanfield as well, closing down the gap to Kaminsky and Rudolph, continuing to set in really good lap times by himself here and closing down the gap to the 5 ahead of him.
Yeah, he needed some more speed. He looks like he found it. AJ Myers as well, going through on Elio, who seemed to be second best through the practice day to Jesus Vasquez Jr., but 2 long-time karting superstars, Jake Drew and AJ Myers. You expect them at some point to figure it out and get what they need underneath them to fight for the lead, and it looks like they both have some rocket ships to play with here in Heat 1. Let's see if AJ wants the lead again. He does. Inside clear on Jake Drew. Meza going to try and follow, and I don't think he'll get it done, as out of 7, Drew able to hang on to 2nd, and here comes Rudolph. Now Meza stuffs it down the inside there in that double right. Drew lets him in, and Elio back to 2nd, Drew back to 3rd, Rudolph looking on there in 4th.
Yeah, and there goes Jake Drew. Look for the move, and Aiden Rudolph there, a late move and clean, able to get it done there in a turn number 11. An all-Western duel here, Xander and Rudolph able to get the move down there into the belt buckle. Into the boot now, AJ Myers still leads us away from Elio Meza, who got the move done in turn number 8 and 9. Sticks up in the air halfway through this KA100 Senior heat race so far.
Through the S's we go. Elio Meza, AJ Myers, about 2 karts back to Aiden Rudolph. Let's see what kind of run Rudolph can put together down the backstretch. Looked like he got a decent exit, but Drew is close to get back 3rd. He's going to take it into turn 6. Aiden back to the 4th spot, and Kaminsky just kind of learning now from the leaders. He was aggressive early. Keegan taking some notes probably of how they're doing and how they're racing each other, so he can use them in a moment. Let's see if he goes on Rudolph. I think he's close enough in the belt buckle to maybe try for 4th. And there it is, inside and clear. Keegan Kaminsky, 1 spot higher in the top 5. This time it should stick. That's one thing here, when you're kind of following guys and you're a junior driver, they don't want to follow you. So if you push them a lap or 2 and then you pass them later, or if you pass them early, they pass you back, you wait a lap and then go, then they're like, all right, he's not just antsy in the front of this race. He actually has the speed and is smart enough to go through. So Aiden, nothing he could do about that, but also kudos to Rudolph. He didn't just stuff him in the last turn. He gave him a shot, said, okay, kid, let's see how you can do getting up to challenge AJ and Elio. And for the moment, Elio not wanting to challenge AJ. He's just going to wait as they go through turn 6. And no, smart move in his case, because we've still got time. Well, should have been smart. Jake Drew going back, and now they're going to have to fight for 2nd. But I think Elio doesn't want to lead just yet, and he's going to have to really get his elbows out to hold on to P2 as the teammates door bang a little bit out of the double right.
Yeah, and you see what happens whenever, there goes Jake Drew there on Elio Meza. Kaminsky able to get through as well. Rudolph a little bit side by side in between him and Meza, but being on the outside of turn number 7 really promotes that pass into turn number 8. We've seen it twice now from Elio Meza, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it from him later on today as well. So being on the outside of 7 kind of helps him out to take the inside there into turn number 8.
Well, Drew had to kind of go narrow into the last turn, and that's what cost them some time to AJ. Let's see if they can get a good run through these S's and get a big toe down the backstretch. If Jake Drew hits that sector good, they've still got a chance to fight for the win. If he botches it or if Kaminsky pulls out here, they're going to lose a little bit of touch to AJ as Kaminsky sends it little deep, going to go wide. Drew having to block and kind of sends it halfway on him. And now they're all going to lose a lot of time to the race leader. Meza through, Rudolph through, Drew back to 5th off that move. Kaminsky to 2nd, but with this late in the going, Elio's probably going to go. He does, and AJ Myers getting a nice gift here early on in the weekend because I think he's just got to put 2 clean laps together, and he is gone with this heat race win.
Yeah, so the fighting between Meza, Kaminsky, and company have really opened up that gap to Myers, like you said. Myers is not going to look back, going to put his foot down and continue to open up that gap. It's going to be close, but I don't think these guys are going to be able to catch it as 2-6 go up in the air, and it's officially crunch time. But it seems like it's been that way the entire race. That's Peyton Phillips and James Overbeck, who are working together. They got ahead of Alex Stanfield. They're closing down the gap. Overbeck, purple with the 55.023 so far, and continuing to close down the gap. There in the background is Alan Isambard and company, go side by side. That's Adrian Cruz right behind him, who looks to get the move done there on the Sodi Racing USA machine.
So as Jake battles back, gets 4th away from Rudolph, Alex Stanfield on the other end. You mentioned Overbeck going purple. Stanfield slowest by 3 to 4 tenths to the leaders right now. With how much they were fighting, he should have gotten there already, but he has not had the pace to be able to run with the top 5. He's dropped back, like you said, to 8th. A smart head on his shoulders got him a good start and a big gap, so he'll probably end there, but they're going to need a little more to get that TB kart in race-winning conditions. On the other end, Peyton Phillips, he's obviously got a really fast piece just like Overbeck because you saw some of the driving errors he had early on in this heat race, and that high-five Tony kart has already rolled back up to the leaders. So that's always nice when, even when you racecraft, you make the wrong move early, your piece is so fast that you can afford to make a mistake and still end up almost in the hunt for the win. They're not quite there at the pack, but they're close, and if they start to battle again, he might be able to steal a top 5 or even a top 3. This will help. Jake Drew, Kaminsky, door to door, no change. Can Jake Drew get the over-under? He cannot, but it did cost them a little time. Elio Meza, credit to him. He's been able to stay in the mix, and he has hunted down AJ Myers by a ton on this lap as they're fighting behind.
I'll tell you what, I think Meza may be close enough to get the move done into the boot. It would have to be a late lunge, but it's going to stay stagnant, and very mature drive so far by Meza to choose to stay patient and stay behind AJ Myers, who takes away heat number 1, and KA Senior. Side by side further back in between Phillips and Overbeck. And it's Phillips who stays ahead of Overbeck there as more battling all the way through here, Xander.
Yeah, a few other notables on that final few laps working their way back up the grid. How about Landon Skinner? He ends up 25th. It's a decent rebound. If he can get a clean run in heats 2 and 3, he'll safely make the main. Right now, that puts him outside looking in, sitting about probably 50th in the point standings. But the Magic Man on top in the first of the 2 heat races for KA100. Elio Meza, Kaminsky, Drew, Rudolph, your top 5. Phillips, Overbeck, Stanfield, Alan Isambard, Adrian Cruz. Like you said, the 2 of them were fighting hard back outside the top 5 in 9th and 10th. They end there just a hair ahead of Alexander Gonzalez. That 3-car group, then Vinny Miskelis, the privateer entry. His father and son operation with his dad Vladimir, 12th on the opening heat race to Isert, Martin, Ryan Persing. And then let's go down to the back half of that KA Senior field, as there's obviously some DNFs, unfortunately, in that one. One being the 953. Is that Isambard actually on the cool-down lap?
I think that is Isambard on the cool-down lap, who just couldn't get into the pits. I think right outside the top 15, though, is Colin Lloyd. A horrid qualifying for Colin Lloyd after chassis issues. Works his way up to 16th, not too bad. It's Feldstein in 17th, Seamus McKendry in 18th. In 19th, it's Mason Surgener. And Eli Warren up in a 20th. Just seems to be struggling for pace here this weekend, Xander.
Yeah, talk with his dad a little bit. They know where they're missing it. It's a lot in that first sector here of the racetrack. Just can't quite get where they need to be. So P20 for Warren, Chase Lapley, Dallas Dunlap, and Ben Gahn all in there. Max Altman, just bad luck. Heartbreak for that senior rookie. He was fast in Las Vegas for Rock Vegas a year ago. That was kind of one of his first big national races besides the Challenge of the Americas. And Rex sent him down the order. 2 weeks ago for the Texas Sprint Series, came here, qualified in the early teens, then had some bad runs in the heats, got up to the top 15 in the main, then crashed out on the front straightaway about halfway through it. So not the best of runs here in Houston for him. Let's go down to pit lane, though, while we do have the grid ready for KA100 Senior's second grouping. Alexander Searles caught up with a very happy Magic Man.
Thank you, Xander. AJ, I mean, made it work there, got to the lead early. Walk me through your strategy, because normally in KA, you know, a lot of guys sit behind, stay in the draft. You want to get to the front early.
I mean, my plan wasn't necessarily to get to the front early. Those guys started passing for the lead, and I saw the guys behind closing, and I thought, let me get to the front of this pack. And then luckily, Meza pushed me 2 laps, I think, and then they battled for second. I had a gap. I don't think I'm the fastest guy out there. They closed me back, but the draft is huge around here, so I got a little lucky. They're going to have to fight harder the next one, most likely.
Yeah, talk to me about what you learned in that heat race, right? With the newer compounds, it's a bit softer on the sidewalls. Do you think you're going to have to do any tire saving throughout the day?
It's K, bro. We didn't got tire saving this stuff. I just need to get the chassis a little freed up, I think, a little bound right now, and make more.
All right, good job.
Thank you.
There you go from AJ Myers, and we go from AJ down to the starting grid with Jesus Vasquez Jr. on the outside of row 1. Alongside him, former teammate Blake Nash in the Nash Motorsports EOS Kart, back over from his European stint just over the last few weeks with his newly announced ride with the Tony Kart Factory Race Team. And good to have him still for a decent amount of American races. He'll lead us to green with fellow Californian on the outside. Then Donovan Bonilla on the inside of row 2 alongside Iron Rock Motorsports' own Cooper Shipman.
Austin Olds and Fernando Luque rounding up your third row. A good qualifying effort for Austin Olds in his, I should say, full rookie season in the KA100 Senior class after moving up at Rock Vegas last year after engine issues. Christian Miles and Kane Martin starting on the 4th row here.
Then you go back down to row number 5. Cameron Weinberg saw his brother Carson drive into the top 10, end up 13th. He starts a little better, 9th for Cam Bam on the inside of Joey Friend on the CRG Nordam number 3. Stephen Miller, Justin Music on row number 6. Couple of senior rookies right there. Then it's Lucas Zabo and Finnegan Bailiff on row 7.
Anthony Rivera and Chase Buscalia on row 8. Chad Dawkin Racing and GWR on that row. It's Lydia Small and Quentin McPherson on row number 9. Sawyer Roussel and JD Lamping in row number 10 here.
Moving back to the final 7 rows in this one, final 5 rows, sorry, in the 30 driver grid. Taryn Odom and Josh Campbell, a BJR MDR lockout in 21st and 22nd. Then Valen Venkatesh and Beckett Friesen, who mentioned that yesterday was probably one of his worst days he's had in a little while at the racetrack. He rolls off deep in his heat races from 24th. Jack Small and Charles Ropke on row 13. Then it's David Martinez, Luca Quattromano on the Inter MS Kart Republic, and final row, pair of young ladies, Autumn Fisher and Gabby Selden, with work to do from 29th and 30th as the field rounds the final turn. And the Californians are ready to bring us to green here in Houston. Blake Nash on the blue and black and chrome Nash Motorsports 904 on the inside. Jesus Vasquez Jr. in that King Taco P1 engines, black and white GFC. And we are no green that time by. I thought that one looked decent. Not good enough for poor Wiesensenzel to give us the green light and get us underway. So we'll send them around again.
Yeah, so wasn't good enough that time by for the California kids of Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Blake Nash. So they're going to have another go at it, and probably going to do so. They're going to take the cut through now. But Blake Nash looking to get to a flying start here early on, as well as Jesus Vasquez Jr. and more drivers who will look to put in some good results here. It's going to be elbows out racing the whole way through. But we're going to have another go at it, a little bit of a mulligan to start this one off. But the California kids are going to get going here again on the front row.
So as they begin to form back up, you see a lot of them kind of waiting to get double file. That's because they don't want to get any extra marbles on the tires. The new tire compound, from what we've been told, does lay down a little more rubber than in years past. So that, of course, means there's going to be excess rubber buildup off the driving line where it's dirty, and they don't want to have any dirty tires when they go through that flat-out S's section once we get underway. Vasquez on the left, Nash on the right. Here we go. Green flag this time. We're racing down to turn 1. Jesus going to quickly get into second easily. He'll bring Cooper Shipman through as Bonilla falls to 4th. Side by side for 5th. Give it to Luque, then Olds, and then a good start from Kane Martin. He'll get up to 7th as they rocket down the backstretch. Cooper Shipman already defending low for P3 from Bonilla.
Yeah, already defending and almost 3 wide further back on the back straightaway there, and they continue to shuffle a lot of battles all the way through. There goes Luke K, a little bit out of shape there as Bonilla, his fellow countryman, and Fernando Luke K, the two Mexicans, getting into each other here a little bit early on.
Just a bit there. The two drivers that have spent a lot of years racing each other as Christian Miles goes to the inside of Kane Martin and gets through, picks up that 7th spot back just behind Austin Olds. As they go to the final turn, Cooper Shipman, he's feeling the flow early. The Houston native is up to 2nd and splits up the West Coast Cats there as they come down the front stretch. 1 lap complete. Blake Nash leads a 3-car pack, and it could be a whole lot more as Bonilla closes up to turns 4 and 5.
Yeah, Bonilla closing down that gap with Fernando Luque right behind him. So Cooper Shipman behind the Cali boy in Blake Nash. Looks for the move. Goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Blake Nash going to crowd him here a little bit. Vasquez Jr. going to push Shipman through. And Donovan Bonilla, an over-under on those 4. And Bonilla to the point of the field here, Xander.
Yeah, I think they grossly underestimated how dirty it was on the inside of the racetrack. Vasquez was trying to follow Shipman, so he was pushing him forward way past where he thought he needed a break. And now they've got dirt all over their tires, so you can see both of them. Shipman blocking for 2nd, Vasquez blocking for 4th, trying to hang on till they can clean them off and get back rolling. But already there you see a big move from Austin Olds, and they're 3 wide. Vasquez is getting beaten down the pack, while Fernando Luque taking advantage to get to 2nd. And Mexico now 1st and 2nd with Donovan Bonilla and Fernando Luque. Christian Miles, one of the lone drivers out of the Midwest, trying to close up to Vasquez Jr. here in this pack. He's got fellow Midwesterner Austin Olds at the front of it. Vasquez going to look low on Olds. He'll take the spot away, and Miles will try to follow, and he does almost. Let's see. Through 7, back in line for him, and Kane Martin, Blake Nash, Stephen Miller, 3 Nash Motorsports drivers all in tow.
Yeah, a lot of action here early on in this one, but Donovan Bonilla, we've seen this time and time again. Everybody fights around him, and he always picks up the leftovers, and there goes Blake Nash on Christian Miles. Stephen Miller looks to go through as well, side by side in between Martin and Miles there, who made contact there, and more contact all the way through.
Yeah, Christian got definitely a couple elbows. That last one came from Cameron Weinberg as Joey Friend is side by side with Finnegan Bailiff coming onto the front straightaway. He'll tuck back in line. He's got fellow junior rookie Chase Buscalia behind him, then Lucas Zabo, then Josh Campbell through the S's just beyond the edge of the top 10. This is 11th on back to about 15th right now, headed onto the backstretch, while the leaders are still pretty calm. This group is not. First up, Miles on Weinberg, that's 9th. Friend on Bailiff, that is for 11th. He'll bring Buscalia almost all the way through, but Finn able to hang on there.
Yeah, and one of the Ryan Perry Motorsports machine looked to make the move there as well. Just wasn't close enough. Cooper Shipman, though, closing down the gap to Fernando Luque, who's also closing down his gap to Donovan Bonilla ahead. So a lot of shuffling so far as Miles currently behind Martin. The two of them got together the last lap. They seem to be a little more stagnant now as one driver dropped the tire there further back. Not sure who it was, but they continue to shuffle here in this one, Xander.
Yeah, as they head out of the final turn onto the front stretch, just only halfway, or not even there yet. 4 down, 6 to go here as they head through turns 1 and 2. Christian Miles trying to get some help here and lead this group forward as he's gotten around Martin and Weinberg. So let's see if they can do just that. Behind them, you see Buscalia trailing from Bailiff. Miller defending on Austin Olds. A late move to cover the inside in turn 6 there. He does successfully, though, as Martin is feeling the heat because Joey Friend has caught up to the end of that group. And Friend and Martin just tangled, I think, at the back of the screen. They barely hung on to it. That CRG of Joey Friend able to get through on Kane Martin there. So Joey Friend picking up a spot. He'll go into the top 10. Martin down to 11th.
Yeah, Martin down to 11th here. Blake Nash with Stephen Miller behind him. Stephen Miller going to make the move into the boot, and Miller up another spot. Austin Olds right behind Blake Nash there. Miller and Olds, a lot of history between the two of them. They fought all last year at the United States Pro Kart Series when they were both in KA100 Juniors, 2 standouts last year. They're doing it here once again in the KA100 Senior class. A little bit of a deja vu for us, but good to see the 2 juniors doing good here in this one.
You look further back on the boards here, lap time-wise, Bonilla, similar story from the Supernats. Some of those other races where he's picked up the pieces, he hasn't been the fastest. He's still not the fastest. He's good, just not great. 55.40 for him as this group fights behind, but Luque picked up about a half-tenth. Jesus Vasquez picked up 4. So the top 4 will be closing up here shortly. For now, this group is the focal point when it comes to battling. Stephen Miller, Blake Nash, Austin Olds, who's going to come under fire. Watch this right here. Olds dropped a tire in the boot buckle. He's going to, or a belt buckle, and now in the boot he's going to have to block. Miles setting for the over-under. Got it. Perfectly done by Christian Miles. He'll get clear on the front stretch.
Christian Miles gets the move done and points emphatically to Austin Olds. He's like, let's work together and push, work our way forward. So a little bit of desperation there by Christian Miles to catch up to Blake Nash as Weinberg and Friend seem to be working together here to catch up, and Luque and Bonilla still opening up their gap. A Shipman looked for the move there, but Nash goes on his teammate of Stephen Miller.
Funny how it's always work together by push me, right? Work together if I'm in the lead of the group. Yeah, Caleb?
Yeah, it's always that way, right? If you're in the front, I want you to push me, but if I'm behind you, I want to get in front of you.
Well, that major group here still going at it. Let's see what Miller does with Nash. He's going to stay in tow. The leaders now are getting ready to dance. Coming to 3 to go. They're about a second apart. Vasquez has arrived on the scene. Dono's got company. Luque, Shipman, Vasquez. 4 different race teams here between Rawlson Performance Group, Super Tune USA, Iron Rock Motorsports, and Trackside Karting Services. Vasquez, the lone non-OTK, right up there in the mix as they go through 4 and 5. And down the backstretch, I think Fernando's going to get a big run at Dono. Let's see if he decides to act on it. He'll have a close, maybe a shot in 6. No, sir. In fact, if anything, he's geared a little bit too much for the hairpins because Shipman gets around him. So I think he must be planning more to be good in this section right here and some of the slower speed stuff. Although getting backed up behind Shipman, Vasquez gets through. But I thought Fernando might have been close enough to send it on Donovan. Ultimately not close enough there down the back straightaway. So Luque back to 4th. Here's the next pack. Nash, Miller, Miles, Olds, kind of stabilizing for now. The group behind them still going at it. That was Joey Friend getting around Cameron Weinberg in the belt buckle. So Friend now up to 9th as they come to the line. 2 laps to go. Bonilla still leads thanks to a last-second move by Shipman to take over P2.
Yeah, so a good gap so far for Bonilla, and you see Luque get a really good exit out of this double right-hander. He's all over the rear bumper there of Vasquez Jr. for a second, but just doesn't have the run on the main straightaway. So like you said, it could be something about gear, but there goes Bonilla to the bottom of the racetrack. Cooper Shipman, though, goes lower. Vasquez looks to go through on the 2 of them. On the outside for Jesus Vasquez Jr. took the point for a second, and Donovan Bonilla once again, while all of them fight, he picks up the leftovers and back to the point of the field. Very, very mature moves by Donovan Bonilla so far, Xander.
Well, Jesus Vasquez tried to follow Cooper Shipman forward as Luque sends it on Shipman there in the turn 11 complex. But earlier in the race, remember, it was Shipman trying to go for the lead on Blake Nash. Vasquez shoved him forward and followed him off the cliff over into the marbles. That time he waited, let Shipman go, and this time he gets around and shakes his head because in turn 6 he tried to learn from his mistakes and let Shipman go up the racetrack, and he almost got himself clear into 7. This time it finally paid off. So 3 different strategies for Jesus, and he finally gets clear. But as you saw him shaking his head, with how much he worked to track down the leaders, I think he thought he would have had a chance at the win. It's in a good spot points-wise to safely transfer directly to the main because, again, top 44 go, 2 more from the LCQ to transfer. So the guys that are outside looking in after this one, Autumn Fisher, Quentin McPherson, Luca Quattromano, Valen Vankatesh, David Martinez, Jack Small, Gabby Selden picked up a handful. She ends up 24th behind Lydia Small, and Charles Ropke in 22nd, Beckett Friesen 21st, just barely inside the safe zone that should put them to the final directly. So that concludes it for C and D as the field ends up with Donovan Bonilla taking it away. He's still got to get ready for his X30 Pro Senior race later on here in heat number 1. On the flip side, X30 Junior is down on the grid. They'll be getting set to go with a full grid of 22 or maybe 20 even when the next race rolls out. Of course, we're halfway through the opening rotation of heat races here from Houston. We've just gotten through all the 100cc races so far, 2 for KA Senior, 2 for KA Junior. We watched the Micro Swift. It goes X30 Junior. Then we get to the Mini Swifts, the 9 to 12-year-olds. Then the crazy old guys, the KA100 Masters, the Wiley Veterans. And then your X30 Pro Seniors back cleanup on our 7-class rotation before a short lunch break. And then 2 more runs through the entire rotation, all at 10 laps apiece for the heat races here, which it seems short. It's still enough that we've seen a lot happen and a good few drives coming through the field, but you're just trying not to get trapped in a battle as you march your way forward. If guys go back in on you, you both can lose a lot of time to the leaders, and that's why some of them are saying, work together, follow me, push me, because they don't want to go back and forth, and they think they're a little better than the guy that they got around. But that can be a bit deceiving, because if you get passed and you go offline for 1 turn or 2 turns, or especially if you drop a tire, you're going to go a lot slower. So if you get passed by, let's say you get by me after I just got passed by someone else, you might think you're better than I am, but I may be better than you, and that's why I want to go back around you and keep going forward. And not knowing that and just trying to play the guessing game on the racetrack, that's how you end up with some of these back and forth battles all the time, is you just don't know who's the quickest. But again, Donovan Bonilla, we saw him. He was quick, maybe not the quickest, but definitely the smartest. He played that one perfect, and he's standing by with Alexander Searle.
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, you said it perfectly there. Maybe not the quickest guy out there, Dono, but you played a great race, a nice 3-for-1 move in turn 3 and lap 3. So describe that race to me, and overall how tough it is to lead a lap here at KA.
Well, yeah, it's definitely tougher than in X30. You can't go that fast when you're alone with that air that it's now. The drive is really important. So yeah, just good move in turn 5, I think it is. And yeah, just build a gap. They catch me, and then 2-for-1 again, and I build another gap and I win. So good.
Yeah, you mentioned how much tougher it is to lead here in KA than X30. Why is that, and what do you expect the racing to be like in X30 Senior later this afternoon?
Well, yeah, definitely better. Like the drive's not gonna be that crazy because of the limiter, I think. But yeah, I like the racing too in KA. It's great. It's very fun. So let's see in X30 later.
Thank you, Dono.
Welcome.
There you have it from Donovan Bonilla. As he mentioned, the X30 engines, not only are they a little bit faster, but they don't have the rev limiter that they do have a rev limiter at 16,000 RPMs. The K100s don't. So when you get that toe and you get to the top of the rev range quicker, you top out. And that's what keeps them in line a little bit with how they gear them versus the K100s. Also, you brought up a great point there. The weather changing a little bit here, Caleb.
Yeah.
The sun's gone away. We've got some gusts of wind.
Yeah, 28-mile-per-hour gusts of wind here, and depending on the wind direction here, I mean, if it's going head-on the straightaway, the draft is going to be even more important than it's been all weekend long, right? And then if it's a tailwind throughout the back straightaway, it's just going to push you to go even faster, especially in that KA100 Senior class that doesn't have the rev limiter, like we said.
Well, the X30 Juniors have that same power plant, so it revs out at 16,000 RPMs, does have more horsepower than the 100cc counterpart, and they do go a little bit faster. Turner Brown and Jackson Wolney getting set to lead us to green in the 20-car field here for heat number 1. So as they round the final turn, it's the Rollison Performance Group purple and pink on the inside, the black and white Speed Concepts Racing Speed Lab engines, red speed on the outside. Sarah Bradley, Diego Ardiles flip-flop the two teams on row number 2, and Enzo Vidmontian on that TKG BN Kart Republic in 5th. We are green here on the first try by, and look at Wolney. He's got a nose out front. He'll get to the lead through the S's as they head to turns 4 and 5.
A monster start here so far by Jackson Wolney. He was able to get the inside into turn number 2 and got the move done on his ex-teammate of Chico Brown. There's Bradley who looks to going defensive from Enzo Vidmonti and Ardiles. Everybody to the middle of the racetrack here early on, trying to keep everybody else behind them here at the moment.
Yeah, 2 by 2, about 8th or 9th on back. Davin Roberts gets clear, so does Ty Fisher. They started 7th and 8th. I think they're still right in 7th and 8th. Jackson Wolney into the infield hairpin here, covering off that inside. Chico Brown to the outside, not going to make anything of it. It all stays net neutral as Ardiles and Vidmontien ride 3rd and 4th. Sarah Bradley 5th. Look at Chico inside, into the dog leg there, going into the boot. Nicely done. Turner Brown will lead the opening lap as Ardiles door-to-door with Vidmontien. He'll give way and drop back into 4th. Bradley 5th, the Allen Carr, Roberts, Fisher, Gassian, Lee, and Rodriguez, your top 10 at the end of lap number 1 here, Caleb.
Yeah, having it make, I have a lot of laps around this place, but that move by Chico Brown is one of the hardest ones to make here on the racetrack, but he was able to get it done. He was able to keep it clean and is back to the point of the field here. Jackson Wolney to 2nd. There goes Ty Fisher on Davin Roberts further back in the field there. So there goes Ty Fisher, able to get the move done and is able to get clear there as further back the Allen Carr, still side by side there, not able to get it done. But Alex joining me in the booth here now. A lot of action so far in this X30 races. There goes Diego Ardiles on Enzo Vidmonti, and the two friends going at it here side by side, and Diego Ardiles able to stay ahead.
Yeah, it's all kicked off early here in X30 Junior. So far, so good for Chico Brown. This has been the name of the game in most of the heat races so far this morning. The leader being able to pull away because the guys in second, third, and fourth start to battle a little bit early. But now, we heard it from Bonilla there with the KA class, how hard it is to lead a lap, how hard it is to pull away. I spoke with AJ Myers as well. It is almost impossible, even if you're 4/10 faster in the KA class, to maintain a lead because of how powerful the draft is and how powerful, 2 and 3 carts working together is against you. And so now we're seeing Chico Brown's lead start to, shrink every single lap as this heat race goes on. Ardiles leading the train of Vidmontien, Wolney, Bradley, and Ty Fisher.
Yeah, Chico was purple, though, last time by at 54.125. Wasn't too relative on lap 2, as there was some battling there going on. But Diego Ardiles trying to catch right back up to his teammate. He said he was good on the KA100 Junior stuff when I talked to him last night. He said he was missing a little bit in the X30 package. As Ty Fisher there looked for the move on Sarah Bradley. He's able to get it done and ahead of Bradley here now going down the straightaway. And Chico Brown, another heater here, a 53.756, and for Ardiles, a 53.795. Not close enough for Ardiles yet, but Chico's still quickest out here.
Chico quickest, Vidmontien not able to get to the bumper. Ardiles, Bradley to the inside on Ty Fisher. She's going to make that move, stick with Fisher. A little bit of a side pod contact. Going to hold on to that one. Fisher actually got around Bradley in the first corner there. Bradley's going to stuff it to the inside there. Like you mentioned, with Switchback City now to the double rights. Bradley makes it work. Now Fisher's going to have to fend off the likes of Davin Roberts behind. Fisher's going to try to go on the inside and turns Bradley around and collects Gassie Lee as well. So Fisher turns around Bradley, who's going to fall to the tail end of the field here in X30 Junior.
Yeah, unfortunate for the young lady there who falls all the way back to the tail end of the field here in this one. Contact in between all of them has really, was going to help out Chase Gassie Lee, but really just he got caught up in that wreck there that happened right ahead of him. So unfortunate for Chase Gassie Lee, who was working his way up the field. Chico Brown, though, goes purple here once again, 53.497, 2/10 clear of his teammate of Diego Ardiles, who currently sits in second. Vidmontien still third. Jackson Wolney now closed down that gap to Enzo Vidmontien. So Wolney very much in play and very much in draft to the Trinity Karting Group, Kart Republic of Enzo Vidmontien here, Alex.
Yeah, Ardiles starting to pull away slightly from Vidmontien, who's now under fire from Wolney. This group of 3 is gone from the likes of Davin Roberts, Rodriguez, Dalenkar, Vanchev, and others. Turner Brown continuing to set purple lap after purple lap, which is incredibly impressive. I mean, even in the X30 class, we heard Bonilla mention the rev limiters in the KA. That's why the draft is a lot stronger there. The higher rev range there. But Brown again still setting great lap times. Ardiles was 9 thousandths faster than Turner Brown last time by. That's not going to be enough as it stands with 4.5 laps to go. But if these 3 can work together and actually hook bumpers down the front straightaway, there could be a chance to catch up to Chico Brown, because last lap was the first time all race long that anybody was quicker than Chico Brown.
Yeah, for sure, right? So it's a lot of work for Diego Ardiles to catch up to his teammate, who seems to be flying here. And I mean, I also can't fail to mention, right, Chico was out here 2 weeks ago at the Sex Racing Series. I mean, he was already kind of used to the track. He didn't really take too much adaptation this weekend. Diego Ardiles, though, was a little bit newer, how to get adapted and how to get going here this weekend from scratch, right? As we saw there, Jackson Wolney get the move done there on Enzo Vidmontien. Wolney, another one of those drivers who was here 2 weeks ago, who didn't have to do, the adaptation to a new track, learning a new track, doing lines around a new track, right? So, I mean, it was just kind of hard there.
Yeah, we saw Wolney make a move on Vidmontien. Davin Roberts now all on his lonesome in 5th place. Dalenkar, Rodriguez, Vanchev, Medeiros are working together and have closed the gap to that 5th place driver. So with about 3.5 laps to go, we could see a battle start to brew for that 5th and final spot in the top 5 of this first heat race here. But for Chico Brown, extending his lead again last time over his teammate Ardiles. Wolney now not able to extend his advantage over Vidmontien. Here's a look at Dalenkar ahead of Rodriguez, ahead of Vanchev. This is the battle for P6, Caleb.
Yeah, this is the battle for P6 here. It's Victor De Dalenkar with Edgar Rodriguez right behind them and Alexander Vanchev at the tail end of that group. That's your 6th, 7th, and 8th drivers there, respectively. As I think it was Rodriguez who was able to get ahead of Victor De Dalenkar. There, just saw Bradley, go around earlier in this race. update on her. She's currently 18th here, so a lot of work to do for Sarah Bradley there. As you see the Allen car, late apex into that turn number 6 complex, and there you have it. Alexander Vanchev and the Sinella Racing Machine able to get ahead there of Rodriguez. So Vanchev up to P7 here, in this one.
Yeah, Vanchez's up to 6th, now defending from Rodriguez and Medeiros. They're going side by side out of the turn 10 complex there, now through the fast left-hander here, turn 13 and 14. There's a look at Ardiles, white flag in the air. The gap between Chico Brown and Ardiles has maintained at 8.5 tenths of a second. So Chico Brown can pretty much, coast through this final lap, barring any mistakes here for him. Maybe conserve a little bit of tires. There's still two heat races left in this class. Wolny now having to defend from Enzo Vidal-Martínez. Going to try the outside, not going to work. Now through the switchback section of the racetrack, potentially here now entering the double right-hander. Wolny's got the advantage line-wise. Does Vidal-Martínez have anything on the exit? Not going to happen.
Yeah, just wasn't close enough for that time by Enzo Vidal-Martínez. Is he close enough into the belt buckle? Sideways there on the exit of the kink. Not close enough to get it done on the Illinois native of Jackson Wolny. They're still fighting it out, elbows out, racing the entire way through. I've kept it clean here in between the two of them and delivering us the closest battle here on the racetrack in between Jackson Wolny and Enzo Vidal-Martínez. But it's been all about Chico Brown, who takes the checkered flag and wins heat number 1 in X30 Junior. It's Ardiles second. Jackson Wolny crosses the line third. A little bit of action further back in the field. There's Gassia Lee, who's able to cover a couple of spots here, Alex.
Yeah, Gassia Lee, considering he we saw the underside of his go-kart slightly there with the contact with Ty and Bradley there. 13th was a decent comeback drive for him. Unfortunately for Bradley, was completely spun around and was the tail end of that field and some. So for her to make a comeback drive to just outside the top 15, solid comeback drive for her on more of the speed concepts, red speed, but for sure a very frustrating start to her morning.
Yeah, definitely very frustrating for Sarah Bradley, who just unfortunately couldn't get it done and fell back a couple spots. But, a long day to go today. It's stagnant qualifying, so you're going to start wherever you qualified yesterday all day today. And a lucky one today who's starting up at the front in every single one of his heat races, Marco Samet in this Mini Swift class coming up next.
We're at a commercial break. Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class...
A comeback weekend for him, starting second alongside Samet on the front row. It's Royce Vega, the Texan, starting third. Nico Katowski in fourth, Chandler and Chambers, and all Houston, third row, starting fifth and sixth. Wagner, Orbezo, Ali, and Ives rounding up your top 10. More and more drivers getting set to take the green flag here in this one. 40 drivers total here set to take the green flag, but it's Marco Samet and Ashton Woon starting on the front row with into the tram lines we go, and not going to get the green flag this time by, so let's continue running down your field. Starting in 11th, it's Mika Baruch and Valentino Santillan. They're on row 6. It's on that was row 6. Emerson Lane and Aston Wyatt starting row 7. Enzo Di Gennaro and Benja Fernandez starting row 8. Julian Rivera and Luke Giglio starting row 9. Tucker Shreve and Maxwell Macha starting on the 10th row. Grayson Walcott and Lorenzo Varela starting on the 11th row. It's Liam Nachawati and John McClellan starting on the 12th row. It's Josh Bergman and Bashi Jimenez, Schniegenberg, Murad, Klein, Jensen, Quinto, Majeski, Pavan, Gus Wonderley, Malo, Westfall, Lavin, Payne, Yempin, and Ituriga all set to get started here in Mini Swift from Houston. For the first time this weekend in this Mini Swift class, we are going to go heat racing, where 40 drivers are going to do elbows up racing the entire way through, and a very stacked Mini Swift class here, Alex.
Yeah, 40 deep here in Mini Swift. On the front row, like you've said, Samet versus Woon, Vega, Katowski, Chandler, Chambers. Much slower than they were last time. They were on the gas about here last time around. That's why they didn't get the green flag here. Let's look for our flagman Porter to give him the green in the air. Green flag is out. Engines are rolling here through the fast turn 1 and 2, left, right, chicane. So far, so good for your leader. Samet holds on ahead of Woon, ahead of Vega, ahead of Chandler. They're side by side further back. A lot of, bumper to bumper contact, but everybody facing the right direction, Caleb.
Yeah, bumper to bumper, door to door further back, and there goes door to door. Ashton Woon to the point of the field. Royce Vega looks to go through on his Benek machine. Wasn't close enough that time by in a switchback city. And there's Alex Chandler up in a P4 already. It's Chambers in 5th. So it's Iron Rock Motorsports 4th and 5th here at the moment. But Ashton Woon, after breaking his arm late last year, a comeback weekend for him to the point of the field and leading here in Mini Swift.
Yeah, Woon so far leading Samet. 4-car breakaway early here with Chandler, by himself. Katowski, should I say, by himself there in 5th. 4-car breakaway. Vega all over the bumper of Samet. Woon looks to get a good exit out of that corner there. Turn 14 through 15 to complete lap 1 of 10 here for the first heat race in Mini Swift. Chandler in 4th. Katowski, like I said, down to 5th. All over the rear bumper there is Chandler on Royce Vega here through turns 3, 4, and 5 on the back straightaway now. Is anybody going to peek a nose down the back straightaway here, Caleb?
Yeah, so everybody kind of staying patient here early on, but I wouldn't be surprised to see moves there. And just as I say that, Royce Vega tries to go a 2-for-1 move, was in 3rd, able to get it done on Samet, just wasn't close enough to get the move done on Ashton and Woon. Chandler thought about going through on Samet as well, just wasn't close enough. Samet able to hold on to the 3rd spot here, but Vega a little bit of a gap to Ashton Woon ahead. A little bit of work for Vega for him to do as him and Samet going to work together here. Royce Vega took the win here 2 weeks ago at the Texas Sprint Racing Series and looks to repeat here this weekend and take some hardware back to Dallas with him. But Ashton Woon currently the one denying him here in this first heat race. It's still Chandler in 5th, in 4th. Chambers who's in 5th here at the moment, Alex.
Yeah, Chambers looks to be the quickest one on the racetrack last time by. He was for a second. It was actually Santillan purple. So the 2 fastest drivers on the racetrack are 5th and 6th. Look at Chambers almost in drafting range now of Chandler there in 4th. And if the leaders keep on battling, it will be a huge train. Right now it's 4, 5th by himself, 6th, 7th battling. There's Vega to the inside on Ashton Woon. Woon gives him a bit of a shove now through turn 7 and 8. Look for the crossover here with Chandler now in switchback city. Now through the double right section of the racetrack, flat out for these Mini Swift drivers. Here comes Sawyer Chambers. Here comes Valentino Santillan. Woon looks over his shoulder to see where Samet is. He's going to make a move. No one's going to follow him through, but Ashton Woon back to the point. Vega's going to have to slot in line. All this racing, Caleb. Here comes Chambers and Santillan.
Yeah, so all that fighting has really promoted Chambers to get up and close down that gap and join the party and mix it up with these top 4 here. So all this battling is helping Chambers close down the gap, and as well as others. Nicolas Orbezo, who finds himself in 7th. Santillan, who just went purple this time by. Orbezo goes purple. A 58.323 for Nicolas Orbezo in the RPG Cosmic, who's right outside of this top 5 and closing down the gap by the 2nd here for Nicolas Orbezo, and it has more company further back. Looking for a move is one of the GFCs, and there goes Royce Vega back to the point of the field. Chandler looks to get through as well on Samet, able to get it done side by side in between Chambers and Orbezo. Wasn't close enough there for young Nico to get the move done. Going to have to stay in 6th, and just as I say that, he gets the move done in a turn number 8. So Nico Orbezo in the RPG Cosmic up in a P5 here, Alex. As we go into the belt buckle this time by, Ashton Woon looks for the move on Royce Vega. Chandler looks to get down on Woon. Wasn't close enough that time by for the Iron Rock Motorsports machine. And there's a couple of drivers who have gone together. That's the 146 there who gets together with another driver. And that's going to put him out of contention here in this one.
Orbezo just made a move in the 4th now. So from 6th to 4th for Nico Orbezo there. It's an RPG up there into 4th. Gives the helmet tap. Samet behind. That was your pole sitter in this one. Down in 5th and now under fire from the 145 of Sawyer Chambers. Moves Santian into the mix. Now it's a 7-car train out front here in Mini Swift. Look for a move to the inside. Chandler, he wants to go through an Ashton Woon. Here comes Vega now. Orbezo thought about a lunge there. Couldn't make it work, but Woon from first to third. Now Vega's back on the inside of Chandler, and Chandler's pushed to the wayside. Chandler from 1st to 5th in one corner, and the 145 there of Chambers trying to go around the outside. Couldn't make it work. Vega back to the lead, has to defend now. Woon tries to go lower than him. Couldn't make it work. Look for the over-under now from Nico Orbezo. Not going to happen. Nobody wants to help anybody out here in Mini Swift.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Alex Chandler was 4 wheels off the racetrack, an off-track excursion. Basically went off-roading, kicked up some dirt. But, I mean, he didn't end up too bad. He's P5 here at the moment and still in drafting range with your top 8th. Yeah, and I tell you what, all this battling has made it almost a 10-car train as there goes Aston White. We go. And it's still Vega with a little bit of a bumper there to Ashton Woon, and Orbezo and Samet going side by side, 3 wide onto the main straightaway. This time by it's Ashton Woon who leads. Vega loses almost 3 spots, 4 spots there in that lap. Looks to get back on Samet. Still a lot of side by side action here, door to door, and Vega loses a handful of spots in that one.
Yeah, Benja Fernandez threw it in on Marco Samet, so Samet lost a handful of spots there in the last couple of corners. Now to the inside, Orbezo to the inside. He's through. Santian's going to follow through. These drivers were 4th and 5th last lap, pushing Woon all the way to the dirt through the switchback city. Now Royce Vega trying to make up at least 1 spot there on Chandler around the outside of the double right. Very tough to make that work, but he's going to make it happen. Up into 4th, Royce Vega.
Yeah, I tell you what, in my years of racing around this place, I really haven't seen anyone be able to hold on to it that good around the outside there until the double right-hander. So good so far, but Nicolas Orbezo was there to pick up the leftovers. He got it done, and Valentino Santillan currently sits 2nd. Ashton Woon looked for the move, wasn't close enough. Royce Vega going to be a drag race to the line for these boys and girls, but Nicolas Orbezo, finger up in the air, thumbs up to his dad on the sidelines, wins heat number 1 in Mini Swift. Still side by side further back. But the RPG Cosmic comes out victorious here in this one. Orbezo takes the win, and we wait for timing to update here on the left of your screen. So, but it was Orbezo who took the win, and Ashton Woon came across the line 2nd here, Alex. Very, very action-packed Mini Swift race, wasn't it?
Oh, my goodness me. I mean, that last lap and a half, we saw so many drivers go up and down the order. I mean, Vega went from about 1st to 7th back to 3rd throughout that one there. It's Orbezo ahead of Santillan, who, like I mentioned, those drivers 1st and 2nd were 5th and 6th the entirety of that race, maybe even 7th and 8th at some point, but they worked their way, played it smart, played it aggressive, and calculated when they had to. Orbezo wins ahead of Santillan, ahead of Vega. Ashton Woon from 1st to 4th in that last lap. Chandler rounds out your top 5.
Yeah, an action-packed race there for your Mini Swift. When we come back from this quick commercial break, it's going to be your KA100 Masters who get set to go green here. You're watching Kart Chasers, live coverage of the United States Pro Kart Series. Don't go anywhere.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Well, welcome back to Houston's High Speed Playground, Speedsportz Racing Park, as we get set to go green with our crazy old man, as some may call it, our KA100 Masters, where Martin Stone, the British man, is going to lead us away here in his Ryan Perry Motorsports machine, alongside Pierce Baldus, as they start on the front row. It's Adam Kreppen and Miguel Mir starting on the second row here, Alex.
Yeah, then it's Lorenzo Mardan ahead of Nico Coelho, Adamar Calagaro, Diego Rodriguez rounds out your top 8. Then it's Vincent Cassard and Thane Morgan in 10th, Scott Carapoletti and Kim Carapoletti sharing row 6 together. Andres Murcia, Tom Gertzner, and Andre Isaac rounds out your field in the KA Masters class here as they round turn 14 and through turn 15. Caleb, I mean, what can we expect here with these, like you said, the crazy old men?
We can expect them to go fast, and we can expect them to race. That's what I will say. But we can expect a very action-packed racing, very respectful racing. But into the tram lines we go. For the first time this weekend in the KA100 Masters, no green flag this time by. So they're going to go around again. We can expect, a very, very good racing. Some drivers shuffling through. And Miguel Mir as well, right? 7-time champion in the state of Texas. He's going to look to try and mix it up with the likes of Martin, maiden national title. But he looks to change that here at the United States Pro Kart Series as we get set to go green at a crawling pace into the tram lines. Green flag is out, and we are racing here in KA100 Masters. Pierce Baldus with a great start on the inside of turn number 2. Oh, and shuffles Martin Stone further back. So Pierce Baldus, the Kansas City, Missouri local, to the point of the field sideways for one of the Franklin Motorsports karts there, who goes sideways in 5th. And is able to keep going, but there goes Martin Stone to the bottom of the racetrack, looks to get the move done, not close enough. And Miguel Mir up in a P2 here early on, Alex.
Wow, your pole sitter down in the 4th. Look at that move. Nico Coelho thought about it on Lorenzo Mardan, not going to make it stick. How about it for Pierce Baldus? I mean, whether or not he's still learning, like you said, at the end of the day, the student becomes a teacher at some point up in the P1. Here comes Miguel Mir to the inside, not going to happen. Now Adam Kreppen's going to get a good run there out of turns 11 through 12 now. To the final 3 corners of the racetrack. Martin Stone, like I said, your pole sitter down in 4th and losing ground to Adam Kreppen. We saw him try to make a move in the back straightaway. Didn't work. 7 to go here, Caleb. And Martin Stone now working his way back up to the front where he feels like he belongs.
Yeah, so Martin Stone currently chipping away at it here at the moment. Looks to make a move on Baldus. Wasn't close enough that time by for the Ryan Perry Motorsports driver, so wasn't close enough to get it done that time by, but still in 3rd here for Mr. Stone, and looking to close down the gap more and more to Baldus. I wouldn't be surprised to see Stone decide to work a little bit with Baldus, as Baldus has a really good exit out of turn number 14 and into 15 to open up the gap to Stone up to a kart length. But there you see Baldus with a great run into the S's and catching up to the rear bumper of Miguel Mir.
Yeah, look at Baldus all over the rear bumper of the Orsalon driver now down the back straightaway. I wonder if because of Stone being super close to Baldus, he's going to make a move. Yes, he is. Baldus to the inside. Miguel Mir is going to chop the nose around the outside, but Baldus has the proper positioning, and he's through up into P1 ahead of Miguel Mir. Martin Stone now having to fend off from Adam Kreppen. All this fighting is Miguel Mir giving the signal to Martin Stone, saying, let's work together. Let's not let Baldus get away. Martin Stone, though, wants to get back to the point there where he started. Kreppen now thought about a move, not going to happen. All this fighting. Here comes Coelho and Mardan, but they're going to start fighting for 5th now. Mardan hopping in the seat, trying to get everything out of that go-kart. Mardan's going to hold on to 5th.
And I tell you what, the RPG of Rodriguez isn't too far back either, so he's closed down the gap to Coelho and Lorenzo Mardan. As they cross the line this time by, it was Pierce Baldus who retook the lead, who took the lead for the first time here in this one. So Baldus to the point, Miguel Mir in second, Martin Stone in third, and Adam Kreppen rounding out your top 4 here. Down the back straightaway we go. And still kind of stagnant there. You see Vincent Casardo in the background. And there goes Miguel Mir once again to the point of the field here. And Pierce Baldus looking to hold on to it around the outside. It wasn't close enough. And Switchback City, that currently has a population of almost 6 drivers here in this lead group, Alex.
Yeah, so far, so good. Miguel Mir, seemingly everybody wants to lead in this class. It's the AJ Meyer strategy. We saw him do it in KA Senior. Every time they passed him, he passed him right back. It worked out for him. It might work out here for Miguel Mir, but he's going to have to fend off a hungry pack of wolves behind him here halfway home in this first heat for the KA Masters class. Mir goes way wide out of 14. He's going to give Baldus a great run through 15. Going to get the nose chopped off. Stone, you can't go around the outside there because it leads to the inside corner. It's going to give Kreppen a great chance in the 1 and 2. Side by side, Stone's going to hold on. Here comes Coelho, and here comes Mardan. Further back, this 4-car train, well, it's about 12 here, Caleb.
Well, you doubted Martin Stone, and he got the move done either way. So Martin Stone proving us wrong here, as well as some of these other drivers. There you see Caligaro looking for a move further back on Rodriguez. So Adam R able to get it done. Not for long, though, as Rodriguez was able to get it done again. And side by side there, you see Martin Stone looking for the move on Miguel Mir. Side by side, Kreppen getting into the mix as well as Mir close enough to stay ahead of Kreppen. Kreppen going to push Stone ahead. A little bit door-to-door in between the two of them. Kreppen goes off the racetrack to the wayside for Adam Kreppen, who wasn't happy there with Miguel Mir. But Mir able to hold on to the 3rd spot there. Unfortunately for Kreppen, who was just stuck on the outside there into the belt buckle. And me and Zander talked about it earlier. You know, it's kind of hard to go side by side through the exit of there. And it's kind of, if you're stuck on the outside, kind of letting the guy who looked for the move on the inside, kind of letting him go and just cutting your losses and sliding right back in the line, Alex.
Yeah, all this fighting, though. The top 2 are getting their first bit of breathing room as Martin Stone head down the front straightaway, inside and through on Baldus. Martin Stone, he started on pole, took him 7 laps to get back there. The 401 RPM OTK driver back to the point ahead of Baldus, ahead of Coelho, who just got through on Miguel Mir. So how about it for Coelho? Started outside your top 6. He's up into P3. Miguel Mir now having to fend off from Adam Kreppen, who was dirt tracking last time by through this section of the racetrack. Then it's Mardan. Then it's Rodriguez on board the RPG. Cosmic there, only 1.5 back from the lead. It's still a very close battle here for your top 7. Miguel Mir to the inside. He's through. Adam Kreppen now side by side with Coelho for 4th.
Yeah, Martin Stone, though, I mean, it's really been a claw back up the field, right? He fell back outside of the top 3 and just been chipping away at it, and got back up to the point of the field to keep Pierce Baldus behind. And, I mean, we saw him be super quick at happy hour. Him and Miguel Mir having longer pace like we saw yesterday in happy hour, and already going purple here, already more than halfway through that race. So you see Kreppen looking for a move on Coelho. Kreppen able to get it done for P4, and more and more shuffling continue to go through here.
Yeah, we saw there Baldus making the move stick on Martin Stone. So as we were looking at the battle for 3rd, the battle for 1st was heating up. Baldus through on Martin Stone. That fighting for the lead is going to allow potentially Miguel Mir and Coelho and maybe even Kreppen to get into the mix. Lap 8 of 10 in the books here. Rounding turns 14 and 15. Look how close it is. The battle for the lead is heating up. It's Baldus versus Stone. 2 laps remaining here, Caleb, in KA Masters.
Yeah, 2 laps to go in KA100 Masters. It's Pierce Baldus, the Kansas City, Missouri native, who leads us away from Martin Stone, all the way from Great Britain, out here racing in the great state of Texas. Behind him, it's Miguel Mir, who looks to go through on Baldus as well with the Martin Stone. Wasn't close enough that time by. 3 wide into Switchback City. Kreppen not close enough to get the move done on Miguel Mir, who continue to shuffle for position here, but they're bringing Lorenzo Mardan and Diego Rodriguez right into play shortly. It's going to be a 7-kart train for the lead. There you see the RPG Cosmic of Rodriguez in the background. A lot of go-karts and a lot of veterans of the sport fighting for the win in heat number 1. That time by, Miguel Mir looked for the move, thought about it on Pierce Baldus. Wasn't close enough to get it done. As this time by, they are going to get the white flag, the final lap in this heat race, Alex.
1 lap to go for Martin Stone. He's led about 2 laps of the 10 in the books. Baldus all over the rear bumper now, but Stone looking to get a decent exit. I like his line better than Baldus's through that section of the racetrack, but still, with the draft, Stone's going to have to defend with the huge headwind down the back straightaway. Mears defending ahead of Crepin. It's, Martin Stone goes way wide there. Look for the switchback potentially for Baldus here. Now through the double right-hander. Miguel Mears going to have to defend from Adam Crepin. So I think this is going to give the top two a chance to battle out mano-a-mano style, Caleb.
Yeah, mano y mano in between all these drivers. There goes Crepin looking for the move on Miguel Mir. Crepin able to get it done. Miguel Mir on the outside gets shoved off into the wayside. Miguel Mir, all four tires off the racetrack, not able to get it done. He's not happy, but a guy who is going to be happy is Martin Stone, who's going side by side with Pierce Baldus, and it's going to be Martin Stone who takes away heat number 1.
Martin Stone ahead of Baldus, ahead of Coelho, who makes it stick, ahead of Crepin, who pushed Miguel Mir off the racetrack, still holds on to a top 5 spot there, ahead of Mardan, ahead of Rodriguez, Caligaro, Cosard, and Morgan, rounding out your top 10 in the KA100 Masters class. Caleb, I mean, it looked like a feature race with how hard they were fighting there towards the end.
Yeah, elbows out racing the entire way through for these Masters drivers. So it was Martin Stone who took the win, Pierce Baldus in second, Nicky Coelho third, Adam Crepin fourth, Miguel Mir fifth, Lorenzo Mardan across the line sixth, Diego Rodriguez in 7th, Arimar Caligaro in 8th, Vincent Cursard in 9th, Thane Morgan in 10th, Kim Carapoletti in 11th, Andres Murcia in 12th, Tom Gershner 13th, Scott Carapoletti 14th, Andre Isaac 15th. That was your KA100 Masters class. Let's shift gears and get ready to go green with our headline class this weekend, your X30 Pros. It's Ryan Norberg, who looks to become the first 9-time, an unprecedented number in U.S. national karting this year at the United States Pro Kart Series. Gia Cicero starting on the outside, the young lady, the only lady in this field, put it ahead of the rest of the young men, and she's starting on the front row alongside mentor and teacher Ryan Norberg, who's had a good showing so far. It's Christian Miles who's starting third, and fourth it's Donovan Bonilla, who took a win earlier today. It's Alessandro DiTullio in all Florida, row number 3. He's going to start alongside the Speed Concepts racing machine of Austin Garrison. Paulie Massimino and Brandon Lemke starting on the 4th row. Alex Stanfield and Harley Keeble rounding up your top 10 here, Alex.
Yeah, further back, Terlecki and Phillips in row 6. Brandon Carr, Josh Oates, Christian Garduno, Dalton Haynes is one of the biggest storylines of this one, starting 17th. Gerardo Peralta, Henry Lepard, Austin Barron, and Ming Yang Zhu rounding out your top 20 in the X30 Pro field here, Caleb. And then there's Santi Fernandez, obviously, rounding out your field. Not the quality session he would have wanted there, but expect him to make moves towards the front. Obviously, him and his teammate Alessandro DiTullio starting much further up the field there in 5th place. But there's a lot to talk about here because for Norberg and Cicero, right, they looked incredibly quick, almost untouchable in that qualifying session. Obviously, with teammate Bonilla in 4th, Christian Miles put in a heater of a lap to split the RPG drivers there. But with the likes of DiTullio, Garrison, Massimino, Lemke, Stanfield struggling for a pace yesterday in practice, had a much better showing today in warm-up, matching what Miles did in qualifying yesterday, a top 3 for Stanfield. So he said they worked out some of the motor issues. Looks to be much better for the 346 there. And then Harley Keeble, he was a top 5 driver in all the practice sessions yesterday, even in happy hour. Come qualifying time, nowhere to be found. Couldn't really get the heat in the tires when it mattered on the pivotal lap in qualifying. Top 10 for him. Then Terlecki ahead of Phillips. Carr hasn't really been able to find the pace in any of the sessions yesterday. He feels much more confident this morning to make a run at it, but the biggest storyline of this one, in my opinion, Dalton Haynes, a top 5 driver in all the practice sessions yesterday, as well as his teammate Harley Keeble, starts 16th.
So with all that being said, Alex, we get set to go green for the first time this weekend in X30 Pro. Ryan Norberg and Gia Cicero get set to take the green flag for the first time in this X30 Pro class. Mr. 8-time looks to make it 9 this year. Into the tram lines we go, and the green flag is out, and we are racing here. A monster start for Ryan Norberg. Christian Miles looking to get the move done on Gia Cicero as well. DiTullio gets through on Cicero, who just gets freight trained here early on in this one. Massimino goes through as well, but already off to a great start, Ryan Norberg.
Whoa, one of the RPG drivers, I believe that might have been Peralta further back there. It's Garduno, the 327 of Garduno, around there in turn number 5. Here's Gia Cicero now having to fend off from Garrison. Bonilla hasn't had the start he would have wanted, but how about it for Alex Stanfield? Chuck as they call him there, up into the top 6 already for the TB Kart driver. Speaking of TB Kart, Christian Miles up a spot from 3rd to 2nd. Cicero defending hard from the Davie, Florida native. Austin Garrison headed Stanfield. Here's DeTulio. Look at the run. He has up into 3rd, started 5th. But the biggest storyline in this one, Paulie Massimino from 7th to 4th. He's the driver that I said this morning is my dark horse pick to win it all this weekend.
Yeah, so Paulie Massimino already with a great start so far in this one. Closing down the gap to DeTulio. Christian Miles as well with a great run. Ryan did not have the best exit out of the double right-hander, and now he's going to fall under fire to Christian Miles in the TB Kart. Is he close enough? Not this time by, as more battling further back in the field. Gia Cicero trying to hold off Austin Garrison. Garrison looked for the move in a switchback city. Austin Garrison up in a P5. Gia Cicero on the inside of the double right-hander. Alex Stanfield over-under move on the both of them, and the TB Kart up into P5. What a move by Alex Stanfield. Took advantage of the RPG and the Speed Concepts racing machine of Austin Garrison fighting, and Alex Stanfield picking up the leftovers up in a P5 and his return back to the X30 seat. There goes Nicholas Terlecki looking for the move on Austin Garrison as well. Side by side, Peyton Phillips looks to go through as well, but just not close enough. And Alex Stanfield, wow, what a move. Are you kidding me? Goodness gracious here, Alex.
I gotta say, I spoke with Stanfield. We saw the interview, but I spoke with him, personally, and he had a smile walk into the grid. I mean, you could see the confidence from yesterday to today. It is a complete shift in the mind for him. He looks to be incredibly confident now with this piece of machinery underneath him. They've got all the gremlins sorted inside the top 5 already. I gotta say, I love what I'm seeing from Gia Cicero. Elbows out early in this one, not letting anybody push her around in this X30 Pro field. Maintaining a 6th place here, right on the bumper of Stanfield there. But how about it on the bumper? Speaking of which, Paulie Massimino all over the Inter-MS driver to the inside, late lunge through 14. He makes it stick, parks it on the apex when it matters. Massimino gives the signal to ADT, work with me. I think I have a piece underneath me to catch up to Miles and Norberg.
And that's the second time you've called a shot, right? Probably call you Mystic Alex Searle here, because you see these things before they even happen. So Paulie Massimino gets the move done on DeTulio. Up in a P3 for Paulie Massimino. Him and DeTulio now going to try and work together to catch right back up to Christian Miles in the TB Kart. There's Gia Cicero closing down the gap to Alex Stanfield. And there's Dalton Haynes, who has worked his way up to 12th with a little bit more work to do, just kind of lacking on lap time here. Fastest lap of the race, though, is for Austin Garrison, who's in 7th, a 52.993 for the Davie, Florida native there, who currently sits behind Gia Cicero there. And, we saw it last year with Elio Meza. When he started on the pole, he was just not used to the aggressiveness. And it could be the same thing here with Gia Cicero, starting so far up the field. You have a lot of hungry dogs behind you who want to get up. And one of them who made the move there is Austin Garrison, who got it done in turn number 14. So Austin Garrison up another spot and up in a 6th, who went purple in the process of 52.823 for the Davie, Florida native.
We mentioned it earlier on in the weekend yesterday, the chassis change for Garrison. You noticed a bit of a bend in the center of that chassis frame. Only 50 laps on that go-kart, but nonetheless, with how aggressive you have to drive Orlando, he had to do a chassis change. Middle of the day yesterday, he said nothing different between the two chassis. He feels really good. Terlecki to the inside there. He's going to make that stick. And, Peyton Phillips thought about a move there. Goes way wide. There's Donovan Bonilla. Not the start he would have wanted. Started at 4th. Down in 10th. Late lunge, not going to happen there. All sideways and crossed up is Peyton Phillips. Bonilla and Josh Holtz going to look for their way around Phillips anytime now.
Yeah, you see Dalton Haynes already closing down that gap to Josh Holtz here. So this is the battle for the edge of the top 10. Bonilla currently sits there as they continue to shuffle. And another fast lap of the race for Austin Garrison, who goes even quicker that time by a 52.590 for Austin Garrison, who continues to set in purple lap time after purple lap time. This is the battle on your screen, though, for Peyton Phillips and company. Ryan Norberg still pulling away from Christian Miles. Miles not able to contend with the speed that flying Ryan Norberg has here at the moment. For Bonilla, trying to fend off Peyton Phillips and Josh Holtz here, as well as Dalton Haynes, who looks to crack himself up into the top 10. Just not close enough side by side in between Phillips and Holtz. Phillips able to stay ahead of Josh Holtz here.
Yeah, staying ahead of Holtz, and now Phillips going to have to defend, doing everything he can. Doesn't seem to be confident with the cart that he has underneath him as it stands in this one. 6 laps complete of 10 in the books. Norberg pulling away from Miles, but how about it from Massimino, pulling away from DeTulio and catching up to the rear bumper of that neon green go-kart there. Paulie Massimino looks to be one of the drivers on a mission in this one. How about it for Garrison once again? purple lap time, 2/10 quicker than your leader. He has to be careful, though, because we have heard with these tires, I mean, they take a while to get up the pace. You get a couple of laps of the money lap, and then they start to fall off. So if Garrison isn't careful, he could overheat them. It'll be a tough rest of the day for him.
Yeah, definitely going to have to be conservative here for Austin Garrison, who continues to set in purple lap times. He's going almost 2/10 quicker than Ryan Norberg here at the moment, who's the second quickest driver on the racetrack here at the moment. For Alex Stanfield, his charge up the field has been quite stagnant. There goes Brandon Carr out of nowhere on Josh Holtz. All these drivers, a lot of big names, have found themselves outside of the top 10. The likes of Brandon Lemke and more, all just fighting for scraps here. Santi Fernandez working his way up. A lot of drivers. Harley Keeble, 21st, and I think he's out of this race, actually. So Harley Keeble, out of nowhere, out of the race, and just anybody's game here in X30 Senior, Alex.
Yeah, that must have happened in the middle of last lap, because he was 10th when he crossed the stripe on lap 7. Now, not even showing up here, 21st, and out of the X30 Pro heat number 1 here. In this one, it's Norberg ahead of Miles. There's Carr sending it in on Dalton Haynes, who, you know, made progress in this one up to 10th from 17th, but now he's having to fend off for 11th with Holtz. Then it's Lemke, and then it's Peyton Phillips there. So these are all big names in the X30 Pro field, fighting for the outside of the top 10 as Holtz to the inside, side-to-side contact between Haynes, Holtz, and Lemke. Here comes Phillips trying to stay into the top 14. Massimino round the outside of Christian Miles here. 2 to go, and Massimino to P2, DeTullio to P3.
You know, and Paulie Massimino's always said, he's like, man, I'm not the quickest, but I always make it fun. I always spice things up. And he's doing that just now. Talked to him 2 days ago. He's like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to be that quick this weekend. And I think he straight up lied to me, because he's currently second. But there goes DeTullio looking for the move on the inside of turn 6 in a switchback city. Christian Miles looks to go through as well. Almost 3 wide in between the 3 of them. Not close enough. Over under move, and well done. Oh, Christian Miles goes around. Contact in between him and Paulie Massimino. Christian Miles, what looked to be a fairy tale start to his X30 career, goes around in the double right-hander here at Speedsportz Racing Park in Houston. We have a big problem for Christian Miles, who went around.
Yeah, Christian Miles spun around there. I mean, I can't really decide what happened there. It looks like maybe, you know, just a racing incident between him and Massimino. Nonetheless, the lead for Norberg is as big as it's ever been all race long. DeTullio ahead of Massimino, ahead of Austin Garrison. That was the first lap all race long that he wasn't quicker than Norberg. It's because he had to slam on the brakes to avoid a spinning Christian Miles. But nonetheless, I think there's going to be big smiles underneath the helmet of that Speed Concepts driver, because he was undoubtedly the quickest driver on the racetrack throughout this one.
Yeah, undoubtedly the quickest for Austin Garrison, who's now with Paulie Massimino. The 2 ex-teammates, teacher and student, I guess you could say, for Paulie Massimino and Austin Garrison, who used to be both under the Speed Concepts Racing camp. As there goes Paulie, defensive on Austin Garrison. Gia Cicero closing down the gap to the 2 of them. Alex Stanfield not too far off, but all the while, Ryan Norberg off to a flying start here so far, and is set to take the win here in this heat race. So he wins. The battle further back, though, still side by side in between Massimino, Garrison, who gets shoved to the wayside. Alex Stanfield gets the move done, and Alex Stanfield up into P4 here. 4 wide further back, Dalton Haynes and more. One of the RPG Cosmics able to stay ahead. Peyton Phillips not able to get it done. So let's run you down your field here. Norberg with the win. DeTullio across the line second. Paulie Massimino third. Alex Stanfield fourth. Austin Garrison fifth. Gia Cicero sixth. Donovan Bonilla, good recovery drive after falling outside of the top 10. Up in a seventh. Nicholas Terlecki in eighth. Brandon Carr ninth. Christian Miles able to recover to 10th.
Yeah, what a run there for all these guys. Miles, unfortunately, the unlucky one in this one there in 10th. But how about his teammate Alex Stanfield? We saw Cicero just in the corner of the frame there as we were watching Norberg cross the stripe make a late lunge on Garrison. Couldn't make it stick, but all that battling gave Stanfield a 2-for-1 special in turn 14. So the TV car driver finishes in 4th for heat number 1. Stanfield definitely having a much better Saturday than Friday.
Yeah, very good start to the day here for Alex Stanfield and for a lot of these drivers, Ryan Norberg and more. It's been an action-packed first half of the day of racing from Speedsportz Racing Park. Action-packed, a lot of winners in this first heat race. Very good racing so far. I mean, Alex, walk me through your quick little morning recap so far, right? You've been down on the grid getting intel for us.
Yeah, I mean, it's been what we expected from Speedsportz, right? We saw it yesterday, or last year, should I say, when we came here, how hard it is to pull away. Some guys have been able to make it work, but more often than not, even if you get to the lead, the likes of whoever's second and third in every single category is able to get back up and make an attempt at a pass for the lead. So we saw it there in X30. Ryan was one of the only drivers so far to be able to pull away. We saw Turney do it last year.
Yeah.
So far, he's put the field on notice, but I think Austin Garrison might have something to say about it come feature racing tomorrow.
Yeah, I think if Austin Garrison can get the start later today, he can probably challenge Ryan Norberg for some heat race wins, right? So going to be all to play for here later on today. An action-packed weekend of racing. 265 drivers have made their way down south, deep in the heart of Texas, at Houston's high-speed playground, Speedsportz Racing Park. We're going to go to a quick lunch break, but when we come back, we have heats 2 and 3. So in 30 to an hour minutes time, we will be right back for more racing in heat number 2 and 3. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the United States Pro Kart Series. My name is Caleb Vieska, alongside me Alexander Searle and Xander Clements here this weekend as well, who will be back in the booth for heat 2 and 3. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this lunch break. races for the second half of action here at Speedsportz Racing Park. My name is Caleb Vieska, and alongside me here is Alexander Searle, who's been trackside getting us some intel. But our Micro Swifts had made their way onto the racetrack, and Kimo Ahmad already around here early. He was slated to start further up the field, so unfortunately, hopefully Ahmad can get going here and up into the racetrack here in this one, as the driver's already getting set to go green. It was Santiago Orioli who's starting on the pole position, but it was Zane Burgess who picked up the leftovers at the end of the first heat race, and more carnage. Camila Canache and company, more and more get collected here in this one, and Canache pointing emphatically to hold on and wait for them to get set up here again. But an action-packed day of racing so far all around. Zane Burgess, the flying Jamaican, was able to get the win earlier today, and he looks to repeat here in this second one. Marcelo Flores looking for a much better heat race than what he had earlier today, and there goes Orioli in between our grid guy and some drivers continuing to stay stuck together, and I really doubt we're going to get the green flag here to start this one off. And yeah, yellow flag. So let's run you down your starting lineup here in Micro Swift. Santiago Orioli starting alongside the young island boy of Win Gottschalk on the front row. Jake Manalio and the Team Ferris Racing Machine starting third. It's Suarez in fourth, Flores fifth, with Sterling Mulata on the third row. Zane Burgess and Collins starting on the fourth row. Mazzucchello and Leo Zamoni rounding up your top 10 here in Micro Swift. As we give it one more go, and more carnage. That's the 98 who's around here. More and more carnage, Alex, before we even get started.
Yeah, hectic stuff. I mean, it looks like Heat 1 again for these young kids, the youngest here at the USPKS Speedsportz round number 1. You know, we saw, like you mentioned, there's the 67 off the racetrack as well. So many go-karts. They're dropping like flies out here, Caleb. But you mentioned it, right? The first heat was pretty chaotic. You know, our pole sitter, Santiago Orioli there, didn't get the finish. We saw Burgess from 5th to 1st in one lap with all the battling that we saw, the contact that we saw throughout the field. A bunch of drivers picking up the pieces, like you said, with Burgess coming out on top in that first heat race. So now with Orioli, he has a DNF that he has to come back from. Even though he's on pole position for all the heat races, a DNF is not going to bode well when it comes down to feature racing in terms of where he's going to have to start tomorrow on Sunday. But nonetheless, his focus is on getting a cleaner race in this one.
Yeah, it needs to be perfect for the rest of the day for Santiago Orioli if he wants a good start in tomorrow's main event. We give it another go, and it's going to be Santiago Orioli who leads Win Gottschalk to the green flag. Here, are we going to get it? We do, and we are racing here in Micro Swift. Orioli with a good start, as well as Manalio, who's already up in a P2. Flores looking to get the move done on Gottschalk. He's able to get it done. Burgess up in a P4, but not for long, because the island boy looks to get him back. Not close enough for the young man from Curacao, but he is able to get ahead. So Win Gottschalk up in a P4, Burgess side by side, wheel to wheel, door to door, 4, almost 5 wide, down this back straightaway further back in the field. But it's still a new leader for the first time this weekend, Jake Manalio and the Team Ferris Racing Machine, who leads us away here, Alex.
Yeah, it's Manalio ahead of Orioli, ahead of Leo. Simone, I believe, they're in no, that's not Simone, sorry, that is Suarez. So Flores in third there. Then it's Burgess, a great start, just like he did in Heat 1, up into 4th position ahead of Win Gottschalk there, down in 6th position now on board the Benix. So it is Manalio ahead of Orioli, like we mentioned, trying to get a better start to the weekend. Unlike what happened in Heat number 1, there was a move further back there. That was Flores there making a move now on, Suarez on Burgess. So it's all shuffled in the first opening lap and a half here in Micro Swift. Like you said, new leader for the first time all weekend. Manalio is going to have to fend off the fast flying Orioli there, who didn't get to finish the first heat race.
Yeah, so wasn't able to finish the first heat race after throttle cable issues, but there's Zane Burgess on the inside of Win Gottschalk. Can he get it done? Yeah, he was close enough, and he did get it done. Gottschalk thought about doing the over-under move, but it ended up hurting him because Suarez was able to get ahead there of Gottschalk. So he loses a spot. Mazzucchello as well. For Gottschalk, he's going to fall under fire to Mazzucchello here shortly. His teammate of Sterling Mulata a little bit further back as there is Suarez drops the tire, but is ahead now of Godshock and Mazzucchello right behind them. So the three of them going to have to work together, but Godshock not going to work with them. Godshock and the Bennett right ahead here once again of Suarez, and they're going to look ahead to try and catch up to the likes of Zane Burgess, Marcelo Flores, Santiago Orioli, and Jake Manalio. A lot of different nationalities here this weekend. Orioli from Argentina, Marcelo Flores from Mexico, Zane Burgess from Jamaica, Godshock from Curacao, and more all the way through. Kimo Ahmad from Egypt, and there is Orioli on the inside. Gets the move done on Manalio, who looks to go back and Switchback City. Not close enough. Marcelo Flores able to get it done here once again, Alex.
Yeah, I want to move from Flores. It's third to first there for Manalio. And here comes Zane Burgess. It looks like a repeat for heat number 1 for him. He spent the entirety of that one trying to get up to the front of the field, and he made it work with a win in heat 1. So right now he's playing with a little bit more less to lose, should I say, in this one, with having a good finish, unlike Orioli, who could use a win and some to ensure a decent starting spot in tomorrow's races. So for Orioli, pulling away so far ahead of Flores, ahead of Manalio, ahead of Burgess. It's these four have broken away from the likes of Godshock, Suarez, Mazzucchello, Collins, Westbrook, and Ahmad. Looking further down the field, a bunch of drivers have been shuffled around there. I think Leo Simone's been pushed around outside the top 10 as well. He didn't have a good first heat, not a good second heat so far for him. Inside and through. Flores back to the point there. Orioli having to see if he can get back through, and not going to happen through Switchback City. When Godshock has carried Suarez up to the front, this 4-car train has become 6 now, Caleb.
Yeah, 6 carts have joined the party here in the battle for the lead in this Micro Swift class. Anybody looking for a move? Not close enough as of yet for Santiago Orioli to challenge the kid from Mexico, but he drops the tire and loses a whole lot of time to Santiago Orioli behind. The young Jamaican right behind them is going to look for a move. Wasn't close enough that time by for Zane Burgess. A lot of nationalities, a lot of drivers all fighting for Micro Swift glory in the second heat race here. Flores still leads in his SLA Kart Republic from Santiago Orioli. It's Burgess there in third, looks to remove, not close enough to get it done. Godshock there, down the inside into turn number 4. A crazy move and a wild move. The first time we've seen a move into that corner here this weekend. Had a great run, and Godshock gets the move done with a good run down the back straightaway. A better run, though, for Santiago Orioli. Down the inside on Marcelo Flores. Burgess going to get through as well, side by side, in between Burgess and Flores. Burgess able to stay ahead, and I think this is the closest mini Swift race that we've seen in a very long time, all year, Alex.
Yeah, these 8 to 12-year-olds putting on a show as per usual in the Micro Swift category. Burgess to the inside and through on Flores. Here comes Win Godshock, giving Flores a side pod, can't make it stick. Flores from first to third in 1 lap. Halfway home here in the Micro Swift heat number 2. Orioli with the biggest advantage we've seen all race long. Manalio back to the inside on Godshock. Godshock looking for the over-under out of 14. It might happen, especially with the help of Suarez. Halfway, says the flagman Porter. Down the front straightaway through turns 1 and 2. Manalio trying to hold on. Can't make it happen. Loses 2 spots to Godshock and Suarez. So Manalio falls back to 6th. And look behind. That's Mikey Collins and Mazzucchello. They're in the mix now. We're about to have an 8-car battle for the lead. Burgess looks over his shoulder, driving with his mirrors now to make sure that Flores can't get around him. This is going to give Orioli a huge advantage through turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, there's battling further back on the edge of this group here, where more and more drivers continuing to shuffle through side by side for the back. That's Sterling Mulata and Kimo Ahmad in the group behind this one. But a lot of drivers getting set to join the party as they continue to fight, elbows out, racing all the way through, shuffling and jockeying for position the entire way. Godshock still in 4th with Suarez behind him. The two of them have been working together. They work to get ahead of Manalio. And let's see if they work together to get ahead of Flores. It's going to be Godshock who gets the move done. May have sent it a little too deep because Flores has a good run. And there's Suarez going to push Flores through as well. Godshock now. Suarez a little bit out of line. Too wide into the first couple of corners. And Flores able to stay ahead of Suarez and Godshock here.
Yeah, crazy stuff as wow. Godshock tried the move he did last lap. It's not going to work, and there's contact between the two. Somehow, someway, Flores is still facing the right direction and didn't lose a spot. However, Godshock will lose a spot to Suarez and potentially Manalio there in the 91 machine. Not going to happen. Godshock's going to hold on to at least only lose 1 spot with that crazy contact through with Flores there. Godshock, the only driver we've seen all weekend even try the move in turn 3. It worked once. It didn't work this time around
it's going to cost him a spot there. We see Suarez hand in the air, frustrated with the drivers around him. You know, he probably wishes that they were working together more with how much of a train they have. They have the advantage speed-wise if they just work together and stopped passing, but when Gottschalk back to the inside in turn 14, that's not going to help their case at a chance at a victory here.
Yeah, everybody wanting to stay ahead, and all the mechanics pointing to their kids emphatically to push forward and not let Santiago Orioli run away with this win. You can't forget, right, Orioli, issues for him in the first heat race is pretty much putting him out of contention for the pole position. He needs to be perfect, and he's doing just that here in this heat race. Zane Burgess, the closest one to challenge, but a couple of car lengths back. When Gottschalk and Flores side by side once again. Gottschalk able to get ahead of Marcelo Flores. Can he stay ahead? Not enough. And Switchback City with a population of 6 on your screen. Gottschalk once again on the interior double right-hander. Over-under move for Flores. Action-packed racing. This is Kart Chaser Kids, Alex, and it's super, super good racing. There goes Gottschalk again on the inside of the belt buckle. An all-Western duel in between some of the youngest drivers here this weekend, from ages all the way down to 6, up into 9 and 10 years old. So good to see all this action-packed racing so far, Alex.
Yeah, we're getting ready to see 2 to go in the air. There it is, 2 laps remaining. Orioli has a big lead over Burgess, who has nothing to worry about behind him because they're going to fight for third. It's Gottschalk versus Flores through turns 1 and 2. Here comes Suarez and Mikey Collins on board the U-Race machine there in P6 and climbing even more. He's been able to, you know, make amends and take advantage of some of the aggressive driving we've seen further up the field there. No one's going to even peek a nose when Gottschalk there late apex of thoughts for a moment there that Flores is going to sneak a nose in, but not going to happen. Suarez got a good run through Switchback City. No one making a move here. This is the first lap in 9 laps that no one's even attempted a move through the first couple of corners of this racetrack here, Caleb. 1.5 laps to go. There goes Manalio to the inside. Going to get the side pod to Mikey Collins. Side door to door here through turn 11 there, but not going to happen. He's going to hold on to 6th place there. Orioli still a big lead. I thought Flores is going to send on a win Gottschalk there, but he's going to have to set up now as white flag in the air for Orioli and Burgess. Looks over his shoulder. It's Win Gottschalk versus Flores for 3rd place.
Win Gottschalk and Marcelo Flores. It's the island of Curacao against Mexico here for the last of the podium places in this second heat. Gottschalk trying to fend off Marcelo Flores, who had an unfortunate end to his first heat race, and just like Orioli, he needs to be perfect here. Manalio there looks for a move on one of the Saudi Racing USA machines. Manalio able to get it done. A little bit wide there, though, for Manalio, who's able to stay ahead here. So good there by Manalio, who's able to stay ahead of Mikey Collins. But for Gottschalk, closing down the gap little by little to Zane Burgess at a kart length and closing. Is Gottschalk going to be close enough? Burgess going defensive. He knows that the young guy from Curacao is closing down that gap. Is Gottschalk close enough? Side by side, Mikey Collins and Mazzaculo not close enough. All the while, Santiago Orioli has been perfect in this heat race, kept his nose clean, and is going to take the win in heat race number 1. The battle for second still heating up. Gottschalk 4 wide across the line. It's Zane Burgess who crosses second. Win Gottschalk in 3rd. Miguel Suarez in 4th. Marcelo Flores 5th. Manalio in 6th. Mikey Collins 7th. Mazzaculo 8th. Lawrence Perriman 9th. And Kimo Ahmad rounding up your top 10 with more and more side-by-side action in Micro Sweat.
Unreal stuff there to finish that one. Orioli with the win. Burgess somehow, some way, holds on to P2. They were 4 abreast, crossing the stripe ahead of Win Gottschalk in 3rd. Miguel Suarez, Marcelo Flores rounds out your top 5. And Manalio, who led a couple laps, rounds out your top 6. Mikey Collins, Mazzaculo, Perriman, Ahmad, and rounding out your top 10 in the Micro Swift class. Unreal stuff here. And before we go, it's KA100 Junior Racing for heat number 2 coming up next after this break.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Well, issues early on for these KA100 Juniors. Diego Ardiles, your pole man around here on the exit of the grid. But let's run you down your field here in KA100 Junior. It's an all RPG row number 1. Ardiles and Chico Brown starting on the front row. Garzone and Davin Roberts starting on row 2. It's Tyler Roberts and Ethan Tovo on row 3. Marco Romero and Medeiros, Herrera, Martinez, Peramo, Jackson Young, Pettit, Ibarra, Trammell, Dio, Weinberg, Klein, Cagle, and Calderon, rounding up your first 10 rows. Tristan Murphy, Trejo, Zerves, Barry, Varile, Christia, Holbrook, Malo, Wargo, Saraki, Thermoswamy, Thomas, Gonzalez, and Lillian Scarborough, all slated to start here in heats A versus C. Wow, that was a handful, Alex, I won't lie.
All right. Like you mentioned, RPG front row. They've been incredibly quick in every class they have been a part of here. Let's hope the teammates can stay disconnected through the first couple of corners. Unfortunate in Orlando what happened with the teammates colliding. Nonetheless, green flag in the air. Ardiles gets a good start ahead of Garzone. And that's Davin Roberts pushing Chico Brown out the way. Marco Romero, what a start. He's up in the 4th. Ooh. A couple drivers way off, doing some corner cutting there. Not going to do any favors for them in this heat race. They're essentially out of this one now. Chico Brown way back in this one. 6th already for him after starting on the front row. Marco Romero way to the bottom of the racetrack to hold on to that 4th place. Chico Brown trying to find any way possible to get an over-under move. Not going to happen. Romero opens the door, and Tovo says, thank you very much. I'll take that one.
Thank you very much. And Tovo goes through there. Herrera goes through there, and there goes Chico Brown on the inside, able to get it done on Herrera. And back up to P4 for Chico Brown. And what was a good start for young Marco Romero. He, with some work to do there, as a move by one of the RPMs. That's Davin Roberts on the inside of Marco Romero, who's probably one of the youngest drivers in this field here, and one of the smallest. That's Chico Brown and Tyler Roberts, Herrera, Davin Roberts, and Romero, who falls back to 7th. Ardiles still leads from Sebastian Garzone here in this one, Alex.
Yeah, dream start there for Ardiles. He was spun around at the exit of the pits, but so far so good for him. Further back, it's one of the Speed Concepts drivers making a move on Romero. That's Tovo trying to get through Romero. Look for the crossover now. Romero, whoa, late lunge there for the 840. That's Jose Paramo moving Martinez out of the way. And now Martinez getting passed by Jackson Young there for 10th place. Back up front, the top 3 starting to pull away ahead of Chico Brown. Inside and through for Ethan Tovo ahead of Marco Romero. Huge squabble go-karts here outside your top 10, unlike what we're seeing here for your top 6 karts there. Good move for Davin Roberts, back through on Herrera, up into the top 5. It wasn't a great start for Davin. He was moved outside the top 8 at the end of the opening couple of corners now. Side by side further back, Romero fighting with Jose Paramo there on the Orsalon. And way wide, Paramo almost lost the rear of the go-kart. Romero back through. This is Marco Romero. This is one of the best weekends I've seen for him in the junior category. Still getting used to the chassis, but nonetheless looking so far so good for Marco.
Yeah, and I mean, you're talking about looking, right? I'm not even sure if he can really see over that steering wheel. He doesn't even have to duck. His head is completely even with that front fairing on his Fernando Alonso Kart Republic. But Marco Romero muscling that go-kart around and putting it up into the top 10 as Paramo looks for the move down the inside. And I think Paramo was able to get clear. He was able to get clear on Marco Romero as Ardiles falling under fire to Sebastian Garzone, who continues to look for a move here but hasn't been close enough to get it done. Behind them, it's Tyler Roberts in third. Chico Brown is up in a fourth and closing down the gap to the Trackside Karting Services GFC in P3 here at the moment. Davin Roberts just went quickest of 55.603 for the Ryan Perry Motorsports entry of Davin Roberts, who currently sits in fifth with Herrera right behind him, and Ethan Tobo further behind. They go 3 wide into turn number 6, Switchback City, and welcome in for Sebastian Garzon, who takes the lead of the race. Tyler Roberts went through as well. Ardiles going to try and go back on him. He does. Chico Brown gets through as well. So Brown up in a P3, and Diego Ardiles back to second.
Yeah, Garzon through, Ardiles through. Tyler Roberts thought for a second he's going to have a chance at a lead. He's looking at a P4 position as it stands, 4 laps into a 10-lap heat number 2 here. Roberts gets to the back of Chico Brown, moves him up the racetrack. Roberts is through, the GFC driver back into P3. Chico Brown to 4th, Davin Roberts 5th, and then in 6th, that's Herrera. It's a 6-car breakaway out front. Then it's a huge gap back to Ethan Tovo in 7th, but if they keep fighting the way they are, it could be an even larger train here now through turns 3, 4, and 5 down the back straightaway. Garzon has a decent advantage, but as we know, what we've learned in heat number 1, it is hard to pull away in the KA class. Here comes Ardiles with the help of Tyler Roberts. They're going to go through. Garzon's going to try to hold on to P2. Wow. That was a very impressive from Garzon to hold on to P2, and Chico Brown hooked bumpers for a moment with Tyler Roberts. It's going to pay off for him in the long run there to make up a spot up into 3rd. Roberts, the biggest loser in this one, down into 6th, and Davin Roberts now is up into 5th.
Yes, and Chico with a lot of momentum through that turn 6 and 7 complex was able to get the move done on Tyler Roberts, but unfortunately for Roberts, lost a couple of spots as they went door to door there, and Roberts on the bad end of the stick on that one. So unfortunate there for Roberts, but isn't too bad at the moment. He's slated to cross the line here in 6th, so not too bad. It's still Ardiles who leads from Sebastian Garzon, but Chico Brown is definitely going to mix it up with the two of them as Chico looking to help his teammate out and split them up and get Chico closer to a heat race victory. There goes Davin Roberts on the inside of Herrera. He's able to get it done, so Davin Roberts gets the move done into turn number 6. Roberts up another spot and up in a P4 here. Roberts had his breakout win last year at the Stars Championship Series, but hasn't able to get a win this year or after that at the United States Pro Kart Series or at the Screws Up Pro Tour, and he looks to change that here this weekend in Texas. He's tested out here a lot, done a lot of laps around this place, and looks to go 3 spots better when it comes to Sunday to put himself on top of the box.
Yeah, Davin Roberts looking good so far on board the RPM. Out front, it's Ardiles ahead of Garzon. Chico Brown is absolutely flying, but not as quick as Davin Roberts, who was purple last time by, less than a second away from the lead. He sits in 4th, but Chico Brown now is in the drafting range of Garzon, but so is Garzon on Ardiles. Garzon looks back. He might make a move here into turn number 5. Not going to happen. 7 laps into a 10-lap heat number 2. So far, Garzon's not making a move, but Turner Brown thought about it, but Garzon's through. Garzon to the lead now ahead of Ardiles, and Turner Brown is right in the mix with Davin Roberts. That's going to bring Herrera back in the mix too. It's a 2-car breakaway out front with Chico Brown bringing the RPM driver up front.
Oh, there goes Davin Roberts on the inside of Chico Brown. Roberts up in a P3 here and continuing to work his way further and further up the field. He's currently the fastest man on track, a 55.472 for Davin Roberts. He closes down the gap to Ardiles, currently sits at 4 kart lengths in between the two of them with, I think, 2 or 3 laps to go left in this race here. Sorry, 3 laps to go left in this race. It's Garzon who leads from Ardiles, who looks to have a good run out of the exit of the double right-hander. Is Ardiles going to be close enough to challenge Garzon? A monster draft on the back straightaway. Is Ardiles going to go? Is he going to decide to wait? He's going to wait. Roberts, though, can get closer and closer with the help of Chico Brown, who continues to push him up forward and closer to the likes of Diego Ardiles and Sebastian Garzon here, Alex.
Yeah, right now Ardiles is in the best spots, in my opinion. He's in the driver's seat because to be in second is Roberts. The same move as he did on Chico Brown, he does on Ardiles. Move the RPM driver to P2. And now Ardiles thought about a move into the fast turn number 13. Not going to happen. Whoa! Wow. What a move. Davin Roberts late on the brakes, later than Garzon. 2 to go in the air, and Davin Roberts 2 for 1 in this one.
Davin Roberts, 2 moves in 1 lap. 2 laps to go, and officially crunch time for these boys and girls. Davin Roberts leads us away in his Ryan Perry Motorsports machine. He's been absolutely flying the entire race with the fastest lap of the race. He goes defensive to the bottom of the racetrack. Garzone going to follow him through. Around the outside, Chico Brown. Is it going to stick? He's on the inside of the Switchback City. He gets it done. 3 wide on exit. Diego Ardiles fights for the lead of the race here with Chico Brown. They continue to fight, shuffling for position. 3 wide for the lead. Garzone ahead for a second. Chico Brown goes through and back to the point of the field. Bottom of the racetrack, Tyler Roberts looks to get the move done on Garzone. Not close enough as of yet. Roberts loses 3 spots in that lap. With more and more drivers, Ardiles finds himself outside of the top 5 here at the moment. Tovo looking to mix it up here with these guys. Herrera as well, mixing their way through. When they cross the line, it's going to be the white flag in the air. And for the final time, Chico Brown still leads us away. Garzone in second, Davin Roberts in third, Tyler Roberts in fourth, Herrera fifth, and Diego Ardiles go all the way back to sixth after battling for the lead in that one. They went 3, even 4 wide at one point for the final time into the turn 6 complex in the second heat race. Chico Brown to the bottom of the racetrack. Garzone pulls out wide, looking to get the over-under move, not close enough. Was going to go back out to the outside, but knew that Davin Roberts was going to be there to stuff him in turn number 7, Alex.
Yeah, Chico Brown still leads on Garzone, but it's about a 10-car train out front KA Junior. Chico Brown's going to have to go to the bottom of the racetrack for the remaining 5 laps here at Speedsportz. Who's going to go lower than Chico? Nobody. They all follow him through. Ardiles fighting for 7th. He was first last time around. It's Brown, looks over his shoulder. 3 corners to navigate to get the second heat race victory. Wow! Garzone through, crossed over. Here comes Davin Roberts side by side with Chico Brown. It's going to be Sebastian Garzone taking the victory. Who's going to get second? Davin Roberts ahead of Turner Brown. Herrera takes 4th, contacts further back with one of the GFCs and one of the RPG drivers. But nonetheless, rounding out your top 5 is Tyler Roberts. Ardiles comes home in 6th. Jose Paramo, Jackson Young, Ethan Tovo, Carson Weinberg rounds out your top 10.
Wow, what a race did we just witness here, Alex. Action-packed, and guess what? That's not even all of the KA100 Juniors that just finished that one off. We get set for the second group with Enzo Vidmontian and company getting slated to start here shortly. With pickup getting underway, that was action-packed, and I'm pretty sure Kart Chaser Kids is going to have a field day with all the action that went on during that one. But we'll be right back and catch up with the second group of these KA100 Juniors. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the United States Pro Kart Series.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, And Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready? Welcome back to Speedsportz Racing Park here in New Caney, Texas. And already, I don't know if you can set the bar any higher than those KA Juniors did in that first group for A&C. But B&D on the racetrack here, Enzo Vidmontien, Peyton Westcott, the rest of the field all the way through. And they're already to the lights, but we're not going to get it on the first time by. So we'll send them around again. It at least gives me and Alex time to catch our breath a little bit longer after that crazy final heat race and go through the rest of the lineup with Fausto Ornato and Ty Fisher on row 2.
Yeah, row number 3, Gage Bailey, Jackson Wolney. Then is Dean Peterson, Martin Gemarillo in row number 4. Rounding out your top 10 is Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Luke Tall. Then it's row 6, Benyam Abernathy and Chase Gassiet-Lee, who got his maiden national podium in Orlando a few weeks ago. Then is Salvador Della Vecchia and Alexander Vanchev, Nathan Dupuis, Eric Doan, Michael McGoy, Roberto Renderos, Davis Henry, and Bronson Costas, rounding out your top 20 for the B versus D, heat number 2 in KA Junior.
Still a bunch more that'll start a little further down the grid. Again, 33 and 34 total in each of these heat races. This one, the 33 driver heat, all the way towards the back of the field. A few made some big runs forward. Let's see if they can do it again in heat number 2. This time, lights out. We're racing down to turn number 1. Enzo Vidmontien with a good start. Arnaudo going to get into second. Peyton Westcott over into third, and they'll rocket up the bank through turns 4 and 5 and head down the backstretch to get to full song for the first time in heat number 2. They are low lining it for about 5th on back. Now they're going to do it 2nd on back. Arnaudo covering from Westcott to Fisher. Jackson Wolney low on the inside and clear on Gage Bailey, who slots in line somewhere in the middle just behind him, although he's going to lose another spot as Jaramillo gets through. So big lead to start, and a Kart Republic 1-2 TKG Inter MS from Vidmontien to Arnaudo, and Ty Fisher down the inside and clear on Peyton Westcott for 3rd. He'll take that spot away through the belt buckle.
Good lunge for Ty Fisher there, moves Westcott back. 5-car breakaway out front. Here's a Nash Motorsports little train trying to get through there on Gage Bailey. Bailey started inside your top 4, getting pushed around here in the opening lap. That's Gassiet-Lee and Abernathy trying to get around the GFC driver there, who's pushed outside your top 7 and 8th. Up front, like you mentioned, Kart Republic 1-2 with Enzo of Vidmontien with a dream starts now with Arnaudo having to hold off the TV kart of Ty Fisher up on the wheel down the back straightaway here. Let's see if Fisher makes a late lunge. He's going to go clear. It's a draft city here in KA Junior. Ty Fisher's through. Westcott now having to defend from Jackson Wolney.
Yeah, she's got a little pressure there. Wolney close enough, but not quite close to send an overzealous move in the double right. They've all got to try and just see if they can hunt down this kid. Enzo Vidmontien's lead last time was 6.5 tenths. I bet it's around 7 or 8 now, back to Ty Fisher. They've got some separation to that next group, though. Luke Tall worked his way past Martin Jaramillo for 6th, and that's cost them a lot of time. You can see the top 5 battling. Westcott there at corner of the screen going by on Arnaudo, but Luke Tall leads Jaramillo, Bailey, Dean Peterson, who crashed in the opening heat. He's trying to get at least some kind of points here in this one as they're side-by-side further back outside the top 10. This next group here, this is Luke Tall against 6th, all the way back to Dean Peterson in 9th, and then it's about a second away to find where Chase Gassiet-Lee has fallen behind Alexander Vanchev and Tyrone Kemper Jr. There's a move with Bailey on Jaramillo. He'll get through, and Peterson not able to follow. He'll tuck back in coming out of turn number 7. So last time, 6 tenths. The time before, 6 tenths. Ty Fisher looking pretty racy early on that Race Lab TV kart ahead of Peyton Westcott. Let's see if the two of them can start to track down the race leader as Jaramillo with a big send on Bailey. Peterson still just trapped behind the two of them. Oh, up and onto the left rear tire of Gage Bailey there as he tried to tuck back in line, and more problems. Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Nathan Dupuis, two drivers that had top 10, top 15 results and pace in the first heat race, are stuck together along with one more. That is the 805 MPG Motorsports entry of Caleb Tartar. So that was all in the mix in the mid-teens and push into the top 10. Kemper Jr. was just around 11th or 12th along with Dupuis. So an unfortunate early exit to the madness here in Heat 2 as Westcott going by on Arnaudo, who had just got back around her. Now Jackson Wolney to the inside, and nobody has the pace right now of Enzo Vidmontien, Alex. Last time by half a tenth better than Ty Fisher, and I think Fisher's still a little bit better than the rest of this group right now too, because they haven't necessarily gotten to his bumper. That's why the battling's been back here, like with Dean Peterson trying to hang tough on the outside of Jaramillo there in the hairpin. Jaramillo getting through barely, and I think he got clear on him. Luke Tall now with a big gap. Gage Bailey trying to get around both of them. Just a lot of hard elbows out racing early that you can see the gap is tremendous back from Chase Gassey at Lee at the end of this train. Him and Vanchev 10th and 11th. I mean, they've got 4 seconds to the next one. That pack is already 2 seconds back from Luke Tall. So the separation in speed is a little deceiving. It's not this spread out in the field. There's just that much passing going on here at Speedsportz.
Yeah, for sure. It's getting aggressive here. I mean, these guys have essentially given up on any chance at a top 6 here with how aggressive they are. Gassey at Lee making it 3 wide. Bailey and Hamarillo go around there, and now Bailey's doing donuts in the dirt, trying to get back to the power and make amends for any positions he can get there. The 827, unfortunately, is going to be out of this one. How about it for Ty Fisher in P2? I think the best thing that could have happened to Ty is Peyton Westcott getting behind him, because she seemingly is the quickest now in this group. She's been able to get to the bumper of Fisher last time around 2 tenths faster than Enzo. Now that 2 are able to work together and finally stop battling for third, they can now work together with 4.5 laps to go and catch up to Enzo Vidmontien.
Yeah, they've got an outside shot here. 4.5 to go as they rocket down the backstretch. Westcott pushing away with Ty Fisher. They made up a lot of ground right there down to turn 6. Jackson Wolney and Fausto Arnaudo riding along as Arnaudo sends it on Wolney there in 7. He gets through. They've traded spots there, like you said, 3rd, 4th, and 5th quite a bit, but thankfully Westcott has showed some patience as she's gotten back to Ty's bumper, and they are almost there here in just about a lap. We'll be ready to fight for the win. Enzo Vidmontien not going to be able to be running away with it for every lap. He's got company now just a car length back as we come to see 4 laps to go, this time by 6 in the books of this 10-lap heat race.
Yeah, this has been a breakout year for Ty Fisher. He was incredibly quick in Orlando. More of the same here in Speedsportz. He has a pretty good junior campaign going on, looking to go into cars this year, doing some Skip Barber driving as well, but nonetheless still in karts and still flying on board the TB kart machine. Now he's close enough to potentially make a lunge on the back straightaway with the help of Westcott. Looks over his shoulder to see if he has any help, and he does. Nothing going to happen yet. 3.5 laps remaining. 5 karts are in the mix here with Luke Tall just out of frame as it stands in 6th on board the Sodi kart. But Ty Fisher now, with help from the RPG driver, has a chance in this one. Ends up about the end. Still, about a tenth quicker if it came down to a 1-lap shootout. But Westcott, she thinks she's faster than Fisher. She's going to give her shots now at a chance at a victory.
Well, that was really perfectly timed for Peyton Westcott. Push Ty along. Leapfrog now, get yourself into 2nd and try to run forward, but she blew that corner a little bit in the last turn, and the rule normally is you miss 1 turn, you get past. So Westcott, she needs to make up for that right here and get a great run through these S's. Decent through 2, a little bit narrow through 3, still needs a good launch on the straightaway to stay close to Vidmontien and keep the trust back to Ty Fisher, because otherwise he'll go right back in on her. Down the backstretch, big run for Peyton. I don't think she's going to be close enough, but she's right back to the bumper of Enzo now as she leads this train. Fisher still being smart. He's staying in line. Unfortunately, Arnaudo not wanting to work together. He dive bombs for 7, gives Westcott a little gap, and ultimately Fausto loses out the worst of it as Wolney slips through.
Yeah, Wolney through on Arnaudo there, and now it's going to give a bit of a gap, bit of a buffer now between Fisher and Westcott, but Westcott looks to be quicker now than Enzo. Tires finally coming into play here. They're going to see 2 to go when they cross the stripe this time around through 13 and 14. Enzo goes way wide through 14 now. It's going to give him a decent run, though, on the front straightaway, but Westcott all over the rear bumper. 2 laps to go, says our flagman. Porter there through turns 2 and 3. Now Fisher getting pushed around by Jackson Wolney. Wolney, one of the quickest guys all year long in this junior class. This has also been a breakout for him as well under SCR Red Speed there. Enzo Vidmontien up on the wheel. Westcott going to push him away. Really smart driving from her not to cause any battles. Wolney the inside on Fisher. He's going to push him way wide and make that move stick. Look for the crossover now from Fausto Arnaudo. They're going to go side by side through the short chute now to the double right-hander, but Fisher has the better run out. Side by side on the exit there. They're going to lose a lot of ground now to your top 3.
Yeah, let's see if Fausto tries to send it back. He does with a big lunge there in the buckle. Fisher over under, still door to door down the straightaway into the boot. Fisher will get the spot again. Let's see if Fausto tries him in the last turn. He doesn't. Fisher covers that off, but a little deep. Fausto's got a nose down low, and now they're going to race down the straightaway. Ty should have the advantage coming to the white flag. They're going to fight for fourth. Woolney alone in third. The leaders waiting to see this battle. Peyton Westcott and all the runs that she's had and the good qualifying efforts. This would be a big boost of confidence if she could take down Enzo Vidmontien in this heat race. Here she goes, inside looking. Vidmontien going to let her go into sixth. No, he'll try and run the outside. Westcott being nice, still giving him room. Didn't go deep enough. Needed to go deeper there. Vidmontien now going to cover it off in the double right. Can't get over under. He parked it enough on the apex. Over to the buckle, let's see. He's going to go all the way low here, maybe a car length off the bottom. Westcott, nothing but following there through the hairpin. Here comes Jackson Woolney, and now to the last turn. Enzo's done it already once today. Let's see if he can fend him off again. Inside, last corner. Westcott trying to maybe over under, but she won't have the run. Give it to Enzo Vidmontien for groups B and D here in heat number 2. Peyton Westcott second, Jackson Woolney third. And at the line, Ty Fisher wins out on the battle against Arnaudo, and he ends up losing a spot to Luke Tall. Then Peterson with a good recovery and a much-needed race here in heat number 2 over Vanchev, Gassiet Lee, Renderos, and the rest of the groups coming across the line in a really battle-packed second heat race here for KA100 Junior.
Yeah, hectic stuff there. Crazy battles all the way through top 10, really top 15. We saw some contact throughout the field, but nonetheless, Vidmontien is able to hold off a hard-charging Peyton Westcott there in the closing couple of laps there with Woolney. A solid top 3. Ty Fisher, with all that battling, was 2.5 seconds behind when it was all said and done. Goes to show you how much time you lose when you actually battle throughout this racetrack. And then Luke Tall was all on his lonesome for about 9.5 laps, was given a lifeline when Arnaudo and Fisher decided to battle out for a lap and a half, and it gave Luke Tall a free position in 5th, Arnaudo down in 6th, and like you said with Peterson, a good comeback recovery there on the National Motorsports EOS machine to finish in 7th.
Further back, we did see across the line Nathan Dupuis and Tyrone Kemper Jr. finished, but outside the top 15 after their collision early on here in this heat race. There was a lot of attrition, honestly, in that KA Junior heat. If you look at the back markers there that faded outside the top 15 on your screen, it was quite a few big names further back down the field. Of course, only to 30th for Tyrone, 31st for Nathan Dupuis. The rest of the group in there, Benham Abernathy kind of stayed around even earlier. We mistook him for Deacon Peterson. Nathan Golseth picks up a couple, ends up 16th. We know that danger zone is outside of 22nd. That's where you find Amelia Gus Wunderl, Davis Henry on back. Gage Bailey, after going off, able to get back going. He rebounds to 26th. Martin Jaramillo, he got a lot more back. He was able to get back to 17th. So not a good heat for any of those names listed, and puts them in a bit of a pressure cooker situation come the final heat later this afternoon. Joining them will be Caleb Tarter and Arthur Barbe, who also failed to finish in this second heat race. But there it is for the juniors. They're parked for the next 2 hours. KA Senior set to roll here in a few moments when the track gets cleared up from New Caney, Texas. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the U.S. Pro Kart Series here from Speedsportz Racing Park in Houston. We'll be right back.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. Based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Welcome back here to Speedsportz, round 1 of the US Pro Kart Series. This is heat number 2 for KA100 Senior. This is groups A versus C. Let's quickly run you through your top 10. It's Jake Drew and Blake Nash, Landon Skinner, Donovan Bonilla, Keegan Kaminsky, Austin Olds, Adrian Cruz, Christian Miles, Alan Isambard, Cameron Weinberg, Peyton Phillips, and Steven Miller rounds out your top 6 rows here in the KA Senior class. Xander.
Vinny Miskelis, Zabo, Altman, Rivera, Persing, Small, Himes, and Roussel, the top 20. 5 more rows to go for a 30-car grid as they head into the trim lanes. Attempt number 1 to go green. Jake Drew's got the field together, and he's got a great jump for the trackside GFCs on the inside. Landon Skinner's going to get to 2nd. Kaminsky will not go to 3rd. Nash and Bonilla slotted in there to 3rd and 4th. Kaminsky to 5th. Cruz with a good start to 6th, and then it looks like a good one for Alan Isambard Sodi. He's 7th as Landon Skinner heads to the low side down the back straightaway to defend. Blake Nash going to send it in on him deep there through turn number 6. He'll get clear though, and the California kid moves himself up to P2 as Donovan Bonilla gets just ahead of Adrian Cruz. Side by side for the two of them as Cruz was able to get around his, oh no, Sawyer Roussel and Max Altman coming together there, coming out of turn 7. So they collide. Isambard high and low around Cruz. Christian Miles there trying to make up some ground as he's falling behind Austin Olds and Peyton Phillips. And into the boot for the first time in Heat 2. 2 passes made. Bonilla and Isambard making some moves at the end of the opening lap.
Yeah, impressive stuff from those drivers. Isambard making up a handful of spots there. On board his KA100 Sodi chassis. Keegan Kaminsky trying to make it work, trying to do what his teammates are doing out front with Jake Drew and Skinner 1st, 3rd, and 5th for the GFC boys, showing that their single-speed package works just as well as their shifter package. Jake Drew to the bottom of the racetrack. Blake Nash follows him through. Potential crossover for Skinner, not going to happen, but Olds going to go through on Peyton Phillips now. Isambard through on Keegan Kaminsky. So a bunch of passes still being made. We're only a lap and a half into a 10-lap heat number 2. Jake Drew looking to do what he did in the previous heat race and get on pole for yesterday in qualifying and have a 2nd place in the heat race this morning.
Side by side further back, that's Vinny Miskelis trying to make up some ground there on Peyton Phillips as Jake Drew takes us into the boot, and here comes our first lead change. Blake Nash, Landon Skinner, everybody getting tangled up there. Nash kind of stalled it there, and Skinner got into him, and they were 3 wide. Drew back to the lead, Skinner to 2nd, and Isambard into 3rd with a good heads-up move to navigate all of that, as it's now 8 cars deep here in the lead group coming out of turn number 5.
Wow, impressive stuff there. Alan Isambard taking advantage of the mistake between Skinner and Blake Nash. They didn't lose too much ground with that. Alan Isambard feeling racy on board the Sodi kart. They're up in a P2. How about that for Alan Isambard? Didn't get the race in the Pro Tour with Sodi, but back here at USPKS on the KA100 machine, and it's looking good for Sodi there. Skinner down in 3rd. Nash hold on to 4th with Kaminsky. Then it's Bonilla and Cruz. That's pretty much stabled out for 5th, 6th, and 7th, but up front, it's Jake Drew, but a new face, Alan Isambard.
Yeah, Drew still leading, but under fire. Over, under, not going to happen. He'll let Isambard through. Alan Isambard leads the way here in KA100 Senior Heat 2, A and C. Drew and Skinner, I think, content to ride for the moment because they've got a little bit of a cushion out back to Blake Nash and Keegan Kaminsky. So let's see what they opt to do down the backstretch. Do they go right back on Isambard? Are they happy to follow? Down to turn number 6, it looks like we're going to stay single file for the lead. We'll go side by side for 4th. Kaminsky with a big slider on Blake Nash. He'll get through, Bonilla back and forth, stays net neutral, and then Cruz, and then Olds, and then back to Cameron Weinberg and Peyton Phillips in 9th and 10th.
Yeah, still battling for a position there for 5th, 6th, and 7th now. So it's a GFC 2, 3, 4. That's not good news if you're Isambard. You have to look back and see a bunch of black and white behind you there. You know they're going to work together pretty well. We didn't see it too much in the first heat. I'm sure they talked about it for this one. Nash with a late lunge into turn 14. It's going to work out for him. But Nia is going to make it stick as well. So Kaminsky's going to lose 2 spots in one corner. Potentially, yeah. Bonilla threw back into the top 5. Kaminsky's going to lose 2 spots there. Adrian Cruz trying to find a way. He's been in 7th for a majority of this race, and he's still there. The MPG driver in 8th. He's the final guy in this 8-car train out front.
Yeah, and it may not be 8 for too much longer. Weinberg and Phillips are going to get closer if they continue to fight. That was the first time down to turn number 6 at the end of the backstretch. It looked like we didn't have a single pass inside the top 10, so maybe things are stabilizing a little bit. Isambard, Drew Skinner, their lead about 8/10 back to Blake Nash, and his group was willing to follow. Not anymore. Bonilla trying the inside. Nash hangs it tough around the outside, keeps him at bay. Kaminsky still right in tow. Back to Cruz and Austin Olds into the boot. Did anyone go? Bonilla will go, and Kaminsky will follow through the kink now. He should be able to get a hole down to the inside if he's there quick, but no. Blake Nash gets the tow, gets the momentum, and he'll bring Adrian Cruz with him.
Yeah, Cruz finally gets his man there up in a P6 on board the Orsilon machine. So now Adrian Cruz sights set on Blake Nash out front. Kaminsky really struggling to make up any spots in this one. Every time he gets a spot, he loses 2. It seems like when you pull that Monopoly card, it says go forward 1 and go back 2. That's what he keeps drawing there. As Austin Olds trying to make a move to the inside. Kaminsky's going to hang tough around the outside and hold on to P7 as it stands. But like you mentioned, with all this fighting, here comes Weinberg, here comes Phillips, and potentially even more if they keep it up. 6 laps into a 10-lap heat number 2. Austin Olds is finally through on Keegan Kaminsky.
Yeah, he gets by, although Kaminsky fighting back on him, has the inside edge to the boot. Olds sends it around the outside. Now Cameron Weinberg is going to follow. Here comes Phillips to shove him through as well. And then right behind is Anthony Rivera, who has closed up to the tail of them. So the top 3 still single file, Isambard, Drew Skinner, and thankfully the battling behind them has allowed them to keep a nice and healthy gap. Even though Donovan Bonilla by himself that time knocked off 3/10 to the margin, they still have had so many passes that the gap to Bonilla is 1.2 seconds. Now Austin Olds was defending, opened up. Here comes Weinberg, here comes Phillips. Kaminsky trying to get back into it. Rivera's there. Here comes Vinny Maskelas as well, as Olds is going to lose 4 spots, make it 5. Vinny is through also, and here comes Stephen Miller on that Nash Motorsports machine. An abysmal qualifying for Stephen. He's trying to get himself up the order a bit. Little hip check to Olds, and Olds is off. He'll lose another spot, maybe more, as Stephen Miller gets through.
Yeah, it's getting racy out there for just inside the top 10. That's also Tony Rivera now making a few moves to get his Car Republic inside the top 10. He's going to slide into exactly 10th with Maskelas, Miller, and Olds ended up losing another spot to one of the RPM drivers as well. So he's in 12th now. Austin Olds from P6 in that one, getting pushed around quite a bit. 2.5 laps to go. It still isn't barred ahead of Drew and Skinner. Bonilla now losing ground slightly without help behind him. Phillips now bringing Kaminsky through on Weinberg. Here comes Tony Rivera trying to make it 3 wide. Weinberg's going to hold tough, move Kaminsky up the racetrack. Maskelas behind might be able to help Kaminsky make this stick with Tony Rivera. He will. Maskelas through up into 9th.
Donovan Bonilla did not pick off much last time by. This time looks a little better as Maskelas covers low from Rivera to hang on to the spot. And as they rocket towards the last corner here, this second group has given us a lot to talk about. It's not going to stop. Rivera back in on Maskelas there inside the top 10. Halfway in, halfway home. Look at the gaps further back here. Cruz and Nash have a massive margin to Phillips than this group here with Weinberg back to Kaminsky, back to Rivera again. Keegan Kaminsky at one point was in 3rd and 4th, and just the way everything's shaken out, he's all the way back fighting to stay alive inside the top 10. Down to the inside on Cameron Weinberg. He'll get through in turn 6.
Back up in the 8th, Keegan Kaminsky now. This might be as far up as he can go because he's going to have to defend from Weinberg. He might have a chance at Peyton Phillips if they work together. 1.5 laps to go. We saw the two to go signal last time around. Let's see if we can get our sights set on your leaders, but it's still, this is the closest battle on the racetrack right now with Kaminsky trying to fend off Weinberg. Tony Rivera had a good drive through the field to stay in 10th. Here's your battle for the lead, though. Through 14 and coming to turn 15 to see the white flag in the air. Alan Isbard has been incredibly impressive in this one, being able to fend off the 2 teammates behind him, and he has a bit of a buffer now through turns 1, 2, and 3, but obviously we know that back straightaway is long, and it helps the guys behind him get a good toe.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have a decent run at him. Drew got a good one out of turn 5. Tucking in behind, big run, not quite close enough for a big diver, though. As he stays behind Isambard, who just seems to, like you said, have a little bit extra pace compared to Jake Drew and Landon Skinner. The toe is keeping them with him, but I don't think they've got the pace to get around him. Donovan Bonilla might. He's a little bit too far back right now. So into the belt buckle. Isambard, just a little bit of defending here on this final lap. As long as he doesn't botch it in the last turn, though, he's got this heat race. This is where it'll come down to. That little defensive move brought Drew close. Down to the inside for Isambard. Skinner going to let Drew go way wide to set that crossover. He just won't get the exit. Alan Isambard is going to win heat number 2 in KA100 Senior. Drew second, Skinner third. Check this out, 3 wide further back coming to the line. That's going to be Christian Miles versus Taryn Odom. Miles gets 14th. A good battle outside your top 10 as the focus really was a tame race up front, a chaotic race from about 5th on back as they come across the line. And while there was some carnage, most of everybody was able to finish all the way back to the 30s. So Alan Isambard, your heat race winner here for Heat 2 in Groups A and C. Jake Drew, Landon Skinner, Bonilla, Blake Nash, Adrian Cruz, Peyton Phillips, Keegan Kaminsky, Weinberg, and Anthony Rivera make a CDR end to the top 10 ahead of Vinny Miskelis. But all the way down to Taryn Odom and Christian Miles, they were in a real different world that time, it felt like. And you could see a little bit of that lime green of Miles at points when we were focusing further back, but he was kind of up, down, sideways, and everywhere through the mid-teens. And there's Austin Olds, 16th after hovering the top 10 and just one rough lap where he just kind of went backwards, and then eventually getting a bit of a hip check from Stephen Miller sent him through the weeds.
Yeah, Austin Olds, a perfect example of how easy it is to lose spots in a tightly packed KA senior field. Lost about 10 spots in 2 laps there just because of a few, drivers pushing you around and then ended up in the dirt with the side-to-side contact with Stephen Miller. So unfortunate there for the MPG driver, but he's shown he has the pace to make things happen, and I'm sure he'll bounce back for heat number 3. Nonetheless, here's your grid for heat 2, groups B versus D. It's the local boy, Elio Meza, going to lead him to the green here ahead of Jesus Vasquez Jr., AJ Myers, and Cooper Shipman on row 2 here. Xander, AJ won the first heat race with a bit of a shifter-like strategy. I talked to him like, why were you kept on trying to get back to the lead? He goes, listen, I don't think I have the pace that these guys have, so I might as well get to the lead to control it myself.
Yeah, well, I mean, it comes down to, playing how everyone else is playing around you. Once one guy turns the race into a battle fest, it's kind of eat or be eaten. AJ, I think, like he said, was willing to work with guys and kind of ride behind them, but as soon as he saw the pack behind catching up, you got to throw someone else to the wolves or you're going to get eaten, and that's what he did. Got him a heat win. He can kind of cruise a little bit safer if he gets another top 3 here in this one to know that third heat, he would have little to no stress to start inside the top 10 overall. Behind him, of course, Aiden Rudolph, Fernando Luque on row number 3, a CRG, and then Super Tune Tony Kart. Row 4's got Connor Ferris and Kane Martin, and row 5, James Overbeck and Joey Friend.
Yeah, and then behind them, outside your top 10, it's Stanfield, Justin Musick, Steven Iser, Finnegan Bailiff, Dallas Dunlap, Alexander Gonzalez, Quentin McPherson, Emery Lida, J.D. Lamping, Eli Warren. That's your top 20. There's still 5 more rows to go in this 30-cart KA senior field. That is Josh Campbell, Colin Lloyd, Gavin Wardle, Charles Ropke, Chase Saplee, Luca Kitaramaro, Ruben Asensio, Gabby Selden, Diego Gio, Chase Pascalia, and Beckett Friesen rounds out your field here. A bunch of guys further back than we would expect, but gives them a chance to go and make it a really fun heat number 2. Let's look for the lights here. Are they out? Yes, they are. Green flag in the air for Meza. Rudolph already to the inside, squeezing through to make it 3 wide. He's going to go up into P3 for the CRG team. Ferris up in the 4th. Vasquez Jr., the driver that lost a bunch of spots there from 2nd to 5th through turn number 4 and 5.
Yeah, horrid start for Jesus Vasquez Jr. as Quattromano, one of the interim S-Kart Republics, is spun around. And, Jesus just absolutely got caught sleeping there off the punch-off from Elio Meza. He's in 5th. It's Connor Ferris who's the big benefactor to 4th. And then, of course, Aiden Rudolph, you saw it. He felt like A.J. Myers kind of got a little bit slow off the line. So Rudolph to third, Myers second, and Cooper Shipman sixth there, behind Jesus Vasquez Jr., James Overbeck seventh, Alex Stanfield. Another good start to get to eighth. Last race, he had a good start to move himself as high as sixth before speed kind of shuffled him down to that eighth position. Let's see if this one looks any better for him as he's got a hunger group behind. Meza, Myers, Rudolph, 1, 2, 3. This one I think maybe a little bit calmer as you've got three veterans here leading the way.
Yeah, I was just about to say, these are three of the smarter guys you'd see in any field, especially in a KA field. They know what it takes to win in this class. There goes Vasquez Jr. to the inside. I thought AJ was going to do the same thing, but Vasquez to the inside. Shipman's going to follow through on Ferris. Side-to-side contact, 3 wide here in a turn number 7. How about it for Overbeck? Trying to get through on Shipman, not going to happen. Shipman's going to try to squeeze in on Ferris. At the end of the day, Shipman ends up losing 2 spots to Ferris and Jesus Vasquez Jr., who's trying to get back through. Speaking of going through, Aiden Rudolph up to P2.
Yeah, Rudolph, a good move there, and Overbeck following Shipman, who did get around Ferris at the same time. So battling in the top 3, battling from 4th to 7th. Still a bit of a gap back to Stanfield and Steven Isert and company as they head onto the front straightaway. Elio Meza with one of the bigger leads KA Senior seen so far today. The closest was Bonilla in that first heat race when he got away. So Ken, the home track kid who lives just a few minutes down the road, his parents run the place. Aiden Rudolph trying to win a big weekend here. It would be to get over 60 plus that he could take the win in KA Senior. And right now he's setting himself up for it as he is gearing up to go to the lead. Meza feeling the heat. He was defending low. And look who has already come back into frame. Jesus Vasquez Jr. just like that is there. And with Rudolph to the inside and clear, he's right there. Now Aiden Rudolph leads, but we've got 4 at the lead pack.
This looks like deja vu here, Xander. I mean, if you remember from that first heat, Vasquez Jr., a bad start, back to 4th, spent the whole race climbing through the field, couldn't make it stick. This time, much better chances for Vasquez Jr. as there's still 6.5 laps to go in this one. Rudolph leads with Meza, Myers, and Vasquez Jr. to the inside. We don't see a pass here very often with how quick it is, but Vasquez Jr. makes it stick up in a P3 already for the GFC driver.
Yeah, and now Elio Meza is going to bring it back to them as he goes for the lead, and Vasquez following him through on Rudolph. So Meza to Vasquez to Rudolph, Myers 4th still, and here comes the second group. Cooper Shipman, Connor Ferris, James Overbeck are not terribly far back down the road. Steven Isert's almost in the frame as well as he's gotten away in the mid-pack. So big low-line run for Elio Meza. He's trying to at least either hang on or maybe trigger a fight for second. But look at this. Vasquez catches him off guard there in the last corner. He gets through in the kink before the boot, and they're 3 wide almost behind him for third.
Yeah, chaos behind the top 2 there. Vasquez, 2 moves in 1 lap where you don't see very often around Speedsportz. How about it for Shipman squeezing his way through on AJ Myers, and now it's Overbeck and it's Ferris, the last driver in this 7-car train that about 1.5 seconds back is going to be Iser all on his lonesome, and then it's Alex Stanfield behind him. Here comes Overbeck to the inside of Myers, Myers to the inside of Shipman. Overbeck's going to go side by side now with the Iron Rock driver, not going to make it happen. So AJ Myers now thought he had a decent top 3 here, but now he's fighting outside the top 5 as Shipman sends one inside, and Overbeck's going to go side by side with Myers now towards the belt buckle section of the racetrack. They're going to go low, and Shipman now holds on to 5th.
Yeah, A.J. Myers, that was a veteran move at the end of the backstretch and then just left the door open into the double right. He heard Overbeck just on his right side, so he sent it on Cooper. But now a backward slide for the Magic Man has put him on the edge of the top 5. And there's more on the way if they can get there. Isert hasn't made much of a dent. Stanfield's now fallen behind Fernando Luque, who started up in the first couple rows as Connor Ferris tried to move there on James Overbeck. Did not make it happen. Down the backstretch for Elio Meza, trying to close back up to Jesus Vasquez Jr. He's not quite close enough. And now Overbeck, a good move to the inside. He gets clear on AJ.
Overbeck, that was the move he wanted to do last lap, but AJ decided to go battle with Shipman. This time around, Overbeck's through. Here comes Connor Ferris. Here comes Steven Isert now with all this fighting. He's almost within range now to make a move there. He sits in 8th ahead of Luque, who got around Stanfield last time around here. So now Overbeck's starting to pull away slightly from Myers. Shipman has nobody in front of him, so really all on his lonesome now. with Overbeck, with the help now from Myers, potentially, as AJ wants to get back around him. You know, we heard from AJ with his strategy. He wants to keep making moves because he doesn't think he has the pace overall. Halfway to go here from our flagmen, so there's still 5 laps remaining in this chaotic heat number 2 for Group B versus D. AJ Myers at this stage in the race, to me, looks quicker than Overbeck through the first couple of corners now. Look at Vasquez Jr. still pulling away from Meza. It's plateaued out front. Shipman, though, starting to lose ground to the CRG driver with Overbeck now all over his rear bumper.
Yeah, James Overbeck, he's still about a car length away. He's not necessarily all over, but he could be here in a moment. He looks pretty fast on that BJR MDR entry. Still got time left in this one, to be fair. Jesus Vasquez Jr. still has 3 laps left when he hits the start-finish line. And now, for the first time in a while, it feels like this lead group's kind of stopped the fighting and have all gotten single file to try and reel back in the race leader. Behind them, you can see Isert and Luke. They have kind of fallen together in the 8th and 9th positions. And then you go back to the 10th place group that is battling a little bit with Joey Friend, who just got around Alex Stanfield. In tow as well is going to be Kane Martin, I believe, and then Josh Campbell. So they have reeled in Stanfield, who got as high as 8th here. He started to slip backwards pretty quickly.
Yeah, very impressive runs there for Josh Campbell there. It started outside your top 20 up into 13th, as well as Biscaglia outside your top 30 up into 19th, and then Lloyd as well outside your top 30 up in the 22nd there. Had the poor qualifying with the seat being loose, so he had to climb through the field in both heat races so far in KA Senior. Looking good for him on the Intermess Car Republic, but still needs a little bit more for his liking there. Luque gets around Steven Iser. Here's further back. Stanfield now having to fend off Josh Campbell, who got around Kane Martin. Campbell looking really, really good on board the BJR MDR Lando Norris chassis there. Back out front, 2 laps remaining for your leaders. It's still Vasquez ahead of Meza. Here's Luque pulling away from Iser, but back out front, it's Meza versus Vasquez. Vasquez, very impressive to be able to maintain that 1 car length gap even with the draft.
Yeah, I mean, he's close as Cooper Shipman sends it on Aiden Rudolph. That's for P3. And I don't think you'll see Rudolph probably fight that one back. He'll ride here with him, maybe make a run at him in the last lap, but he's in a safe spot. If he fights with Cooper, the risk versus reward is probably not really worth the squeeze right now, because all he's going to do is bring 3 more karts into the mix. So Shipman 3rd, Rudolph 4th. They've got a little gap back to Overbeck. Here's further back, Stanfield going to fall behind on Martin, who gets through. And just trying to hang on for dear life, it seems like, for Alex Stanfield. He's back to 13th now with Campbell getting through and Martin going by as well. White flag in the air. Jesus Vasquez Jr. versus Elio Meza. As they go through turns 4 and 5, Meza needs a monster run on this straightaway to be able to fight with him. Vasquez taking a look back. He sees how close he is. He's starting to move low. Covers it fully off. Meza to the high side.
Meza goes high, Vasquez low into what we call switchback city, and I think we might see one here, but wow, perfectly executed from Vasquez Jr. Parked on the apex, slid wide just enough to stop this crossover from happening. Vasquez holds on. If he's not careful, 3rd and 4th might have a chance in this one. Vasquez low, Meza high again. This is a great chance at a switchback here through turn 11 and 12. Now side by side, almost there's contact. Potentially, Meza's going to squeeze through on 13. Going to have to defend in 14. Doesn't do so. Vasquez through. Here comes Shipman. Meza now with a crossover, and here comes Aiden Rudolph. Going to give Meza a bit of a push and a bit of help there. Meza wins ahead of Rudolph, ahead of Vasquez, ahead of Shipman. AJ Myers rounds out your top 5.
Check out the rest of the groups fighting in. This is kind of closer to that danger zone in the top 20. All across the line here this time. Single file for that pack, led by Colin Lloyd. And like you said, Meza needed a low line. It didn't, but got a lot of help from his former Iron Rock Motorsports teammate in the form of Cooper Shipman, who kind of didn't expect how much they were going to check up. Hit him in the rear, pushed him forward. It allowed Aiden Rudolph to slip through and get by both himself and Vasquez Jr., but Elio Meza, he owes Cooper Shipman maybe a snow cone or something for that bit of help to get him the heat race win. So Meza to Rudolph, Vasquez Shipman, AJ Myers kind of right along with what he was saying. Didn't quite look like he had the speed to lead, but he had the speed to stay close enough, and by the end he ends up 5th. Overbeck, Ferris, Luque, Isert, Joey Friend, your top 10 here in heats B and D for heat number 2 in KA Senior, and not nearly as much kind of major controversy or contact, it felt like, in that second one. A pretty calculated race, it looked like, most of the way through the grid. You go further down, and even that middle group was all pretty stationary. J.D. Lamping, he went back on the start, ends up 18th. Beckett Friesen started back outside the top 20. He picks up a handful to get to 16th. And then all the way down, I mean, everybody finished, all 29. All 28 of 28 one DNF down to 29. Let's go down the pit lane, though. Caleb Vieska's caught up with our Heat 2 winner in Groups A and C, Alan Isambard. Caleb?
Thank you, Xander. I'm here with Alan. Alan, I mean, what a race, right? You were in second for most of it, got to the lead, and then led for quite a while and ended up taking the win. Just walk me through that one.
Yeah, it was smooth sailing as soon as I passed Jake. Made a few mistakes, but you know, we changed the engine because the engine blew up after the first heat, and it's a lot better. So hopefully we can continue from here.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't fail to mention, you showed up here last week expecting to run shifter. You were testing the shifter at the start of the weekend. Mid-weekend, the class gets canceled. You switched to the KA. I mean, what was that like, right? Just switching right over to the KA, and then you're doing good so far.
Yeah, it's going good. I came here last week to test, of course, the run shifter, and I ran shifter on Sunday, and we heard Sunday night that it was canceled, and we just threw a KA together, and here we are.
Yeah, well, I mean, it seems like it's suiting you well. So that was Alan Isambard, who took away heat number 2 in KA100 Senior. We'll be listening from Elio Meza shortly.
There you go. So one heat race winner there. We'll talk to Elio shortly after. On grid is your X30 Juniors, and that'll be rolling here in a few moments. Still looks like we've got a little bit, but that gives us time to go down and chat with Elio. So let's go down to you, Caleb.
Thank you, Xander. I'm here with Elio. Elio, what a race. You were in second for the majority of that one. It was elbows out the whole way through, and with 2 laps to go, you were able to get the move done. Sorry, in the last lap, you were able to get the move done and took the win. Walk me through that one, what it was like from the seat.
Yeah, so, I mean, we got a good start. Unfortunately, the cart came in a little late. It kind of worked out in the end for us. But, yeah, going into that last lap, it was definitely a battle. You know, over-undering Vasquez throughout the whole lap, and then I got him coming out of 11, and then he stuck it in even further in the last corner, and luckily I got a bump from whoever was behind me to get the run on and to get the win. Yeah,
I mean, you took the win here last year. New colors, new team for you this weekend. What do you need to do to repeat?
I don't know. We're just drive hard and you know, keep our head up. We're gonna look forward, and I think we'll make a few changes to the kart, but other than that, I think we're just gonna drive our best, and yeah.
Sounds good. Well, best of luck the rest of the weekend, Elliot.
Appreciate it.
Back to you guys up at the booth.
A very windy afternoon it has turned into here in Houston. It's hot, but I'm sure that breeze is welcomed by everyone not on the racetrack, and that could be a bit of the reason why we're seeing maybe less kind of moves at the end of that back straightaway, maybe a little bit of a tailwind. We'll try and get a read on which direction it's going, but you could hear it through the microphone, Alex. A lot of wind blowing our way, and it could affect things here for these X30 Juniors as Turner Brown and Jackson Wolney will get set to lead us off.
Yeah, Chico Brown, Wolney, then it's Sarah Bradley, Wolney's teammate there in third. Diego Ardiles, he was your pole sitter in the KA class, 4th here in X30 Junior. Ends up at the end. We saw him get that victory there in KA Junior. He's going to roll off 5th. Then it's Victor de Alencar, Chico, and Diego Ardiles, his teammates. Then it's Ty Fisher, Davin Roberts, Chase Gassiet, Lee Colmaderos, rounding out your top 10. Then it's Alexander Vanchev, Edgar Rodriguez, Michael McGoy, Nathan Dupuy, William Kim, Jose Skirmer, Mateus Gonzalez, Eduardo Peralta, Fernando Zapata, and David Ramirez, rounding out your top 20 in the X30 Junior field.
Yeah, and that'll do it for the 20 drivers on deck here. So it had a bit of a battle to start their first heat race. Then things kind of got spread out a little bit. So Alex, what do you envision for this group when we get back now for the second time around?
It depends, like you said, which way the wind's blowing, right? It's cooled down slightly outside. You know, it's Texas, so it's still hot. But nonetheless, like you said, potentially a tailwind, which is why if you get to the lead, you're able to maintain it more than what you would have been able to do beforehand. But for the likes of Chico Brown, he seems to have a step over the rest of this field, because every time he gets back to the lead, he had a poor start in heat number 1, lost a few spots, but once he got back to the point, it was hard for the likes of Wolney, Bradley, Ardiles, and Vidmontien to make anything happen. So I think if you're the drivers behind Chico Brown, he has his X30 Junior field in his hands as it stands at the moment. So you're going to try to do everything you can to get around him in the first couple of corners. Take advantage of the fast start that there is here at Speedsportz, and maybe push him wide and make some moves stick like they did in the first heat race, where Chico Brown did lose the spots to the Speed Concepts drivers and his teammate Ardiles here. But nonetheless, for Chico Brown, was able to get the win in heat number 1. He's hoping to do more of the same here in heat number 2, but it's going to take a good start for him as they round 14 and get through 15 now. Caleb Vieska joining me in the booth. Caleb, what do you think we can expect here as they get ready to go green?
Yeah, so a big tailwind going down that back straightaway. So we're going to see very, very high speeds as we go green. And we are racing here in X30 Junior here, Chico Brown to the point of the field here early. Vid Montien up in a third, looking for a pass there on Sarah Bradley. He's able to get the move done. So Enzo Vid Montien and his Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic up in a P2 for the first time this weekend. Diego Ardiles fourth, and Enzo Vid Montien wants to go a spot better, and he does. So Vid Montien up into the point of the field, and you asked me what I could expect. I can expect just this: good racing, elbows out racing, and there goes Chico Brown once again for the point of the field.
Yeah, I expected nothing less there from Turner Brown, because he feels as though he is the strongest when he's out there out front. But for Enzo Vid Montien, this is the dream start that he could have wanted. Starting in 5th, he got up to first for a moment, down in P2, but if there's any driver that I feel is aggressive enough to, make Chico Brown have to work for it, it's Enzo Vid Montien. We saw Sarah Bradley there for a moment make a move on Enzo, couldn't make it stick, but Vid Montien looking racy early on there. Chico Brown way sideways through turns 2 and 3. Same with Sarah Bradley. Now Vid Montien, his kart looks a little bit more hooked up in the opening couple of laps here. Potential tire pressure differences between your top two. Nonetheless, down the back straightaway, late lunge from nobody there. Surprisingly, I thought we'd see a move with how close Vid Montien was. There's the move. Ardiles to the inside. It's an RPG 1-3, and now Wolney on his teammate Sarah Bradley trying to make it stick. Not going to happen. Bradley's going to hold the outside there, and now here comes Davin Roberts on the RPM. Wolney's going to have to defend. Doesn't defend. The 7-15 there goes through into 5th, and now here comes Victor De Alencar. He's looking pretty good. We talked about him earlier today. With how he was struggling yesterday in happy hour and in qualifying. Looking pretty good so far. Wolney back through on Roberts. Here comes De Alencar now through on Davin Roberts. They're side by side, but Roberts has the inside for turn 1. He's going to hold on to that spot.
Yeah, so he's able to hold on to the spot there for Davin Roberts. De Alencar, when we talked about him yesterday, he seemed to be struggling. Seems to have gotten that kart figured out here in this one. He has worked his way further up the field than what he was last time out, but he is, there he goes, looking for a move there on Davin Roberts into turn number 6. Welcome to Switchback City, Victor De Alencar gets the move done, and Alexander Vanchev looked to join him there as well. Wasn't close enough. Roberts looking for the inside in turns number 8 and 9. Wasn't close enough that time by there for Davin Roberts. So Chico Brown, who leads us from Enzo Vid Montien. It's been a sweep so far of the class. Oh, wow, as Gassia Lee goes a little sideways there, as I think that was Cole Medeiros who put him a little bit sideways there after slight contact. But it's been a sweep so far for Chico Brown. He was pole in qualifying, won the first heat, and looks to do it here once again in the second heat race. His teammate Diego Ardiles hasn't really been able to challenge him as of yet. He sits third, but he does have the fastest lap of the race, a 54.082 for Diego Ardiles, who has a good gap back to the two Speed Concepts racing machines of Sarah Bradley and Jackson Wolney, who have found each other and are working together to try and catch right back up to the likes of Diego Ardiles and Enzo Vid Montien.
Yeah, so far it looks to be more of the same here for Chico Brown, who has a bit of a pace advantage over the rest of the field. But like you mentioned, Ardiles actually went purple last time by, ahead of his teammate there with the help of a toe from Vid Montien. It's going to boost his lap time slightly, but nonetheless, whatever it takes to not let Chico Brown pull away from you here, as De Alencar now through on Davin Roberts there. He's in 6th. It's a 1, 3, and 6 for RPG this time around as they cross the stripe. Who's the purple driver? It's Jackson Wolney in 5th. The Speed Concepts red speed driver, the fastest on the racetrack, and he's in 5th behind his teammate Sarah Bradley. I wonder if these two will start to work together. We saw Wolney attempt to move on Bradley 2 laps ago, couldn't make it stick. Now down the back straightaway, like you said, Caleb, with a tailwind, it's hard to make a draft and pass, but not hard enough for Jackson Wolney. He's through up into P4.
It's almost like with that tailwind, you're getting pushed down that straightaway with the gusts of wind that are really strong. I mean, you saw in that interview that I had with Elio, that 10 almost flying away here. So, we're just struggling the entire way through for some of these drivers. But a lot of wind out here in this one, and you know, it's just helping out these drivers when it comes to the draft, right? The Allen car there on your screen with Davin Roberts working together and pushing each other forward here. Just no battles really throughout the field. Everybody kind of staying stagnant there. That's your top 7. Ty Fisher finding himself outside of the top 10 here. So unfortunate start for Ty Fisher, who's just struggling for pace here early in this one to close down that gap to Nathan Dupuy ahead of him, or Rodriguez, or anybody else who's further up the field.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of battles all up and down the order here, but for Chico Brown, that 4/10 lead is maintained. But I will say this much, Caleb, through Switchback City, that gap between the top 2 looks to be as close as it's been all race long. Lap 6 of 10 complete, and here it is. Vidmontien with the help of Ardiles. Ardiles doing the same strategy we saw with the KA Junior class, or KA Senior class, sorry, where you push the driver up to P1, and then once they get there, you pass them. And that's what it looks like Ardiles is trying to do here with Vidmontien, because at the end of the day, the last thing you want to do as a teammate is help somebody else win instead of yourself or your teammates. So, nonetheless, last time around, Vidmontien, Ardiles was faster than Chico Brown. You know who else was faster than Chico Brown? Jackson Wolney, 1.4 back, but he went purple a 10th and a half quicker than your leader last time by. If these top 3 begin to race, Wolney is going to have a say in this one.
And he's already pulling away from his teammate of Sarah Bradley there. That gap already at half a second here at the moment. So it seems like Wolney has found the right setup for that Speed Concepts Racing red speed here in this one. As they continue to close on the gap, Ardiles not close enough to attempt to move on Vidmontien. Wanted to work with him to try and get to the rear bumper of his teammate, Chico Brown, who is set at the moment, has had a perfect weekend in this X30 Junior class. There's the Allen and Roberts, who continue to push each other forward. Nobody really battling here. Vanchev and Gassi Ali pretty close to each other. So Gassi Ali was the one who made the move there. He's up in a P8. Vanchev fell back to 9th. That's the only change for position that we had that lap by.
Yeah, it's still Chico Brown ahead of Vidmontien. I mean, you could see the wind even flailing with the suits as well. I mean, it is incredibly windy out there, 20, 25 plus mile an hour wind gusts. But because it's a tailwind, the draft is less prominent. If it was a headwind, right, it's slowing the leader down, you get a better toe. But with the tailwind, it's much less noticeable with a draft. So it's helping the likes of Chico Brown be able to maintain that gap. And that's why you don't see Vidmontien and Ardiles, making the headway that you thought they would working together. Speaking of which, Jackson Wolney making a lot of headway on these 2 drivers now. 2 laps to go for your drivers at X30 Junior. Wolney once again purple. Jackson Wolney absolutely flying, a 10th quicker than Chico Brown last time by. The only problem for Wolney, he needs another 1.3 seconds.
Yeah, 1.3 seconds for Jackson Wolney here. He wants to close down that gap. Vidmontien it seemed like he had the pace halfway through this one and then just completely fell off in the closing stages of this one. It hasn't been able to improve, and for Chico Brown lapping 2/10 quicker than Enzo Vidmontien. For Ardiles as well, it just seems like Chico's been in a league of his own. The only one who's been quicker is Jackson Wolney, but after his start, hasn't been able to work his way up and even challenge young Chico Brown. So just a lot of work and back to the drawing board for a lot of these drivers who need to find some pace if they want to catch up to Chico Brown. As the white flag comes out this time by, it's still Chico Brown, the Californian, who leads us here. Enzo Vidmontien second, Ardiles in third, Jackson Wolney in fourth, who went purple that time by a 53.518. The fastest lap of the race, 2/10 quicker than Chico Brown here at the moment, and he's found that pace at the second to last lap in this one, so he may have enough time to catch up to and just to say that, he's on the rear bumper now of Diego Ardiles. Is Jackson Wolney going to be close enough to attempt the move on the RPG driver? He's not close enough as of yet, but his best shot's going to be into the belt buckle.
Yeah, through the short chute now and into the bell buckle. Turn around, doesn't have to worry about anybody behind him. Vidmontien does, however, with Ardiles and Wolney behind through turn 10, 11, and 12. Now 3 corners remaining for your drivers in second, third, and fourth. No one's going to make a move. Ardiles not a great exit, but it's still going to be Chico Brown, who's going to, so far, sweep the day in X30 Junior ahead of Vidmontien, ahead of Ardiles, ahead of Wolney, ahead of Sarah Bradley, who's going to round out your top 5. Then it's D'Alencar, who just fends off Davin Roberts, ahead of Gassiet Lee. Then it's Rodriguez and Vanchev, rounding out your top 10 in X30 Junior. Chico Brown, seemingly untouchable so far, but I will say this much. You mentioned some guys having to go to the drawing board. One guy that doesn't have to go to the drawing board is Jackson Wolney, because arguably the fastest driver on the racetrack was the Speed Concepts driver.
Yeah, for sure, and it really seems like that Speed Concepts Red Speed is really, set up for the long run here in this one, because he set his fastest lap in the second to last lap of the race. So definitely going to be one of the drivers to watch later today, whenever we get to it, and tomorrow at the much longer main event that we will see almost 30 minutes long. 20. Not sure how many laps it will be for the main event. Let's see if I can pull that up here really quick. So 20 lap main event. So it'll be about 15 minutes plus a couple of laps here for the main events. But with that being said, closing that chapter in the story of Saturday, that was X30 Junior. Coming up next is your Mini Swift class. Here on your screen is Ashton Woon, who makes his return to the national scene. And a good comeback story for him, who's found himself even leading a couple laps here this weekend. Marco Samet is going to start on the pole position, but Nico Orbezo in the Rawlison Performance Group Cosmic was able to take the win in heat number 1, what was a chaotic first Mini Swift race.
Yeah, chaos and Mini Swift for sure, all the way up, down the order. I mean, top 15, we're battling it out pretty good there. We saw Royce Vega, looking very strong in that one. Your starting order here, Caleb: Marco Samet, Ashton Woon on your front row, Royce Vega, Nico Katowski there, and then Alex Chandler and Sawyer Chambers. We saw them go at it for a majority of this one. Then Braden Wagner, Nico Orbezo with the win in Heat 1. He starts 8th in this one. Pasha Ali, Parker Ives, Mika Burrow, and Valentino Santillan. SOTY teammates rounding out your top 12 in this one. Then it's Emerson Lane, Aston Wyatt, Enzo De Janeiro, Benja Fernandez, an SLA driver, local to Miami, Julian Rivera, Luke Gilio, Tucker Tribe, and Maxwell Macha rounds out your top 20 in his freshman year in the Mini Swift category.
Yeah, so freshman year here for Maxwell Macha in this Mini Swift category. Let's run you down your back half of the grid here in this one. It's Grayson Wolcott starting 11th on row 11 alongside Lorenco Varela and Liam Nachawati. The newly signed SOTY Racing USA driver starting along John McClellan on the 12th row. Josh Bergman, starting alongside Blasha Jimenez on the 13th row. On the 14th row, it's Jose Carlos Marud starting alongside Simon Klein. Drew Jensen and Mateo Quinto starting on the 15th row. Jacob Majeski and Asher Pavon starting row 16. Oscar Gus Wonderley and Julian Malo, row 17. Braden Westfall and Rodolfo Lavin, row 18. Isaac Payne and Iago Lempen in row 19. And Aldo Uturiga and Colton Schniegenberg slated to start on your 20th row here.
Yeah, a lot of big names further back, right? I mean, Schniegenberg in 40th in this one is not something that you would expect. Nonetheless, though, engines are fired here in the Mini Swift category. I expect more of the same, if not more, because for heat number 1, usually you think, oh, they're going to start out slow and ramp up throughout the heats. They were guns blazing from the moment the green flag waved. I mean, they were battling up and down the field. Heat number 2, you have drivers who need a good finish. You have drivers who already have a good finish, who just want to keep it clean. It's going to create for some chaos.
Yeah, chaos indeed. It's going to be a good race, though, the entire way through. A lot of these drivers are going to look to try and challenge Marco Samet. You know, it's been a shuffle the entire weekend. Like I said, Marco Samet got the pole position, but fell back almost outside of the top 10 or just out of the podium places at the end of the heat race, where Nico Orbezo was able to win. And Nico is starting, I believe, somewhere around 6th or 7th here. 8th, he's starting 8th here in this one on the 4th row. So it just shows you that anybody inside of the top 10 and more. Valentino Santillan as well was the one who finished 2nd in that heat race. So anybody in the top 15, top 20 can find themselves in a spot for a race victory here in this one. Oh, that's Tucker Trebe. Tucker Trebe in the 117 out here early. Isn't going to be able to get going, unfortunately, for Tucker Trebe, the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy driver. Nico Orbezo with issues. Issues for Nico Orbezo here in this one. No idea what's going on for Orbezo as they try and get him fired, and I don't think he's going to be able to get going here. Oh, he does. Oh, wow, a big scare for Nico Orbezo, who's going to knock him all out of his concentration. So we'll see what happens here in this one.
Yeah, green flag not in the air, obviously, for this one there. Hopefully Orbezo can get back to his starting position there. But a bunch of drivers, just like we saw in heat number 1, not able to get underway here. So they're going to have to go around once again. But for Obezo, luckily for him, he's hopefully going to get back and able to slot in line where he starts in P8, like you mentioned. But let's talk about that a little bit, right? Because you said it. Obezo 8th, Santillan 12th, right? I mean, Aston Wyatt 14th, De Janeiro, Fernandez, Giglio, Maxwell Macha, who was dominant in Micro Swift last year, in his first year in Mini Swift, still working at it ever so slightly there. Obezo does get back in line where he is slated to start in 8th. But a bunch of big names down the order who are looking to make moves throughout this one here as they round 14 and through 15 shortly here to hopefully get the green flag on a second time's the charm here into the tram lanes. Slow and steady. Lights are still on. Let's see if we can get a green flag in the air. Yes, it is. Lights are out and away we go for this one with Samet still in the lead ahead of Roche Vega. Oh, Ashton Woon is going to push his way through there into P2 ahead of Vega. We have contact further back. A bunch of karts off the racetrack. One of those being Aston Wyatt. One of those being the 145 of Sawyer Chambers there. And I couldn't get the number on the other one. But nonetheless, 3 karts around in the exit of turn 3.
Carnage early in this one, a side-by-side for the second spot. Royce Vega looks to even take the lead from Marco Samet. Wasn't close enough that time by, but Royce Vega back up at a P2. Ashton Woon falls to 3rd here, and Marco Samet already with a 3-kart length gap back to the Benek machine of Royce Vega. There goes Ashton Woon with help from Alex Chandler. Can they get through on Vega? They do. And the both of them are going to be up and higher up the field here in this one. So they're up in a P2, and now they're going to have to settle their differences and not let Marco Samet run away with it. I mean, we saw Santiago Orioli run away with his heat race win, and in a very similar engine package, this could happen here if 2 on back decide to fight here, Alex.
Yeah, so far so good for Marco Samet. Like you said, if they start to battle for seconds here, they could give him an advantage. But nonetheless, you know, the same sort of thing happened in heat number 1, and it didn't really pay off in the long run. I still think with how much a draft is prominent in this lower horsepower classes, there's a move to the inside. Chandler's through on Ashton Woon, who's going to push him wide. Vega now looking for the crossover in Crossover City. Speaking of which, that's a move for Everson Lane there on Braden Wagner. He's through into P5, and then Katowski there in 7th, side by side for 2nd. Ashton Woon gets right back around Chandler there for 2nd place, and here comes Royce Vega now up in the 3rd, inside, and Emerson Lane's going to hold on to that 5th place spot ahead of Braden Wagner. Katowski now with all this fighting is going to have to fend off the likes of Rivera and Baru behind.
Yeah, going to have to try and fend off the entire field and very talented drivers behind him. So Marco Samet still with a great gap and goes purple in the process. Ashton Woon still sits in 2nd, Vega in 3rd. Alex Chandler currently sits 4th. Emerson Lane with the best start he's had so far, already making up positions up into P5 for the reigning Stars Championship Mini Swift driver who continues to work his way up the field. And there goes Wagner on the inside of Emerson Lane. So Wagner gets the move done and up in a P5 now. Emerson Lane loses that one. Katowski currently in 7th. Rivera in 8th. Mika Burrow in 9th. And Nico Orbeza running up your top 10. What hasn't been a great start for Nico Orbezo after issues getting off. It seems that he doesn't have the pace early on this one. There's Maxwell Macha who's making moves.
12th.
He got that one on Grayson Walcott. So he's currently the fastest man on track at the moment for Maxwell Macha, 59.192 for the Floridian, and continue to make moves here in this one.
Yeah, speaking of which, we saw the gap close. It is closing 2.5 tenths faster is Ashton Woon over Marco Samet, your leader, and with Royce Vega as well getting help from Alex Chandler. This might soon be a 4-car train out front. Then you have to look about 1.5 seconds back. You're going to see the likes of Braden Wagner, Emerson Lane, and a whole squabble of go-karts behind him. There's a late defense from Julian Rivera and others there, and there's Nico Orbezo to the inside. Santillan chooses outside. It's not going to pay off. It is going to pay off. He's through there on Katowski now. This is the battle for 8th on back. How about it for Maxwell Macha? He started 20th in this one. He's inside your top 10 as it stands.
Yeah, so Maxwell Macha, a great drive so far for the Mini Swift rookie here this year. Already making impressions in what has been a weekend that this engine package has really come together for him. Fastest lap last time by, though, was for Nico Orbezo, who made, you saw that move there, that he made. Currently sits just outside of the top 5. Currently sits in 8th here at the moment for Nico Orbezo. The lead has been stagnant. Marco Samet, though, has been caught up by Ashton Woon and Royce Vega here, who went purple in the process. A 58.826 for Royce Vega last time by. Here on your screen, so Emerson Lane, Wagner, and Moore, who push each other forward. There goes Wagner around the down the inside, and there goes Ashton Woon to the lead and to the point of the field. Royce Vega to P2, and Marco Samet loses 2 spots in that corner, and going to have to stay content in P3 here at the moment. Chandler staying patient, biding his time in P4 there, so the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart machine hasn't really attempted anything, and just kind of sitting patient, and is there, though, to pick up the leftovers.
There's Orbezo on his teammate Julian Rivera. Santillan's going to follow through, and now Rivera's on the outside looking in there for a top 5 position there. Still, it's Woon ahead of Vega, ahead of Samet, ahead of Chandler. Then it's 3.5 seconds. You have to look back to Emerson Lane and others. It's now Orbezo ahead of Santillan. How about it for Maxwell Macha in the P7 as it stands? The SLA driver is up 13 spots in 6 laps there. The Florida native absolutely flying. Look at Parker Ives moving Katowski up the racetrack.
Oh, wow.
There's Walcott getting in the mix as well. He's just outside your top 10 as it stands. Look at Rivera going ultra defensive on Braden Wagner, who gives him the bumper going into turn number 5. It's all kicked off. Gloves are officially off here at Mini Swift. I think they've been off since heat number 1, but now there are no more gloves to be found on this racetrack because they're all gone.
Yeah, if you want to see the gloves are off, this is more like bare knuckle boxing than anything, right? As these guys have been fighting the entire way through. Royce Vega still at the point of the field with Ashton Woon, and you see this is the battle. This is outside even of the top 5, and you see how aggressive they are because anything matters. Every single point that you can get counts. There's no drops in this series, so they have to get as good of a result as they can. There's Wagner, who makes the move side by side in between Emerson Lane and Moore, who continue to shuffle through. Royce Vega, your leader here in this one. Woon in second, Marco Samet third, and Chandler still being patient and biding his time, waiting for the right time. Vega looks back. He knows that Woon is going to want to make the move. Vega to the bottom of the racetrack. Chandler asking why we're already defending. Chandler looking for the move on Marco Samet because he moved to the outside, and Alex Chandler in his Iron Rock Motorsports machine was in third for a second, but Marco Samet was able to get it back.
Yeah, it's still Vega leading ahead of Ashton Woon, Samet, Chandler. They can afford to do this because they have a bit of a buffer to 5th place Nico Orbezo, but if they keep racing this hard, there's still 3.5 laps to go. Anything is possible around a high-speed racetrack, especially when you're slowing yourself down by defending in almost every single corner. It's still Vega ahead of Woon, Samet, but Vega defending into turn 14 is going to give Woon a very good chance at a good exit here. If you look further back, it's Orbezo ahead of Maxwell Macha up in a 6th as it stands. Now it's Santillan in 6th, Macha in 7th. They gained almost 5/10 last time around because of all the fighting they're doing for the top 4 spots here. Again, they still have a slight buffer, but that buffer is closing the more they do this right here. Vega down to the bottom of the racetrack, looking
Chandler
over his shoulders. Chandler still confused on why they're defending so soon here. Now it's Woon having to defend from Samet. Side-to-side contact here. Look for Chandler to make a crossover happen. Not going to happen there for Alex Chandler. Looking for it here in the double right-hander. It's still Royce Vega fending off a hungry pack of Mini Swift drivers, but the more they fight, the more they're going to bring in the likes of Orbezo and Santillan. They're in the same frame now as there's 2.5 to go side by side. Marco Samet to P2. Chandler's going to try to squeak into 3rd. He does. So Woon loses 2 spots in 2 corners. Vega somehow holding on to this one, but they've lost 2 seconds to 5th place. It is a 8-kart trainer about to be here, Caleb.
Yeah, the likes of Santillan, Maxwell Macha, Nicolas Orbezo are catching up to the top 4 here the more and more that they fight. And you see the confusion through the helmet, through the visor of Alex Chandler. Why are we fighting? Why do we continue to shuffle for position? And it's because everybody wants to be on the pole position when it comes to Sunday. Royce Vega still leads us away. Marco Samet in 2nd. Chandler has worked his way up in a 3rd. And welcome to the party, Valentino Santillan, who looks to get the move done on Ashton Woon. Side by side, Maxwell Macha out of nowhere for the rookie. He's able to work his way up into P4 here. Chandler looks back and he sees the fireworks have erupted here. Vega still going defensive. There goes Ashton Woon again on Maxwell Macha. Santillan going to get through as well. And Nicolas Orbezo going to continue to close down that gap and catch right back up to this group. It's been a breakaway so far, though, for Marco Samet and Royce Vega, who have a kart length back, to Alex Chandler, who has 2 kart lengths back to Ashton Moon after his fight with Santillan, Macha, and Orbezo. They continue to fight. They continue to push each other forward. Still Royce Vega who leads us from Marco Salmon. It's Bennick against BJR MDR here in this one. Iron Rock Motorsports not too far back in that third spot. Royce Vega to the bottom of the racetrack. Everybody going to follow him down. Can Marco Salmon go lower? Thought about it. Alex Chandler looking for a move around the outside. Not close enough. Over, under, move. Is he close enough to get it done? Not as of yet. Ashton Moon has rejoined the party, and P4 looks to get the move done on Chandler. Was he close enough? Stuck the nose, but not as of yet. 6, almost 7 go-karts in the battle for the lead. For the final time, Vega into the belt buckle, goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Marco Salmon looks to get it done. Santillan around the outside, going to get shoved off into the dirt. 3, almost 4 wide here into the boot for the final time. It is still Royce Vega who leads us away, and out of nowhere, Maxwell Macha got the move done for P3. Alex Chandler gets shoved to the wayside, and Royce Vega is going to win in Mini Swift.
Vega ahead of Samet, ahead of Maxwell Macha. A round of applause to the SLA driver there, looking further back. Here's a good look at the battle just outside your top 10 here. That's a bunch of go-karts here coming to the line. One of them being Nakawati there, down in about 15th position or so. So checker flag is in the air, but how about it for Macha? Like I was saying, 17 spots for him. Orbezo made up 5 in the last corner with an ultra crossover move there with Santillan sending it in on Ashton Moon, and ended up costing them both a handful of spots there to finish 5th and 6th. That is the RPG driver of Julian Rivera ahead of Alex Chandler. Unfortunately, after all that, you saw how frustrated he was that they were defending. Well, he got the shortest end of the stick. He finished 8th out of 8 in that train. That is Emerson Lane. Enzo De Janeiro rounds out your top 10. Nika Barreau, Parker Ives, Jose Carlos, Murad, and then it's Benja Fernandez there in 15th. And then Lorenzo Varela is in 14th there to round out your top 15 in Mini Swift. What a race here, Caleb.
Yeah, I mean, Braden Wagner, we saw him fight up in the top 5, and he finds himself outside of the top 15 in 16th. Nico Katowski, 17th. Josh Bergman, 18th. Aston Wyatt, after issues early on, so 19th. Grayson Walcott, 20th. John McClellan, 21st. Pasha Ali, who started inside the top 10, finds himself in 22nd. Oscar Gus Wonderley, 23rd. Julian Malo, 24th. Colton Stiegenberg, 25th. Simon Klein, 26th. Liam Nachawati, 27th. Braden Westfall, 28th. And more cross the line that time by. An action-packed weekend of racing so far, and that was your Mini Swift classes. We see the last couple of drivers that crossed the line. As we get set to go green with our KA100 Masters, let's take advantage of this time and hear a quick word from our sponsors.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you
Yee, welcome back to Texas as we are here at the opening round of the United States Pro Kart Series from Houston's high-speed playground, Speedsportz Racing Park, as we get set to go green with our KA100 Masters class.
Yeah, let's run you through your starting grid here. For heat number 2 in KA Masters, it's Martin Stone and Pierce Baldas, who gave us a great showing in heat number 1. Adam Crepin, Miguel Mir, Laurentio Mardan, Nicky Coelho, Adamar Calagaro, Diego Rodriguez, Vincent Cassard, and Thane Morgan. Rounding out your top 10, that is Scott Carapelletti ahead of Kim Carapelletti, Andres Mersha, Tom Gertzner, and Andre Isaac. Rounds out your field for KA100 Masters. They put on a show for us in heat number 1. I expect more of the same here just because of the nature of the KA100 motor. Green flag is not in the air, hands are up and waving, so we're gonna have to go back around a little bit too fast, said our flagman Porter there. Didn't like what he saw, so to make the old guys go back around again here, Caleb.
Yeah, go back around again indeed for Martin Stone and Pierce Baldas, who are going to lead us away here in this KA100 Masters class. With more and more drivers slated to start here in this one. So, I mean, it's been a great weekend of racing so far, Alex. I mean, a lot of action, door-to-door action all across, and I mean, this track really promotes great racing with all the twisty and high-speed corners and the hairpins, of course.
Yeah, for sure. Great racing all throughout so far. We're about halfway home on all these heat races. A little bit more than that. We only have about 2 classes left in these heats, and then we'll see heat number 3 in the final heats of the day. But nonetheless, Martin Stone versus Pierce Baldas. Round 2 is about to get set to go underway. Karts are in. The tram lines looking much smoother and cleaner than they did to begin that last lap. Engines are rolling here. Green flag is in the air. Martin Stone ahead of Pierce Baldas. Miguel Mir with a great start. Adam Crepin, not so good of a start there. Ahead of Nicky Coelho there. Laurentio Mardan is going to slot in line. He's going to lose a spot down in the 6th place, but they're all single file and facing the right direction here as they head down the back straightaway. A few moves further back, but up front, single file through your top 10.
Yeah, single file so far. Side by side, further back, it's Caligaro and Vincent Cassard, who go side by side there for a second. Cassard able to get ahead there and up into 8th, right behind Rodriguez, who has found himself up in a 7th here, but still Martin Stone, the man from Great Britain, still leads us away from Pierce Baldas from Kansas City, Missouri, and then from Miguel Mir, who is from Mexico City, Mexico, but resides in Dallas, Texas, just 4 hours north here of Speedsportz Racing Park. Right behind him is Adam Crepin, who is going to try and push the 7-time Texas regional champion further up the field here in this one. So let's see what Miguel Mir can do here. I mean, we know he has a lot of laps around this place, more than probably any other master in this class. So we'll see what Miguel Mir can do.
Yeah, the difference between this heat race and the one that we saw earlier today is that Martin Stone got pushed wide and outside your top 5 to start that one. This time, he's able to actually hold on to where he started in P1. So let's see what these drivers can do now that Martin Stone, your pole sitter, is still in the lead 2 laps into a 10-lap heat race here. But so far, Pierce Baldas keeping him honest here all over the rear bumper. Miguel Mir now closing in as well, bringing Adam Crepin, Coelho in the mix. 5 karts have broken away here. Just out of touch is Laurentio Mardan, and then a little bit further back is Diego Rodriguez there in 7th. Then you have to look a bit further back to see Vincent Cassard in 8th place there. But rounding turn 14 and 15 now to see the 3rd of 10 laps here in this second heat race. It looks real good for Pierce Baldas all over the bumper of Martin Stone. I think at this point, whenever he really wants to, he could pull out to make a move down the back straightaway here. Martin Stone looks over his shoulder and he sees that. Baldas does the same thing. We potentially could see a move here. Martin Stone goes slightly defensive. No move yet for Pierce Baldas. He wants to study Martin Stone a bit more to see, why is Martin Stone so much quicker than us as it stands right now? Why didn't he get pole position? Well, let's see if he can learn, because you told me, Caleb, you spoke with him yesterday, and you asked Baldas, how do you feel being back here, coming from road racing? He goes, oh, I'm still learning. And it's like, you're second, dude. And so you couldn't be learning that much, or you learned really quick. So nonetheless, Pierce Baldas in second. We saw him lead majority of that heat race earlier today. So he looks really, really quick. The 476 driver has been impressive all weekend, especially with a driver like Martin Stone, who is a multi-time champion in his own right.
Yeah, for sure. That time, Nicky Coelho went quickest. He currently sits all the way back into 5th, and it's currently turned into a 5-kart train. It's just whether or not Pierce Baldas can get that extra push and get close enough to the British man at the point of the field. There goes Miguel Mir for second, able to get the move done on Pierce Baldus. Kreppen looked to go through as well. Wasn't close enough that time by, but Miguel Mir up into P2 here, and there goes Kreppen. He was close enough that time and gets the move done, but overshoots it there, and Pierce Baldus in the high five. LSR machine able to stay ahead by inches here at the moment. Kreppen gets the move done, as well as Coelho, who looks to go through as well. Coelho able to get the move done on Baldus, who was in second, fell all the way back to fifth, and lost 3 spots in that lap.
Yeah, Pierce Baldus, right as I was saying that he was impressing me, loses a few spots there, but nonetheless, great racing all the way through the top 5 in KA Masters. 4 laps in the books. Lap number 5 of 10 is underway. It's still Martin Stone. Adam Miguel Mir goes way wide there on the exit of turn number 1 and 2. It's going to give Kreppen a good run here. Look at Baldus all over the rear bumper now of Nicky Coelho, looking to make amends after losing a handful of spots in that previous lap. It's plateaued for the top 5. Nobody's able to make a run on anybody. It's kind of a draft train as it stands. You have to look about a second back to see the 6th place driver of Laurent Mardan, and another half a second back to see Rodriguez ahead of Cosard, Caligaro, and Scott Carapaletti. That top 10 has remained roughly the same throughout a majority of the first 4.5 laps.
Yeah, these gaps have just kind of stayed stagnant. And the gap to Martin Stone opening up little by little here in this one. I mean, it closes down. I don't know if it's a difference in gear for Miguel Mir, who just seems to be catching on the straightaway and just losing time through the corners. But yeah, seems to be struggling here a little bit with the pace that Martin Stone currently has. And you see that run that he has into the first couple of corners, has a great exit here, and then just tries to catch up, but just isn't close enough here at the moment to close down the gap to Martin Stone.
Yeah, so far, still so good for Miguel Mir. Has a lot of laps around this place. Knows what it takes to win here in the KA Masters class, and I have no doubt that he's going to try to make a run at it here with 4.5 to go. But how about it for Adam Kreppen as well? We saw him get pushed to the wayside in heat number 1. Looks to be a lot cleaner for him here in heat number 2, sitting in 3rd place. Miguel Mir, I thought he was going to make a move. Wasn't close enough there to Martin Stone, who's been incredibly impressive because we've, we come to notice, we've known this for a while in the KA class, but especially in a track like Speedsportz, which really plays into the likes of, a draft and 2 is faster than 1. With the tailwind in play, it's actually playing a factor, and almost a teammate to Martin Stone is the wind, because it's a lot easier now to lead a race knowing that the draft from the back straightaway is not as important. Nonetheless, it is important, and now through turns 4 and 5, Miguel Mir didn't get a great entry to turn 4, and it's going to cost him on the exit here, so Martin Stone's not going to have to worry too much about a move from Miguel Mir. Potentially, Adam Kreppen's going to sneak one in. Not going to happen. These top 5 drivers working very well together to extend their lead over the 6th place driver of Laurent Mardan.
Yeah, so Laurent Mardan kind of in no man's land here at the moment, has no help from behind from Vincent Cassard, and it's just not close enough to catch any sort of draft from your top 5 here at the moment. So unfortunate there for Laurent Mardan, who finds himself in 6th here at the moment. I mean, not a bad spot overall, but just missing a little bit to keep up with these top 5, who are all separated by the kart length in their own respect. And there goes Pierce Baldus looking for the move on Nicky Coelho. He's able to get the move done and up another spot, but you see, how much that move cost them. Already have 5 kart lengths in between the P3 and P4 drivers of Adam Kreppen and Pierce Baldus now.
Yeah, Baldus at this point in the race feels as though he's faster than Coelho, so now it's his turn to prove that he can go and make a charge at the top 3 position. Lap 8 of 10 underway, 3 to go in heat number 2 for the KA Masters class. You still have 1 more to do later this afternoon. Nonetheless, Martin Stone looking good out front, but how about it, Miguel Mir? This is as close as he's been all race long, less than a car length separating your top 2. Kreppen's in the mix as well. Miguel Mir giving the signal to Kreppen, saying he might make a move here. Not going to happen. Miguel Mir thought about it, just wasn't close enough in the brake zone. This time around, they're going to see 2 to go. At some point, I expect a move to be made by Miguel Mir here through turns 13 into turn 14. Not going to happen. Martin Stone is able to carry enough speed through the center of the corner to not allow Miguel Mir to get one in the braking zone. 2 laps to go, signaled by our flagger here through turns 1, 2, and 3, the very fast section of the racetrack now. And now through the double right-hander, turns 4 and 5. Miguel Mir much better than he did last time by, but still Martin Stone able to carry a lot of center corner speed, and it's making it tough on the guys behind him to make a move into this very tight hairpin, very fast but tight hairpin. Now Switchback City incoming, but no one's making a move still. As it stands, Martin Stone starting to extend his advantage over Miguel Mir, and he's falling now to the clutches of Adam Kreppen.
Yeah, for Miguel Mir, just losing touch a little bit with Martin Stone, who we saw in happy hour was quickest in the later stages of that really long session. So, I mean, we're seeing the exact same thing here, right? With 10 laps into this race, Martin Stone continuing to improve his lap times and continuing to go a little bit quicker and quicker. For Pierce Baldus as well, just went purple last time by. Let's see what it looks like this time when they get the white flag. Miguel Mir just hasn't been close enough to attempt that move on Martin Stone here, and is going to fall into the clutches here shortly of Adam Kreppen, who's been really patient with Miguel Mir so far in this race. Pierce Baldus currently sits there as well. So everybody just being patient, biding their time and waiting for the moment to pounce here. Nobody close enough, and yeah, everybody's staying patient and respectful out here. Nobody going to attempt any sort of late lunge or crazy move.
Yeah, Miguel Mir just went defensive there on Adam Kreppen, so that's going to give Martin Stone enough of a gap now to where, as long as he doesn't make a mistake, he should walk away with a heat victory here. Nonetheless, Miguel Mir is going to have to go slightly defensive now on Adam Kreppen. Martin Stone out front, about a 2-car length advantage. He has to navigate 3 more corners to take home this heat victory, but how about it for Kreppen? Has a very good run here. There he goes, inside and through. Adam Kreppen to P2 with 2 corners to go. Martin Stone's going to take the heat victory. Kreppen P2, Miguel Mir 3rd. How about it for Pierce Baldus in 4th? Nicky Coelho rounds out your top 5. Lorenzo Mardan there had to hold on to a 6th place spot. Vincent Cosard almost was able to get around him there at the end. Scott Carpelletti made up 2 spots in the final couple of laps to finish 8th. Audemars Caligaro and Diego Rodriguez rounds out your top 10 in the KA Masters class.
So that was it for your KA100 Masters class. Here shortly we'll get set to go green with your X30 Pro, and it's been all about Ryan Norberg.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here.
Well, on track now is your X30 Pro for the 2nd time today. We get set to go green here in this one, where it's flying Ryan Norberg on the pole position alongside GS Cicero, our RPG front row lockout. Christian Miles and Donovan Bonilla starting on the 2nd row. Alessandro DiTullio and Austin Garrison on row 3. Paulie Massimino and Brandon Lemke starting on the 4th row.
Yeah, and then in your 5th row, it is Alex Stanfield ahead of Harley Keeble, Nick Terlecki, Peyton Phillips, Brandon Carr, Josh Holtz, Christian Garduno, Santi Fernandez, Dalton Haynes, Gerardo Peralta, Henry Lepard, Austin Perrin rounds out your top 20 in the X30 Junior field, Caleb.
X30 Senior.
Senior, bro, Senior.
And then it's going to be Mingnan Zhu, who starts Shotgun Charlie on the field in 21st. We saw some great moves last time out for these X30 Pros, where Alex Stanfield around over-under move into the double right-hander got the move done on Austin Garrison and Gia Cicero. One of the standout moments there, and obviously for Christian Miles, went around after contact with Paulie Massimino into the double right-hand section complex that put him out of contention to even challenge Ryan Norberg. And then Harley Keeble, another big story, wasn't even able to finish that heat race. So he has a lot of work to do here in this one.
Yeah, the biggest thing there, we just got note as well, Harley Keeble to add on to his list of reasons to be frustrated so far this weekend, has to switch engines, puts him in the back of the grid here to start heat number 2.
Yeah, so Harley Keeble starting shotgun Charlie here on the field behind Mingnan Zhu as we get set to go green. It's Ryan Norberg and Gia Cicero for the second time today. Into the tram lines we go. The green flag is out, and we are racing here in X30 Pro. A good start for Ryan Norberg. Harley Keeble already making moves further back. Gia Cicero losing spots here once again to Christian Miles, who works his way up in a P2 here again in this one. DeTulio up in a third, side by side further back. That's Josh Holtz with Alex Stanfield and Brandon Carr there for a second. Peyton Phillips starting out of line, looking to make the move on Brandon Lemke in a turn number 6. He's going to get through. Gia Cicero in P5. Massimino up in a P4 here. And let's see if anybody can challenge flying Ryan Norberg.
Yeah, things are getting chaotic in the middle of the field here, looking very similar to what it was last race, though, with Norberg ahead of Miles, DeTulio, and Paulie. This is the same top 5 that we saw to open up heat number 1. Let's see if Christian Miles can have a much better heat race than he did in the first one when he and Paulie got into it and he was spun around facing the wrong way, middle part of that racetrack. How about it for Garrison making a move on Bonilla? Another bad start for Garrison, having to work his way through the field. In heat number 1, he was the fastest driver on the racetrack for a majority of that one. The Speed Concepts Red Speed has been quick in both junior and senior racing all weekend long. So if Garrison can continue that pace, he might have a chance into tomorrow's main event against Ryan Norberg, who seemingly has a leg up on the rest of the field. How about it for Santi Fernandez on Josh Holtz? He's through. There's Harley Keeble behind him. He's up about a couple of spots already ahead of his teammate Dalton Haynes. So Haynes having a shocker of an opening couple of laps in this one. Harley Keeble already around him, and he started last in this one. Norberg so far extending his lead over Christian Miles. There's a look at Chuck Alex Stanfield there, who was able to get a good crossover move in the last lap to finish 4th. Looking good so far there in 9th, but needs a little bit more to fight for the top 8.
Yeah, it's not close enough as of yet, and doesn't have that pace to catch up to the rear bumper of Donovan Bonilla here. Going to need a lot of fighting to go on, and fighting like this is going to help him out because Alessandro DeTulio and Paulie Massimino just traded spots. DeTulio up in a P3 here now, Massimino down in P4, and Ryan Norberg already setting in purple lap times and pulling away from Christian Miles in second there. And Austin Garrison, we knew he was the quickest driver in the first heat race. Was he saving his tires, or was he just leaving it all out there? So we'll find out if that Speed Lab Racing Engines, Speed Concepts Racing machine is going to have enough to try and contend for a podium finish here in this heat race.
Yeah, so far it looks as though ADT struggling for grip here. Massimino, Garrison, Cicero, and Bonilla look to be quicker than the Inter-MS Car Republic as it stands. Massimino gets into the back of DeTulio there through turns 14. That halted his progress out of that corner. It's going to give Garrison a decent run now, but Cicero all over his rear bumper here. It is a huge train of go-karts from DeTulio all the way back to Terlecki. Christian Miles all on his lonesome as it stands, about 2/10 off the pace of Norberg, but slightly quicker than the drivers behind him. There goes Bonilla on his teammate Cicero. Not going to make it stick, but he's going to force his way through on Gia, but Gia's going to fight her way back and hold on to that spot. Stanfield thought about making a move there, couldn't make it stick. Right now, all of these go-karts in this train of 6 look to be pretty equally matched as it stands now. Bonilla thought about a move on his teammate, couldn't make it stick. Cicero struggling to hold on to that 6th place spot as it stands.
Yeah, unfortunate start for Gia Cicero so far. She's falling under fire from teammate, and there goes Nicholas Terlecki on the inside of Alex Stanfield. Good move in a turn number 14 into the boot for Nicholas Terlecki. He's going to lose out on that one. The Texan back up ahead of Terlecki, and Brandon Carr able to slot his way through as well. Paulie Massimino and Alessandro DeTulio continuing to shuffle for position for third on back. Still fighting Austin Garrison, though, now on the rear bumper. DeTulio pointing Massimino forward. He goes a little bit defensive there. Early apex there for Massimino to try and stay ahead of Alessandro DeTulio. Gia Cicero there as well, and Austin Garrison, what a move. Gia Cicero going through on DeTulio. Donovan Bonilla as well, who loses a couple of spots in that one.
Yeah, what a lunge there from Garrison. It moved DeTulio so far up the racetrack that it allowed Cicero and Bonilla to go through. How about it for Brandon Carr? He's made up 2 spots in this lap. He got around Stanfield and Terlecki in this one. Here comes Brandon Carr in the mix up into P8.
Yeah, Brandon Carr definitely a much better start to this race as he looks to make a move on a fellow Kart Republic of Alessandro DeTulio. Wasn't close enough in turn number 1 at one of the highest speed corners here at Speedsportz Racing Park. Let's see if Brandon Carr's going to be close enough on the back straightaway. Tucking his head there, trying to get as much wind out of the way. There goes Harley Keeble after an engine change, looking to get the move done on Nicholas Terlecki. Keeble's going to be able to get through. Peyton Phillips looks to go through as well. Still side by side in between Terlecki and others there. Alex Stanfield leads that group, and he's going to fall under fire to Harley Keeble here shortly. Is Keeble going to be close enough into the belt buckle? Looking for the move inside and clear for Harley Keeble, who's able to get ahead there of Alex Stanfield, who's losing spots here by the lap, unfortunately, for Alex Stanfield. He currently sits in 9th, so this is the battle here for 9th. Falls back to 10th now. Harley Keeble up in a 9th here when they cross the stripe. So it seems like that engine change is working out for Harley Keeble because, I mean, he's lapping pretty good. And like we were talking about lap times, Austin Garrison just went purple, 52.823, 2/10 quicker than Ryan Norberg, which is not close enough to contend. But he is close enough to fight with Paulie Massimino. So Garrison up in a P3, but is he going to have enough time to catch up to Ryan Norberg? And I really don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so. But potentially with the pace that he's showing, maybe with the help of Massimino and Bonilla, might be able to make something happen with Christian Miles, because he is quicker than Christian as well, obviously going purple and faster than everybody on the racetrack. Speaking of which, you're talking about Keeble being happy with this new motor change. I guarantee you, if we talked to him after the first heat, he probably wouldn't even want to talk, but there goes Bonilla on the inside of Massimino. If we talk to him after this one, he'll be very happy indeed. Keeble just made a move there on DeTulio at the corner of our screen, up into P8 from last on the grid. The Saudi Kart Racing factory driver absolutely flying here. 8 laps into a 10-lap main event. There is potential that Harley Keeble finishes inside the top 5 in this one.
Yeah, no, Harley Keeble absolutely flying here and catching up to a fellow Britain driver, Brandon Carr, who goes on Gia Cicero, who loses yet another spot here. Cicero falls back to 7th. Carr up into 6th here in this one. And then Keeble able to get around to Tulio last time by. Keeble currently purple, 52.637, quicker than anybody else on the racetrack. There goes Keeble on Gia Cicero, wasn't close enough that time by, as may lose a spot to Alessandro Tulio, side by side, door to door in between the two of them for a second. The Tulio gets ahead of Keeble, who's going to have to stay content behind him, and Alex Angel's still there with the 3 of them.
Yeah, that will frustrate Keeble for sure, because that was the first time he's been passed all race long. 2 to go in the air, so Keeble looking to try to get back around ADT for the second time in this one. DeTulio really struggling in this race here. Started inside your top 5, right now struggling to stay inside the top 10 now in this heat race. DeTulio looks over his shoulder, doesn't even try to fend off Harley Keeble. Second time's the charm there for Harley, who has to try to get back around Gia Cicero. Couldn't make it work last time around. Deja vu here for Harley Keeble, now back behind the 343 driver. Here's a look at Christian Miles. How about it for Austin Garrison? We talked about it 2 laps ago. Could Garrison catch up to the TB car driver? I think so. A lap and a half remains here. Miles looks over his shoulder to see a red, white, and black go-kart of Austin Garrison with the help of Donovan Bonilla behind him. White flag in the air for Ryan Norberg. He has a 2-second buffer over these 3 drivers behind him. Who's going to get 2nd, 3rd, and 4th? It's between Miles, Garrison, and Bonilla.
Yes, Miles, Garrison, and Bonilla currently 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. This is going to be Garrison's best shot down the back straightaway. He has a great run. Is he going to be close enough to send a move? He is. In at turn number 6, switchback city. Austin Garrison able to get the move done side by side between Bonilla and Miles. Wasn't close enough there for Dono to get the move done. But Austin Garrison up in a P2 here. A much better What's set to be a much better finish than what it was in heat number 1, going defensive already from the TV card of Christian Miles. If he's able to start on the front row tomorrow alongside Ryan Norberg, it's going to be the best shot that he has to go head-to-head with Mr. 8-Time, who is set to win heat race number 2. A clean sweep so far for Ryan Norberg, who wins the second heat. It's Austin Garrison second, Miles third, Donovan Bonilla fourth, Paulie Massimino fifth, Brandon Carr sixth, Harley Keeble in seventh, DeTulio eighth, Gia Cicero falls all the way back to ninth, Alex Anfield 10th, Nicholas Terlecki 11th, Josh Holtz 12th, Dalton Haynes 13th, Peyton Phillips 14th, Christian Garduno 15th, Henry Lepard in 16th, Mingnan Zhu in 17th, Gerardo Peralta in 18th, Brandon Lemke 19th for him. Unfortunate end to his race. Brandon Lemke, so he's 19th, Austin Perrin 20th, and Santi Fernandez, some sort of issue for him as well. Put him out of contention here in this one. That was heat race number 2, but we get set to do it all over again, starting all the way back to our Micro Swift class coming up here after this quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the United States Pro Kart Series.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Well, welcome back as we get set to do it all over again with our heat race number 3. Your Micro Swifts out on track now, where Santiago Orioli is going to start on the pole position here once again. It was Zane Burgess who took away heat number 1. It was Santiago Orioli who took the win in heat number 2. But he's starting alongside Win Gottschalk here for the final heat race of the day for these micro Swifts. It's Jake Manalio in 3rd, Suarez 4th, Flores 5th, Mulata 6th, Burgess 7th, Collins 8th, Mazzaculo 9th, Leo Simone 10th, Johnson, Westbrook, Gottschalk, Anastasio, Bornman, Ahmad, Lopez, Perriman, Carney, Besseril, all slated to start here. Wonderlay, Garcia, Salazar, Piemonte, Ho, Pena, Harrell, Kabinski, Katowski, Canache, Nario, Gomez, 4, Blackwood, Garduno, Go, Garza, Hale, and Stoffel, all slated to start here in this one. Into the tram lines we go for the final time today in the Micro Swift class. One driver out of the tram line. Hopefully they let him back in. The green flag is out though, and we are racing for the final time today in Micro Swift. A good start so far by Santiago Orioli, as well as Manalio, who's able to slot up and get the move done. Side by side in between Gottschalk and Burgess. Who is it going to be? 2 Islanders looking for the move. Gottschalk almost makes contact. Wow, that was Flores driving Gottschalk way to the bottom of the racetrack there. 3, almost 4 wide. Dutch Westbrook, Mulata, all in the battle further back side by side. And it's one of the Team Ferris racing machines. That's Mazzaculo who's able to get ahead of them. And there goes Flores on the inside of Win Gottschalk. Gottschalk, a nice over-under move. Who's able to get the move done on Flores and stay ahead here, Alex. Already elbows out racing so far.
Yeah, chaos to start this Micro Swift category as Miguel Flores hits the rear bumper of Win Gottschalk, gets all sorts of sideways now and is under fire from the likes of Suarez there in 4th. For Zane Burgess, however, great start for him, up in the P3 already from 7th. So what a start for the 55 Sodi kart machine. There's a good look at Zane Burgess, like you said, heat number 1 winner. Not as good of a race in heat number 2, but if he can get a good race in heat number 3, it'll pay dividends for his starting spots tomorrow. Behind him is Win Gottschalk. Then it's Miguel Flores, or Marcelo Flores. Then it's Miguel Suarez behind him in 6th. Mazzacuolo, great start for him in 7th. Mulata lost a few spots. Westbrook up a few. And then it's Johnson there in 10th there. Cameron Johnson rounding out your top 10 so far on the Franklin Motorsports Merlin machine there. So good start for Cam Johnson as well out front. Look at this. Manalio and Orioli working very well together. That's what you want to see if you're the mechanics on the sideline of those two sides of the tents there, looking at your drivers and saying, let's work together, right? Lower horsepower class. The draft plays a big factor in this one, even with the win. So if you're Orioli or Manalio, you don't want to race until lap 9 or 10.
Yeah, so for all these drivers, you know, working together is key here. Pushing each other forward. You see Ahmad and Anastasia going side by side for the back. That's Sterling Mulata and Dutch Westbrook there on your screen, who currently sit 8th and 9th and chasing down the Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic of Anthony Mazzaculo. Are they close enough this time by a couple of drivers out of line? Dutch Westbrook trying to put a stop to that. One of the Sodi Racing USA machines, and there's Sterling Mulata all the way from Washington, D.C., racing all the way down south in Texas, and gets the move done on Mazzaculo. His teammate Dutch Westbrook, the Dallas, Texas native, gets the move done as well. So Westbrook up into 8th, Mulata up into 9th, and Mazzaculo losing 2 spots in that lap. And there's that driver, I think that's Mikey Collins, who gets the move done there as well on Mazzaculo, who's able to work his way further up the field.
Mikey Collins making a few moves in this lap. That'll put him 9th from 11th there. So good run for Mikey. Late lunge there on Cam Johnson. Couldn't make it 6th, so Cam Johnson's holding on to, I believe, 11th there. But out front, how about it for Win Gottschalk? Got back around Zane Burgess now, so the Bennett driver up into P3. They seem to be at this point in the race quicker than your leaders than they are. Marcelo Flores, there goes purple, and he's bringing Suarez behind him with him as well. So it's Orioli Manalio with less than a second advantage over the guys behind him. There goes Mikey Collins on the inside of Dutch Westbrook. Couldn't make it stick. Westbrook's going to hold the outside. No, Mikey Collins makes it stick. Out front, it's still Win Gottschalk, then it's Burgess, then it's Flores and Suarez.
Yeah, so Flores and Suarez still fighting there. Marcel Flores looking for the move here on Burgess. Wasn't close enough that time by. Let's check it on this battle as Mikey Collins makes the move on Dutch Westbrook. Side by side in between the two of them. Side by side, wheel to wheel, door to door. Westbrook able to stay ahead here of Mikey Collins. Behind them, Mazzaculo looking for the move. Wasn't close enough, and Sterling Mulata leads this third group, I should say, on the racetrack there as they get set to cross the line. So this is 7th back just outside of the top 10 with Cameron Johnson and Victor Gus Wonderlay, who's right outside the top 10 with Kimo Ahmad closing down the gap.
Yeah, a great battle here for 7th through 10th. Side-by-side crossover there. Mikey Collins makes it stick there on Westbrook. There's a battle for 3rd and 4th. There's Flores and Suarez making it work on Burgess. Burgess going to fight back. Doesn't let Miguel Suarez through, but Flores is in now to 4th position. Move Burgess back into 5th. A great battle here for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Here's the battle for 7th. Mikey Collins got around the pair of Bennix. He's up into 7th, got around Mulata and Westbrook. So Mikey Collins, the U-Race Sody Kart driver, rolling so far here, 5 laps into a 10-lap heat race.
Yeah, 5 laps in and a lot of battles all the way through. There's Zane Burgess down the inside on Marcelo Flores. Overshot it a little bit. Oh, and off into the grass. Zane Burgess, off-track excursion, goes into the grass, sends it in a little bit too deep on Marcelo Flores, and that can happen in the turn 14 complex. If you overshoot it, you're going to end up in the grass and very close to the fence line.
Yeah, Burgess, good job. Kept his hands straight and it didn't lose too much ground. The only problem is the guys behind him. Speaking of which, Manalio doesn't want to be 2nd for much longer. Makes the move stick on Orioli. That pass right there brings Win Gottschalk into the mix now. It's a 3-car breakaway out front, and this might kick off a segue into, we'll start the battle more here. 6 laps into a 10-lap race, still 4.5 laps remaining, and the drivers behind him, there's Flores and Suarez are in the mix. Burgess by himself might be under fire from Mikey Collins and Dutch Westbrook if he's not careful. If these two start to work together, a lot happening here, Caleb, and there goes Win Gottschalk to the inside of Orioli. You don't want to fight too much longer because, like I mentioned, with Flores and Suarez behind in the mix here.
Yeah, a lot of drivers who have put themselves in the mix. Gottschalk very much in the mix here, up in a P2 and right behind Jake Manalio and trying to close down the gap to the Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic. Down the back straightaway, we are 7 laps into this race. 4 laps to go. Down the inside for the Bennett machine of Win Gottschalk. Can he get the move done? Isn't going to get help from Santiago Orioli, who gets the move back done there on Win Gottschalk, who looks to get it back there into the double right-hander, gets it done, and on exit, Win Gottschalk able to stay ahead of Santiago Orioli.
Yeah, Manalio doing a great job to fend off the guys behind him. Gottschalk and Orioli fighting all this battling. Here comes the Car Republic driver, the SLA Car Republic of Flores. Here comes the RPG Cosmic of Miguel Suarez. Those two working together very well. The two drivers that aren't working together at all. Win Gottschalk through on Jake Manalio. Move the Bennett driver ahead of the Team Ferris Car Republic. 3 laps to go, and it's a 5-car train out front, and if they battle much longer, Zane Burgess might still have a chance in this one, but I think, if anything, Mikey Collins might have something to say about Zane Burgess.
Yeah, definitely going to have something to say as Marcelo Flores joins the party, as well as Miguel Suarez. Flores now looking for a move on Orioli, side by side in between the two of them. Oh, wow, Flores almost got the 2-for-1 move done. Looked to go to the lead of the race, wasn't close enough that time by. Second is all that Flores will be able to get into turn number 6. There's that turn number 8 we go. Not close enough, but Flores up in a second. Orioli losing yet another spot to Jake Manalio. Win Gottschalk going defensive here, trying to hold off the young Mexican of Marcelo Flores, trying to keep him in second. Trying to keep that SLA Kart Republic behind him. Side by side there for a second. Gottschalk going to go defensive here into the boot. Not close enough. Orioli gets the move done on Manalio. And you see all the mechanics, all the support teams pointing people and pointing their drivers emphatically to push forward. More carnage further back in the field in Orsolin and more. All off the racetrack here through through the first couple of corners we go. The 2-6 were in the air last time by, and officially crunch time for these young boys and girls.
Yeah, crunch time indeed. Burgess further back, soon to be under fire. Speaking of under fire, here comes Flores, here comes Orioli, and others. Win Gottschalk going to try to hold on to the lead. Somehow, some way, maintains the lead with 1.5 to go. The Bennett driver maintains that lead. The 25 machine up to the point. Orioli snuck one in on the inside of Flores. He's through to P2. Manalio now to the inside of Flores. Couldn't make it stick, but Flores now sends one in on Orioli, pushes them in the dirt. That's going to ruin his exit. Here comes Manalio. Here comes Suarez. Orioli from 2nd to 5th in 3 corners. Suarez late on the brakes. He's through Manalio. Orioli now side by side with Manalio. And now Orioli through to fourth. White flag in the air for Win Godchuk. He has a decent size advantage over Marcelo Flores, but Flores sends it in through turns 1 and 2. Look at the run he might have through turns 4 and 5. Now down the back straightaway, looks over his shoulder, does Win Godchuk. Definitely too far away as it stands for Flores to make any sort of lunge happen. Win Godchuk sets up a little bit too much there, slightly wide for Win Godchuk, but it's going to help him out on the exit. Looking further back, Orioli having to fend off from Suarez and Manalio further back, Caleb.
Yeah, trying to fend off Manalio and his Team Ferris racing machine. When Godchuk has kept it on the racetrack, has been clean, made the moves when he needed to. There goes Santiago Orioli trying to stay defensive, and now ahead of Miguel Suarez, that time by. But for the young man from Curacao, it looks set to be a heat race win as fighting further back continues to ensue. Santiago Orioli going to stay in fourth, but for Curacao, it's going to be a heat race win. For Win Godchuk, it's going to be Marcelo Flores in second. Across the line, Santiago Orioli gets across the stripe first. More battling further back. This is the likes of Sodi Racing USA machine. They're going side by side there, but an Orsolin driver. That's Brody Stoffel, who had to start last here in all the heat races after a DQ in qualifying for being underweight. So Stoffel from last all the way up to 20th. It's Flores who crossed the line second, Orioli third, Suarez fourth, Manalio fifth, Dutch Westbrook sixth, Sterling Mulata seventh, Zane Burgess eighth, Anthony Mazzucchello ninth, Cameron Johnson 10th, Kimo Ahmad 11th, Lawrence Perriman 12th, Mikey Collins 13th, Ethan Kaminski 14th, Leo Simone rounding up your top 15.
Yeah, a good top 15 there. How about it for your 16 through 30 drivers? Andrew Anastasio, Victor Wanderlei, Sebastian Piemonte, George O, Brody Stoffel, Byron Bornman, Nico Salazar, Zev Godchuk, Mauro Nario, Liam Four, Mateo Gomez, Ajax Caption Garduno, Camila Canacha, Nolan Carney, and Anthony Garcia rounds out your top 30 in a stacked Micro Switch field. Now here's the last 8 drivers: Patricio Pena, Jack Katoski, Aiden Go, Penton Hall, Luca Besserell, Lorenzo Lopez, Slate Harrell, Tyler Blackwood, and Rodolfo Garza rounds out your field in Micro Swift. Caleb, what a race we saw there.
Yeah, very, very action-packed weekend of racing for these Micro Swift. We've had a different winner in every single session. It was Orioli who qualified the fastest. Zane Burgess took the first heat race. Orioli took the second heat race. And Win Godchuk, the young man from the island of Curacao, all the way out in Texas, a long ways from an island here in the great state of Texas. That the city of Houston has more people than the entire island of Curacao, which is crazy. And that kid came out here and took the win in the Micro Swift heat race. So coming up next, it's going to be your KA100 Juniors A versus D, where Diego Ardiles is going to start on the front row alongside Peyton Westcott. Those drivers make their way out onto the racetrack. It's Diego Ardiles, who qualified on the pole position and is slated to start on the front row alongside teammate Peyton Westcott. Garzone starting on the second row alongside Ty Fisher. Tyler Roberts and Jackson Warney starting on the 3rd row. Marco Romero and Martin Jaramillo starting on the 4th row. Herrera and Luke Tull starting on the 5th row. Paramo and Gassia Lee, row 6. Pettit, Vanchev, row 7. Tremmel, Doen, Weinberg, Renderos, Cagle, Kustas, all in the top 20. Outside of there is Murphy and Barzers, Duran, Barile, Tartar, Holbrook, Ituriga, Wargo, Boardman, Thermoswamy, Schreimer, and Gonzalez, all slated to start in the final heat race for these KA100 juniors. A versus D. Ardiles and Westcott into the tram lines, getting set to take the green flag. They do, the lights are out, and we are racing here in KA100 Junior. Ardiles with a good start, Garzone going to follow him through. Roberts already up in a P3. Westcott loses 2 spots there as side-by-side further back in the field sees 3 wide in between some of these drivers. They're in contact already. Derek Wargo off the racetrack, one of the Speed Sense drivers as well, and the Sodi Racing driver there as well, finding themselves in the grass here. More contact. One of the MPG Motorsports drivers there finds himself slowing, and a very, very hectic start to this race, Alex.
Chaos unfolding out further back, but out front, pretty clean sailing for these drivers. Ardiles ahead of Garzone, and then there's a few battles happening further back here. There's Gassia Lee making a move. He's inside your top 10. Good start for him. He started in 12th for this one, but it's Ardiles, and then it is Garzone, and then I believe it might be Tyler Roberts ahead of Peyton Westcott, ahead of Ty Fisher, ahead of Jackson Wolney, who is one of the quickest ones in the X30 Junior heat number 2. Now for heat number 3 in KA Junior, he looks to be just as quick in this one.
Yeah, so closing down the gap, Marco Romero finds himself right behind Herrera there on your screen, and there goes Jackson Wolney looking for a move. Wolney able to get the move done on Ty Fisher, and there goes Roberts, look to get the move done on Garzone. Wasn't close enough that time by. Westcott is, though, and gets the move done on Tyler Roberts, who Roberts' move didn't work out on Garzone, and he lost a bit of time. So Westcott, she took advantage of that. Got the move done on the Trackside Karting Services GFC of Roberts. There's Marco Romero with Herrera. Romero able to get ahead there of Herrera, and he's going to have to do some work to catch right back up to Marco Romero. Luke Tull, the young Dutch driver, not too far off as well. Side by side there in between Ty Fisher and Tyler Roberts, who drops a tire into the grass and able to stay onto the racetrack here. Roberts going to lose the spot to Ty Fisher there.
Yeah, and lost the spot to Jackson Wolney in turn 14. So Wolney from 6th to 4th in less than 1 lap. Like I mentioned, the Speed Concepts red speed driver, quick in both X30 and KA classes. Herrera giving the signal to Romero to work with him. I don't think Romero's going to listen to him, though. Let's see if he sticks it around the outside. Not going to happen there. He's going to hold tight through the inside there. Let's see what happens for those drivers. But back through your top 6, it's Garzone now leading ahead of Ardiles, ahead of Westcott, who's going to make a move on her teammate there inside, and she's through. Peyton Westcott ahead of Ardiles. Here comes Jackson Wolney, and he's brought Ty Fisher with him.
Yeah, so Peyton Westcott, she was able to get the move done there on her teammate of Diego Ardiles. Ty Fisher, it looked like he wanted to go there on Jackson Wolney, but he wasn't close enough to get that move done. And when we saw down the back straightaway, Marco Romero and Herrera were just looking at each other, pointing each other emphatically. What are we doing? Let's work our way forward. We're letting the leaders get away. And that's exactly what's going on here because the top 6 have completely broken away from 7 on back. That's Luke Tull there. You see them now coming to frame throughout the back straightaway with a lot of work to do if they want to catch up to the leaders here, who have been kind of stagnant, swapped for positions here, but haven't lost much time and kept it clean through the racetrack. And there goes the pass for the lead again. Peyton Westcott, the young lady, leads here for the first time today. Ardiles in 2nd, Garzone in 3rd. Jackson Wolney up in a P4. Ty Fisher now. Is he going to finally go on Jackson Wolney? He is. I called it. And Ty Fisher gets to move down into the belt buckle and up in a P4.
Ty Fisher through in the 4th ahead of Wolney. Tyler Roberts sitting tight there in 6th, but how about it? Wolney sends it back up the inside of Ty Fisher. Roberts tried to make a move, couldn't do it. These top 6, they have a buffer to start battling, but Herrera, Romero, and Luke Tull behind are close enough to where if they battle, they could close that 2-second gap that they have inside. Wow, Garzone used a lot of curbing there to make that move stick, but it worked out for the Orsalon driver. Sebastian Garzone splits the 2 RPG teammates, and he's back up in a P2. Further back, a lot of shuffling for position. It's Luke Tull now ahead of Romero there in 8th.
Yeah, so there is Luke Taw and Marco Romero, who have been pretty stagnant here at the moment. The group behind this is a group that continues to battle and jockey for position, elbows out, racing all the way through. It's almost 10 drivers in the group behind Luke Taw and company. That's your leaders. That's the second group led by Herrera, Luke Taw, and Marco Romero, who try and catch right back up to leaders. This is the group that we're talking about with a lot of elbows out racing. Graham Tremmel and more side by side. Elbows out, racing the entire way through. That's led by Chase Gassiet-Lee and Alexander Vanchev and Graham Tremmel. Nobody working together here further back in this field. All fighting and all elbows out, trying to get a better start in qualifying. This is the last chance that they'll get to try and work themselves up for a better starting spot tomorrow in the main event.
Yeah, the leader of this group is Chase Gassiet-Lee, one of the breakout drivers in the junior category. A Florida native there, does a lot of testing down in Homestead. He's improved tremendously from last year to this year. There goes Vanchev to the inside on Gassiet-Lee, followed by another one of the drivers there, but Gassiet-Lee's going to hold on to the inside. But like I mentioned with Gassiet-Lee, got his maiden national podium in Orlando a few weeks ago in the X30 Junior class. Here goes Ty Fisher to the inside of Westcott, and Wolney said, get out of my way. I'm following Fisher through, so Wolney now into fourth. Westcott loses 3 spots in one corner. There's a good look at Gassiet-Lee and Vanchev, 2 Florida natives working well together there to try to pull away from this huge squabble of go-karts and put their head forward to potentially get into the top 10.
Yeah, so a lot of fighting here through these drivers. There's the battle for the lead. Diego Ardiles, Sebastian Garzon, and more still shuffling through. You saw Ty Fisher make the move there on Jackson Wolney there, who looks for the move on Gage Bailey. Tyler Roberts. And there goes Peyton Westcott again, trying to get right back up to the rear bumper of Jackson Wolney, who made the move on her a lap before. And it was a little bit of a hip check there by Wolney to get Westcott out of the way.
Yeah, Wolney up in the fourth there. Westcott back into fifth. This group led by Ty Fisher is going to try to get up to that group of Garzon and Ardiles there. 3.5 laps to go. Garzon playing things smart as it stands. He knows that if he makes one move on Ardiles before the last lap, most likely with how close Fisher, Wolney, Westcott, and Roberts are, it will become a 6-car train again. And that's the last thing that Garzon wants to do. And I feel like Ardiles is with him in that same thinking. So lap 8 of 10 in the books, 2.5 laps to go. No one's going to make a move here. Potentially, maybe Wolney will. Nothing to it there. Wolney, he's thinking the same thing that Garzon is. If I push Fisher up to the top 2, I can maybe make this a larger train than what it is and give myself a better chance at a victory here. But so far for Wolney, still behind the TB car driver.
Yeah, I mean, he went purple in the process of 55.731 for Jackson Wolney. He's behind Ty Fisher, right? There's been a lot of fighting, but, I mean, when he's sagging, he's able to set in those lap times, hit his marks. Whenever you're going side by side half the time, you're not really able to hit your marks. So, I mean, he's closing down the gap a little bit to Ardiles, who's just kept his nose clean, as well as Garzon, right? These are guys who have been in the junior class for quite a while. Ardiles has led so many laps this year already. And, I mean, he's going to know how to lead from Sebastian Garzon as well, who's had a couple of wins, right, this year. So, I mean, anybody's game is Peyton Westcott. Goes purple that last lap by, 55.708. For the young lady, so she continues to try and close on the gap. And there goes Jackson Wolney on Ty Fisher, who drives into the bottom of the racetrack. Jackson Wolney, though, gets the move done into Switchback City. And Wolney up in a P3, but not going to help them out as they try and close down that gap to Garzon and Ardiles.
Yeah, 2 laps to go here, or a lap and a half, should I say, in KA Junior. Garzon just within reach of potentially making a move on Ardiles. Not going to happen. As it stands, Ardiles doing just enough to hold on to the lead ahead of the Orsalon driver. Further back, like you mentioned, Wolney making the move on Fisher. Westcott trying to get a move done on Ty Fisher as well. And then Roberts losing touch with those 3 drivers in 6th, but he has a big buffer behind to Herrera, Luke Taw, and Romero for 7th. So he's stuck there in 6th place. For these guys, though, this is the battle for the lead. Last lap, white flag in the air for their final heat.
Not close enough for Garzon as of yet. Ardiles still going defensive. Jackson Wolney going to get to the front 2 here shortly. Last lap, not close enough. And it looks set to be Diego Ardiles, who takes away heat race number 3 in KA100 Junior as the rest of the drivers continue to shuffle through. And this is the battle further back, just on the edge of the top 10, side by side in between Vanchev and more. Very, very good.
A KA100 Junior drivers. They've always put on a great show for us, especially around Speedsportz here. So it's Ardiles ahead of Garzone, Wolney, Fisher, Tyler Roberts, Peyton Westcott got passed by Roberts in the final lap to finish 6th. Javier Herrera, Marco Romero got around Luke Toll in the final lap to finish 8th. Toll in 9th. Eric Doan rounding out your
San Jose Paramo in 17th. Chase Gassi at Lee 18th. Bronson Custas 19th. Tristan Murphy 20th. Braden Zerves 21st. Hector Ituriga 22nd. Caleb Tarter 23rd. Hamza Ambar 24th. Chase Relay 25th. Bristol Bornman 26th. Travis Pettit. I saw him have a little bit of an off-track excursion there. He's going to finish 27th. Derek Wargo 28th after issues for him early on. Jude Thurmaswamy 29th. Zukun Holbrook in 30th. Matias Gonzalez 31st. Jose Schreimer in 32nd. And Santiago Duran. I'm not sure he was able to get going here in this one, unfortunately, for the hometown kid. As we get set to go green for our second set of heat races, it's going to be Chico Brown starting on the front row. Let's run you down your grid here for your second group. C. So this is A versus D. We're getting set to watch B versus C here coming up next as we wait for our timing to update as that race just ended. So we'll wait for our timing to update, but it's Chico Brown starting on the front row. I mean, a good weekend so far for Chico, right? Has swept the X30 Junior class so far, and I mean, has been pretty good in this KA100 Junior class as well.
Yeah, very quick in both classes. He's gonna be one of the favorites, if not the favorite, arguably in both classes, especially X30 Junior. But here in the KA class, there he'll be on your outside of your front row. Inside will be Enzo Vidmontien leading them to the green. Fausto Arnaudo, Davin Roberts, Gage Bailey, Ethan Tovo, Dean Peterson, and others there in your top 6 and 7. And then it's going to be Cole Medeiros, Tyrone Kemper Jr., Amador Martinez rounding out your top 10, Caleb.
Yeah, Benham Abernathy on row 6 alongside the GFC, Trackside Karting Services GFC of Jackson Young. Salvador de la Vecchia on row 7 alongside the CRG Nordam entry of David Ibarra, Nathan Dupuy and Jackson Deal starting row 8. Michael McGoy and Bobby Klein starting row 9. Davis Henry and Mateo Calderon on row 10.
Yeah, and then here through rows 11 through 17, it's Jose Martinez, Oliver Trejo, Luis Fernunez, Mason Berry, Nathan Golseth, Max Christe, Remy Andrados, Mateo Malo, Amelia Gus Wondero, Brandon Siraki, Cash Perkins, Jeremiah Thomas, Arthur Barb, and Lillian Scarborough rounds out the field here for groups B versus C, heat number 3 for these KA100 Junior drivers. Caleb, we saw a barn burner there in every single KA Junior class so far today, and all 3 heat races for these guys here. This will be the last KA Junior heat of the day. What do you think we could expect?
I mean, we can expect a lot of passes, a lot of racing, and them going very fast. No, but in all seriousness, we can expect, elbows out racing the entire way through, right? I mean, Enzo Vidmontien and Chico Brown, 2 of the quickest drivers all year long in this junior class. I mean, we'll be excited to see what they can do here in this one, right? So as the engines come to life, I mean, you're a man of many picks, Alex. Who do you think is if you had to put $1,000 on a driver to take away heat number 3, who would you pick?
Well, I mean, to me, the one that I'd probably put my money on is Chico Brown with the pace that he's had all weekend long. But if there's no money in the line and I can have fun with it, I would say there's a few drivers, right? I mean, Ethan Tovo's in the mix as well, just inside your top 5. To me, I like Davin Roberts. Davin Roberts has been very, very quick. He doesn't have the help of many teammates out there, but by himself, he's been incredibly quick. So for this one now, with a lot of teammates being split up for this one, right? Chico Brown doesn't have, the likes of Ardiles and others in this one with him. So for that helps others, in terms of you don't have teammates to go out there and help, right? We had Westcott and Ardiles in the one that we just watched, but with Chico Brown, he's kind of by himself here. Vidmontien, the same sort of way down, right? TKG, RPG, Interim S, RPM, it's GFC, then Speed, then Nash, and then it's back to RPG. So the top 7 are different teams, which is what you love to see here in the KA Junior class.
Yeah, and I mean, you guys may be wondering where Xander is. He's actually updating all that for you guys, giving you guys a colorful timing screen. So thanks to him, this new ticker has been possible for us here at the United States Pro Kart Series that started in Super Nats. But we get set to go green here in this one, and we don't get the green flag that time by Enzo Vinmontien, hand in the air. But they will get set. And if you look at the ticker on the left side of your screen, you see the many different teams and the different manufacturers and camps that are out here this weekend. A vast variety of different go-kart glory here, you know, and delivering a great weekend of racing thus far, Alex.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the KA Junior guys, drivers, should I say, have put on a show for us, just like every class has. I mean, really, there hasn't been many races where somebody's been able to pull away, just because from what we've heard from all the drivers, no matter what motor package you're running, it is hard. But with the high winds that we've seen for a majority of the day, it's created a tailwind down the back straightaway. The wind seems to have calmed down slightly, so we're seeing a few more passes be made on the back straightaway, unlike what we saw midday. Nonetheless, here, some drivers going very, very slowly there. I think they just swapped the front row. Yeah, they did. They swapped the front row. So Chico Brown, one and done there at the start. So now it's Davin Roberts and Fausto Arnaudo leading them to the green flag. This is going to give my pick, Davin Roberts, a great chance here into turn number 1. Lights are out. We're green here for KA Junior. Great start for Arnaudo. Great start for Vinmontien and others. Roberts slots into 3rd position there ahead of Gage Bailey. Ethan Tova loses a spot there to Chico Brown. Chico thought he was rolling off in P2. Now he finds himself in 5th. A bunch of drivers banging tires further back. They're 3-4 abreast heading into turn number 5. Late lunge for Cole Medeiros. He's going to push Dean Peterson way up the racetrack there in turn number 5. They're still side by side there. There's Martinez now sneaking into the mix. So Martinez up a few spots. Medeiros loses another spot there, I believe, to Kemper Jr.
Yeah, Tyrone Kemper Jr. was able to get the move done. Roberts wants to retake the lead here in this one. He does. Gets the move done on Enzo Vinmontien. It's so side by side in between the two of them, and the two Kart Republics obviously going to work together here in this one as Arnaudo looks to push Vinmontien through. He does, as Chico Brown now in 4th looks to work his way further up to the front of this lead group. Arnaudo falls back to 3rd. They took the lead, I guess the front row start from, they took it away from Enzo Vinmontien, but he did everything possible to get right back up to the point of the field. Wasted no time here on Davin Roberts and was able to get the move done. Now Roberts is going to be close enough to attempt the move into turn number 6. He is to the bottom of the racetrack for Roberts, retakes the lead for the Ryan Perry Motorsports machine. Side by side further back in between Arnaudo and Chico Brown there in this one as there's some contact further back in the field.
Yeah, Davin Roberts making the move stick on Vinmontien. We saw Chico Brown try to make a move. That's one of the Sodi Kart drivers off the racetrack there. Yellow flag, no passing allowed through this section here. There, Davin Roberts still leads over Vinmontien, and then it's Arnaudo ahead of Chico Brown, who couldn't make the move stick on Arnaudo in turn number 5. Vinmontien trying the outside of turn 14. That's not usually possible, but maybe it is. Wow, what a run! Wow. In the dirt even for Enzo Vinmontien. Yellow flag potentially out, but Vinmontien makes the move stick before the yellow flag. What a move for Enzo.
Wow, in my years of racing around here, it's been really rare where you see a move like that and be able to hold on to it around the outside. It takes a lot of respect to be able to get that move done by your competitors. And there goes Chico Brown at the bottom of the racetrack. Looks to get the move done on Fausto Arnaudo, so the Argentine falls back to 4th there. And there's Gates Bailey, who has worked his way up into the top 5 with Amador Martinez right behind the two of them, and Tyrone Kemper Jr., the NOLA Motorsports Park representative, up into P8 and currently the fastest man on the racetrack.
There goes Gage Bailey to the inside of Fausto Arnaudo. He's through into P4. Look at this battle further back. This is about 7th through 12th there, starting with Tyrone Kemper Jr., Peterson, Medeiros, Abernathy, and Young further behind. There's Davin Roberts there holding off Chico Brown, who's through into P3. How about it for Gage Bailey in the 4th? Arnaudo, the biggest loser in that lap, down a few spots from where he was when he crossed the stripe last time around. The Inter-MS Kart Public driver down in 5th. Then it's Martinez up into 6th. He started outside your top 10 in this one. Then it's Peterson and others. There goes Chico Brown to the inside and through. Bailey's going to help him as well. So Vinmontien still leads, but now it's Chico Brown. Roberts doesn't want to give up 3rd, but he might have to here Gage Bailey up in the 4th, and now Roberts has to fend off Fausto Arnaudo.
Yeah, so Roberts there lost that place to Gage Bailey, and Roberts going to get it right back into the belt buckle we go. Fausto Arnaudo looks to get through there as well. Not close enough there for Fausto to get the move done. Going to have to stay content here in 5th behind Bailey and the Trackside Karting Services OTK. There goes Arnaudo that time by. Martinez able to get through there as well. So he's going to get through on Gage Bailey, who is just 2 spots there in that lap. It's still Enzo Vidmontien who leads, but for how long? Because Chico Brown is closing down the gap, 55.915, fastest man on the track. For Chico Brown, who's closing down the back straightaway to Enzo Vidmontien, and I wonder if he's going to be close enough into turn number 6. Not as of yet, but there's Bailey getting the move done on Martinez, so Bailey able to get that spot back. Tyrone Kemper Jr. not too far off there as well, with Peterson right behind Jr. in 8th, Young in 9th, and Abernathy rounding out your top 10 here in KA100 Junior. And a switch for the lead. Chico Brown leads us here once again. Enzo Vidmontien.
This time around for the KA100 Juniors. A bit of contact there further back in turn 11. Nonetheless, up front, Chico Brown way sideways through turn number 2 and 3. It's going to give Vidmontien a great chance down the back straightaway. Good run for the TKG Car Public driver. Then it's Davin Roberts in 3rd, ahead of Arnaudo, ahead of Gage Bailey. He made a move in this part of the racetrack last time by. He's through again. The 827 up in the 4th, ahead of Arnaudo.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for Bailey, it looks like he may have a pushback bumper karting group machine of Enzo Vidmontien.
Yeah, then it's Gage Bailey leading this second group of go-karts. And how about it? Kemper Jr. back to the inside of Martinez. And then it's going to be Dean Peterson there in 8th. This is a good 3-car battle for 6th position. As it stands, that 6th place belongs to Kemper Jr. Martinez had it last lap. Now it's Tyrone's out front. Chico Brown still leads over Vidmontien. And then it's these 3, Gage Bailey, Arnaudo, Davin Roberts. This has been the battle for 3rd all race long. It is alternated who's where throughout of 10 laps in the books. 3 to go here in KA Junior. Smart driving from all of them. Vidmontien pushing Chico Brown away from the rest of the pack. He wants to make it a 2-kart race when the white flag waves.
Yeah, so it's 3 laps to go that time by. It's still Chico Brown who leads from Vidmontien. Martinez going to be able to get the move back done on Kemper Jr. Not close enough. And everybody's staying pretty much stagnant here with 3 laps to go left in this one. Martinez there fighting with Dean Peterson there for that 7th spot. Kemper Jr. all kind of staying patient, working together. This is their last heat race, so all of their total results and overall results is going to determine where they start in tomorrow's main event. If they make the main event, don't forget we have LCQs coming your way tomorrow as well. So for these drivers, they want to be ahead of that cutoff, and DNFs aren't going to help them out at all.
Yeah, for sure. You have to play things smart with how many go-karts are in these groups. You cannot afford any bad results here. 2 to go for your KA100 Juniors. Last heat race for them of the day. Chico Brown versus Vidmontien. They have a 1.5-second buffer to Gage Bailey behind, who's starting to defend now from Arnaudo. Looking for the crossover there. He's the Intermax driver. Up front, it's still Chico ahead of Vidmontien here. A lap and a half to go. Does Vidmontien make any risks, or maybe he decides, I'm content with a P2. They both have great finishes through the first 2 heat races, so they could afford to just finish where they are. Arnaudo got through on Bailey. Bailey thought about a move back through into 3rd. Not going to happen, so how about it for Fausto Arnaudo? He's through, and I believe Dean Peterson just got through into 6th ahead of Martinez, ahead of Kemper Jr.
Yeah, so he's able to get through here in this one and opening up his gap little by little. White flag out in the air this time by the last lap of the weekend in KA100 Junior for Chico Brown and Enzo Vidmontien. Chico went purple that time by 55.594 in the second and last lap of the race. Chico already going defensive to the bottom of the racetrack as well, further back for Bailey and more. Can Chico hold on to it? Vidmontien, can he get the over-under move here in a switchback city? The 2 of them still fighting side by side. Enzo Vidmontien there on the outside of the double right-hander. Can he get the over-under move? Not close enough as of yet for the Kart Republic to get ahead of the RPG Cosmic of Chico Brown. Into the belt buckle we go for the final time in this heat race. Not close enough for Vidmontien as of yet. Still side by side. More battling further back. Tyrone Kemper Jr. got past that time by Peterson. still side by side. Chico holding off with everything that he's got. Enzo Vidmontien across the line, and it looks set to be Chico Brown who wins heat race number 3, and Enzo Vidmontien finishing second.
What a run for all those drivers there. Here's the battle for the line for 15th on back, but it's Chico Brown ahead of Vidmontien, ahead of Fausto Arnaudo, getting around Davin Roberts, getting around Gage Bailey. That's your top 5, and then it's Amador Martinez, Dean Peterson, Tyrone Kemper Jr., Michael McGoung on board the GFC rounds out your top 10 here.
Yeah, Salvador Della Vecchia 11th, Benham Abernathy 12th, David E. Barn, the CRG Norton machine in 13th, Ethan Tovo 14th, and Comaderos rounding up your top 15 here, Alex.
Yeah, and then further back, Nathan Dupuis, Max Christe, Mateo Carterone, Jackson Dial, Nathan Barry, Jose Martinez, Cash Perkins, Nathan Golseth, Luis Fernandez, Lillian Scarborough from the back of the grid, the 25th, Davis Henry, Brandon Siaki, Oliver Trejo, Remy Andretos, and Amelia Gus Wonderley rounds out your top 30 for groups B versus C in heat number 3. And then it's Mateo Mello, Bobby Klein, Arthur Barb, and Jeremiah Thomas, the last of the drivers there in that group for heat number 3. That's going to round out your KA Junior heat races. But up next, we're going to have KA Senior racing. Do not go anywhere.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Well, welcome back to Houston's High Speed Playground, Speedsportz Racing Park for the opening round of the United States Pro Kart Series Championship in 2024. My name is Caleb Vieska, and still alongside me here in the booth is Alexander Soros. We get set to go green with our KA100 Senior class, and you see a whole lot of GFC starting up at the front. It's Jake Drew starting alongside the California kid, Jesus Vasquez Jr., Landon Skinner, the rookie, on row number 2 alongside Cooper Shipman. It's Keegan Kaminsky and Fernando Luque on row 3. It's Adrian Cruz and Kane Martin on row 4, Alan Isambard and Joey Friend running up your 5th row.
Yeah, and then row 6 on back. Peyton Phillips, Justin Musick, Vinny Miskelis, Finnegan Bailiff, Max Altman, Chase Biscaglia, Ryan Persing, Quentin McPherson, Kingston Himes, JD Lamping. That's your top 20 for Groups A versus D in Heat 3 of KA100 Senior.
Yeah, here is the rest of the drivers slated to start here in this one. It's Chris Martin of the Sodi Racing USA machine starting alongside the newly joined BJR MDR driver of Josh Campbell, Seamus McKendry, and on the 12th row alongside Beckett Friesen, the rookie who's had a weekend to forget this weekend after unfortunate events all weekend long for him. It's Alex Fieldstein on row 13th alongside Charles Rupke. It's Luca Quattroramano on row 14th alongside Fernando Molina. It's Gabby Selden and Mason Surgener on row 15, and Ben Gaunt, Shotgun Charlie on the field, starting now on row 16, all out there on his lonesome. An action-packed a couple of heat races so far in this one with a lot of drivers to watch. We saw Jake Drew had a good second heat race after getting DQ'd, unfortunately, in the first heat race. So let's see what Jake Drew can do here after, being on the back foot. And for a lot of these drivers, I mean, we talked about it in the junior class a little bit, they need to stay ahead of the cut line here this weekend, Alex.
Yeah, for sure. And you mentioned it with Jake Drew, right? I mean, not what he would have wanted after a good result in heat number 1. So heat number 2, he came back and put together a good result. He needs another good one here. And I mean, how about it for the GSC boys? 1, 2, 3, and 5 here in Groups A versus D. Goes to show you how much work they put into that single speed package for Gary Carlton there. Super quick here in Speedsportz. Nonetheless, in the tram lines, Jake Drew and Jesus Vasquez Jr. on your front row. Lights are not out. A yellow flag. We're not going to go green here. They're going to have to go around once more. And I wonder if, just like in the junior class, I wonder if it's going to be one and done here. They might swap the front row.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what they decide to do. So for the Trackside Karting Services GFCs, that team led by Tim Lobau and Gary Carlton, very good friends. I mean, funny story in between the two of them, right? A campfire, conversation in between the two of them started their partnership with Trackside Karting Services GFC, a team that we're used to seeing at the Trackside Racing Series, where Jesus Vasquez Jr. Was able to take the win here 2 weeks ago. So their partnership, showing strong here this weekend with the top 3 so far of Jake Drew, Jesus Vasquez Jr., and Landon Skinner, all showing to be strong here this weekend in their GFC single speed package. So as we get set to go green, it seems like they're not going to switch the lead around. It's going to be Jake Drew and Jesus Vasquez Jr. getting set to go green here for the final time in Groups A versus D in KA100 Junior. The lights are out, and we are racing here in KA100 Senior. Jesus Vasquez Jr. with a monster start. Jake Drew, not the best start, or not the start he would have wanted, falls back to 3rd. Landon Skinner to 4th, and otherwise it's a good start for Cooper Shipman, who's up 2 spots here in this one.
Side by side, further back, Vasquez Jr. to the bottom of the racetrack. Shipman follows him through, but Jake Drew goes even lower, all the way into the dirt. Barely gets the kart stopped in time, but makes it stick. Jake Drew back up into P2. Shipman, then is Landon Skinner. How about it for Fernando Luque, up a spot into 5th. And then it's going to be Keegan Kaminsky down a spot in 6th position. Then it's Alan Isambard, who got the heat victory in heat number 2. Looking for more of the same here in heat number 3. Kaminsky way late on the brakes. Gets into the bumper, actually, of his teammate Landon Skinner. It cost him a spot there. A net gain of 0 for Keegan Kaminsky. Yeah. How about it for Isambard, up 2 spots now in this one.
Yeah, wild move there by Kaminsky, who got into the rear bumper there of his teammate of Landon Skinner. So Kaminsky, the rookie, able to continue going here in this one. Further back of Landon Skinner, there's Alan Isambard, who currently sits in 5th, your heat race number 2 winner in his group. So he's able to work himself up into the top 5 here in this one, and a lot of moves further back the field. There's Isambard, a late move there on Landon Skinner, able to get it done into Switchback City. Isambard, a deep send, able to get that move done. There's Adrian Cruz side by side there with Kaminsky. Is Cruz going to be close enough to get that move done and stay clear? Not as of yet for the Orsolina Cruz Racing Development driver of Adrian Cruz here.
Yeah, as it stands at the moment, Kaminsky going defensive there on Adrian Cruz. That's going to bring Luque, Phillips, and Kane Martin into the mix. That's going to round out your top 10 out front. It's Vasquez Jr. out front ahead of Jake Drew, but not any longer. Cooper Shipman now up into P2 ahead of Jake Drew. Isambard got through on Skinner. Alan Isambard absolutely flying. He feels hooked up on board that Sody Kart factory machine. He was supposed to run shifter, obviously with no shifter here. Last minute entry into KA100, and he, as well as AJ Myers, showing them how it's done here. The shifter drivers turned KA drivers for the weekend, as Drew couldn't make it stick there on Shipman. It's still Vasquez Jr. leading the way.
Yeah, still Vasquez Jr. leading the way with teammate Jake Drew trying to fend off the Sody Racing USA machine of Alan Isambard here in this one. Landon Skinner still P5, trying to get right back up to the leaders here. Just hasn't been close enough. Lost the spot to Isambard and Jake Drew. What a move there on Cooper Shipman into the belt buckle. Is Isambard going to be close enough to go on Shipman as well? Not as of yet there for Alan, who wasn't able to get close enough and able to overtake Cooper Shipman. To the bottom of the racetrack, there goes Isambard. There goes Landon Skinner on Cooper Shipman, who's going to get stuck on the outside. Skinner wasn't able to get clear, though, and is going to have help from his teammate of Kaminsky behind. Fernando Luque as well in that group, who currently is purple and the fastest man on track at 55.608 for the Mexican here in this one.
Yeah, all this battling for P2, though, is going to give Jesus Vasquez a big lead here down the back straightaway. Isambard, wow, late on the brakes there. How about it for Cooper Shipman down the inside into P2 now for Isambard. P3 for Shipman. Jake Drew's going to lose a couple of spots there in the fourth. And then Kaminsky now made a move stick there on his teammate Skinner, moved him way wide, and that gave Luque the spot to 6th. Skinner down to 7th.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Alan Isambard does not need a gearbox here because he's absolutely flying. And oh wow, Fernando Luque and Keegan Kaminsky get together in this one. The GFC out, the Super Tune Cosmic out of this one as well. And the two of them who are in the top 10 have ended their hopes and may even end up outside of the cutoff here, especially for Keegan Kaminsky. Isambard goes purple in the process here, and it's pretty much spread out the gap in between Jake Drew and more here. Landon Skinner closing down that gap to Jake Drew in P4. Can he get close enough to challenge? But Jesus Vasquez Jr. has stayed almost perfect, kept his nose clean, and able to lead almost every single lap here in this one, Alex.
Yeah, Vasquez Jr. looks to be incredibly quick. I mean, I actually got a chance to speak with AJ Myers after his Heat 1 victory, and he told me, listen, Vasquez Jr. is the guy to beat this weekend. He is consistent. He said when he was out there in practice against Jesus, he just seems to have an extra leg on the rest of the field so far. So Jesus Vasquez Jr., as it stands, proving AJ Myers to be correct.
To be correct here in this one, yeah. So very good here so far for Jesus Vasquez Jr., who has the upper hand on the rest of the field. The sticks go up in the air, and we are halfway through here in this one. With 5 laps left to go, it's still Vasquez who leads, and Landon Skinner has found his teammate there on the racetrack. Now bumper to bumper, nose to tail here, found each other. But for Isambard, continuing to close down that gap to Jesus Vasquez Jr. in the lead of the race. Landon Skinner went purple last time by, a 55 flat for Landon Skinner, who continues to close down his gap to Jake Drew in 4th, and continuing to close and catch right back up to the sharp end of the field. For Vasquez, he's going to fall under fire here shortly to the Sody Racing USA machine of Alan Isambard. So for Vasquez, going to have to try and keep Alan Isambard behind.
Yeah, Isambard found an extra gear here, even though it's not even shifter for him. Looking to be real quick so far. Further back, we saw a move there with Jake Drew to the inside of Shipman. His teammate Skinner followed him through. So Shipman now from 3rd to 5th in the matter of 1 corner. Lap 7 of 10 in the books. How about it for Alan Isambard? Absolutely flying at the moment. We were mentioning Jesus Vasquez being quick, but Isambard was 3/10 faster last time around. That Sody Kart machine, like I said, found an extra gear here with 3 to go.
Yeah, so a good lap last time by for Alan Isambard, who is in drafting range to Jesus Vasquez Jr., who leads us away. He's going to have to try and keep Alan Isambard behind. I mean, we saw Isambard follow Jake Drew for quite a while in the second heat race, and was able to get the move done in the closing stages and was able to come away with that win. Can he do the same? Can he follow Vasquez Jr. around? Can he learn what Vasquez is doing? Vasquez has already won twice at this racetrack. So for Isambard, going to learn a whole lot from the King Taco P1 Engines Trackside Karting Services GFC as they go into the first couple of corners. Who was quicker that time by? Alan Isambard by 0.03 of a second. The margins are absolutely minimal here in this one. Isambard very much getting closer and closer to the rear bumper here of Jesus Vasquez Jr. But when is he going to decide to go as Cooper Shipman looked for the move there on Landon Skinner? Wasn't close enough to get it done. Skinner still going to stay in P4 behind his teammate of Jake Drew.
The driver to watch right now is the one you just mentioned, Jake Drew, because if Isambard and Jesus Vasquez begin to start battling, Jake Drew was the fastest driver on the racetrack last time by at a 55.118, a tenth quicker than the two in front of him here. They're going to see the 2 to go signal this time by. Vasquez Jr. looks over his shoulder, sees how close Isambard is. He could make a move at any point if he wants to at the stands, pushing Vasquez Jr. down the front straightaway. 2 laps remaining here for the final heat race in KA100 Senior through turns 1 and 2, now through 3, 4, and 5. Vasquez Jr. slightly defensive now. He's going to give him a decent exit though, but with the draft down the back straightaway, look for a potential move from Alan Isambard. He waited for the last lap when he won his race. This time around, looks to be more of the same. Jake Drew leading his teammate Landon Skinner ahead of Shipman, ahead of Adrian Cruz, who's put together a really good heat race there for the Orsalon guys. Now through turns 8, 9, 10, and here comes towards turn 11 and 12 now for Vasquez Jr. 1.5 laps to go here, Caleb.
Yeah, a lap and a half to go left in this race. Can Alan Isambard make it 2 out of 3 of KA100 heat races and put himself in a good spot, in a good starting spot tomorrow for the main event? Isambard now with the white flag in the air, going to have to challenge, going to have to try to get ahead of Jesus Vasquez Jr. if he wants to start on the pole position tomorrow. Is he going to be close enough to challenge down the back straightaway for the final time today for Alan Isambard and Jesus Vasquez Jr.? Jake Drew looks behind, has help from his teammate. Are they going to fight or are they going to push together? Because Landon Skinner already had a bad first heat race, so I think Skinner is going to have to be patient and be content with sitting in 4 just to make it into the main event and have a good starting spot tomorrow. So what can Alan Isambard do? It looks like Vasquez pulled away there into the double right-hander, so I don't think Isambard is going to be close enough to challenge into the belt buckle for the final time. Not close enough for anybody. Everybody's staying patient, knowing it's a very much high risk and very low reward if you try any sort of move. Is Isambard close enough? Not as of yet, and I think that's going to give the heat race win to Jesus Vasquez Jr. And I could be mistaken because Alan Isambard around the outside. Was he close enough? Did he get it done? And he did. Alan Isambard puts himself in contention for a pole position tomorrow as Chase Muscalia leads this group of Josh Campbell and company. But what a finish there by Alan Isambard to take away heat race number 3 ahead of Jesus Vasquez Jr. Gets it done in the last corner on the exit of the boot. Wow, Alan Isambard doesn't need gears. And you see the desperation there by Kaminsky and Fernando Luque, not happy with each other after this one.
Yeah, a lot to talk about after that heat race there. I mean, we saw with Jesus Vasquez Jr., I'm sure he's going to learn from that one because he didn't have to defend from Isambard, but on the exits, he entered narrow, exited narrow because he was expecting the crossover for Isambard, but Isambard played it. He was kind of one step ahead of Vasquez Jr. He went around the outside, and it worked. He got a real good rocket of an exit there. 0.08 of a second is the difference between your top 2. That is Jake Drew, Landon Skinner, Cooper Shipman, Adrian Cruz, Peyton Phillips, Joey Friend, Vinny Muskelis, Kane Martin, Max Altman, Finnegan Bailiff, Chase Muscalia, Josh Campbell, Justin Musick. That's your top 15 for Groups A versus D. Then it's Quinton McPherson, Beckett Friesen, Kingston Himes, Seamus McKendry, J.D. Lamping, Alex Feldstein, Ryan Persing, Charles Ropke, Ben Gaunt, Mason Surgener, Gabby Selden, Chris Martin, and others there for your KA100 Senior Groups A versus D. But on the track right now, it's Groups B versus C, heat number 3 here, Caleb.
Yeah, Elio Meza starting on the pole position alongside the Cali boy of Blake Nash. AJ Meyer starting row 2 alongside Donovan Bonilla. Aiden Rudolph and Austin Olds, row 3. Row 4, Connor Ferris and Christian Miles. Row 5, James Overbeck, Cameron Weinberg, Stephen Miller, and Steven Eisert. Starting row 6, Lucas Zabo and Dallas Dunlap. Row 7, Anthony Rivera and Alexander Gonzalez on row 8. Lydia Small and Emery Lida starting side by side in row number 9. And Sawyer Roussel and Taron Odom on row number 10 here.
Yeah, and then further down the order, that's your top 20. Now, here's 20 on back. Row 11, Valen Venkatesh, Gavin Wardle, Jack Small, Chase Saplee, Ruben Asensio, Autumn Fisher, Diego Guillo, Alex Stanfield, Eli Warren, Colin Lloyd, David Martinez. That's the rest of your grid here through turn 15 and on to the tram lines. It's Blake Nash versus Elio Meza on the front row. It's EOS versus Kart Republic here. Lights are out, and we are green. Mesa with a good start. AJ Myers pushes them through. Then it's Aiden Rudolph. And how about it for Connor Ferris there, sneaking his way up into fourth? No, it's fifth, because Blake Nash is going to hold on there around the outside. Then Donovan Bonilla is going to sneak his way through into the top 6. Then it's Austin Olds further back, side by side there with James Overbeck down the straightaway. Nash to the bottom of the racetrack, and a bunch of other drivers as well.
All these drivers just have to keep it clean if they want to get to the main event later on today. They're all quick. It's a super stacked field here in this KA100 Senior class, the most stacked that we've seen in a couple of years. So if they want to make it to the main event and have a good starting spot, they need to risk very little because the reward will be very high. As you see there, Austin Olds going a little sideways. He didn't have the best heat race number 2 after finding himself just outside of the top 10, but is in good spirits here coming into this main event. There goes Blake Nash. The Cali boy gets into the back of AJ Myers, sends him a little bit sideways there, and Elio Meza already pulling away here little by little. Aiden Rudolph able to stay there, and Donovan Bonilla still P4, but Blake Nash has sent it in a little bit too deep there into the boot.
Yeah, Nash miscalculated it just a hair there, lost about a spot or two. There goes Donovan Bonilla. He started outside your top 7. He's in the 4th. Rudolph going defensive on Bonilla there. That's going to give your top 2 a bit of a buffer now. And AJ Myers, I expect more the same from what we saw in Heat 1 when he got that race victory, which is get to the front early. Christian Miles, that's what he's trying to do. Late lunge on Connor Ferris. That's going to put Miles into the top 6. Look for a move potentially now from Bonilla. Not going to happen. Rudolph going defensive. Speaking of defensive, Ferris now defending from James Overbeck.
Yeah, Overbeck looking to make the move on Connor Ferris. Not close enough as of yet. This is Rudolph and Bonilla, who look to work together to catch right back up to Elio Meza. There's Blake Nash currently 5th, but they continue to close down the gaps here. AJ Myers catching Elio Meza here at the moment. Fastest lap of the race, though, belongs to Donovan Bonilla, who finds himself in 4th place here at the moment. What can the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic driver of Elio Meza do? Can he stay ahead? There goes Bonilla on the inside of Aiden Rudolph. Looks to get the move done. He's clear there. And Aiden Rudolph going to have to slot right back in a 4th, his own backyard. And just as I say that, goes up, right back up to 3rd in his CRG Norton machine.
Yeah, good battle here for 3rd. You don't want to fight for too much longer, though, because you don't want to give the likes of Meza and Myers any breathing room to be able to pull away. Rudolph defending from Bonilla again. And then Blake Nash behind them. And then it's Christian Miles who's pulled away from this group of Austin Olds, Ferris, Overbeck. And then it's Cameron Weinberg rounding out your top 10s as it stands. Lap 3 of 10 in the books. AJ Myers looks to be quick. I mean, we heard him say that he doesn't think he has the pace that these other drivers have, but as it stands, they might have figured some things out because on raw pace, he looks to be quick, but the quickest guy on the racetrack is the driver in 5th. It's the 904 blue colored Nash Motorsports EOS go-kart of Blake Nash in 5th. Donovan Bonilla in front of him, and then Aiden Rudolph still holding on to 3rd place. Speaking of which, he's on the bumper now of AJ Myers, the 5-car train out front, and welcome to the party. Christian Miles, the neon green TB kart, is in the mix.
Yes, Rudolph set his personal best lap time last time by. It was actually purple for a second, and then Blake Nash went even quicker. Is Rudolph close enough this time by to the belt buckle? He is. Aiden Rudolph up in a P2 there. AJ Myers falls back to 3rd here. You're going to have to push Rudolph forward if they want to catch right back up to Elio Meza's Kart Republic, who seems to be on rails here, Alex.
Yeah, Elio Meza, I mean, clearly this is a track that he's come to know and love, right? This was a breakout race last year, this exact race. So Meza looking good on board the TKG Kart Republic. His 2nd weekend on the chassis, 1st national weekend on the chassis, looking good so far. Rudolph behind him, one of the more experienced drivers around this place. Speaking of which, Donovan Bonilla inside, AJ Myers, he's going to fall back to 4th. Here comes Blake Nash potentially now into 5th, and then Christian Miles in 6th.
Yeah, so Christian Miles in 6th here at the moment. Rudolph still behind Elio Meza here at the moment. These two have had many battles around this place when they were juniors at local club races around this place, and they do the same thing here on the biggest stage at the United States Pro Kart Series, a national event where it's kind of deja vu for me and a couple of other hometown locals, right? Used to seeing these kids fight since they were 15, 14 years old in the junior categories. Now they both have moved up. They're both veterans of the sport and fighting for national hardware here. So we saw a couple of moves there. AJ Myers falls back to 5th. Blake Nash, the Cali boy, up in a P4. And AJ Myers falling under fire to the TB kart there of Christian Miles.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see a move here. There it goes. Bonilla inside and through. Miles inside, not going to be through. Clipped the rear tire of Myers. Christian Miles doing everything he can because he can sense the likes of Austin Olds and Connor Ferris at this stage in the race might even be quicker than the TB kart driver. But like I mentioned, Bonilla through on Aiden Rudolph up into P2 and catching Elio Meza. That lead has shrunk. It was 3/10. It's less than a car length rounding turn 12 and through 13. Laps 6 of 10 in the books. Maybe a move to the inside. I thought Dono was going to make a move. Not going to happen. Meza's going to hold on to this one. As it stands at the moment, Donovan Bonilla looks to have a pace advantage over the TKG Car Republic. Look at the run that he had down that front straightaway, because remember, that tailwind on the back straightaway becomes a headwind for the front straightaway, so that's why you saw the draft play such a big factor there.
Yeah, so we'll see what it looks like this time by for Elio Meza, who looks back, sees Bonilla's behind him, and there it goes. Bonilla pointed Meza forward, and Bonilla goes down the inside in a switchback city, able to get the move done. And just like I said, right, switchback city, Elio Meza able to get the move done side by side between Rudolph and Bonilla. Can Rudolph get the over-under move? In a turn number 8 we go. Rudolph ahead by inches, and right back up at a P2 here at the moment. But Blake Nash very much in play here in P4. Austin Olds and others continuing to fight, but all the fighting. Oh wow, AJ Myers fell all the way outside of the top 5. He finds himself in P7 behind Austin Olds and Christian Miles here.
Yeah, top 4 breakaway out front, and then Christian Miles has found himself in a top 5 position. Austin Olds just got around AJ Myers in the final corner as well. So moved the MPG driver up into 6. AJ Myers, one of the drivers that I thought looked to be the quickest in the opening stage of this race. His kart has fallen off here slightly. Contact further back. It's one of the Sodi kart drivers there. Inside, Rudolph through on Elio Meza. Bonilla's going to try to sneak his way through, but can't make it stick. Blake Nash, side-to-side contact there. Bonilla's going to hold on a third, but how about it for Aiden Rudolph, the first time all race long? New leader, it's the CRG driver.
Yeah, Aiden Rudolph leading here at home as defending from Elio Meza, who probably has just as many laps as Aiden Rudolph around this place. Blake Nash up in a P3. Bonilla able to save a P4. One driver off the racetrack. One of the Sodi Racing USA machines. That's Lydia Small, who's off the racetrack in an off-track excursion for her. Let's check back in with our leaders, who are going to get a 2-6 in the air and officially crunch time for all these boys and girls. Rudolph still leads us away, pointing to tap the back of his helmet, telling Meza to push him forward because Blake Nash has help from Donovan Bonilla, Christian Miles, Austin Olds, AJ Myers, and others who are very close, a top 7 group. And there's Rudolph continuing to tell Meza to push him forward and to work together. But Elio Meza going to ignore that, going to go on the inside of Rudolph, and Rudolph going to be able to hold on to that second spot. Bonilla up in a 3rd, Blake Nash 4th, Christian Miles 5th here at the moment, and holding on to the top 5 spot there for that TB card.
Yeah, it was synchronized passing down to the turn number 5. Meza made a move, and Bonilla made a move as well. Wow, Rudolph got way sideways through turns 10 and 11 there. It is a 8-car train out front, 9-car train, should I say, here in KA Senior Groups B versus C, heading into the final lap of the day for these KA100 Seniors. Blake Nash runs to the back of Bonilla, and so did Miles as well. So Miles and Nash now side by side through turn 15. White flag in the air for Elio Meza ahead of Rudolph, while Matt Nash holds on to 5th place there ahead of Austin Olds, now ahead of Miles. Ferris just got around AJ Myers. So many passes being made here heading to the final lap, Caleb.
Yeah, last lap of the day for these KA100 Seniors. Aiden Rudolph looks to get the move done on the outside. Late on the brakes, goes sideways there and able to hold on to 2nd here at the moment. Bonilla in 3rd, almost a 10-kart train for the lead of this race. More and more drivers joining the party. Overback, welcome back, but it's still Elio Meza who leads them all the way. Is Rudolph going to be close enough? Meza defensive to the bottom of the belt buckle. Everybody stacked and packed, nose to tail, bumper to bumper here, coming across the last lap. Bonilla goes around the outside into the boot. Is going to be close enough to get the move done on anyone. Not close enough. Blake Nash into the rear bumper of Aiden Rudolph, who's able to hold on to it. Bonilla with a great run out of the boot, and it's going to be Elio Meza who wins heat number 3 in KA100 Senior side by side further back. And more battling. That's why Roussel, Dallas, Dunlap, and more all fighting. Lydia Small in that group as well. A lot of fighting all the way through on a very, very stacked KA100 Senior field. But it was Elio Meza who takes 2 out of 3 heat races, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be Meza and Isambard starting on the front row tomorrow, Alex.
Yeah, it looks to be that way. Meza ahead of Bonilla, ahead of Rudolph, Christian Miles, Blake Nash rounds out your top 5. Then it's Austin Olds, James Overbeck, Connor Ferris, AJ Myers falls to 9th. And then Emery Lida finds himself into the top 10. He's got that Holtz Motorsports machine rolling here in this third heat race.
I tell you what, I mean, he found himself outside of the top 40 almost after qualifying after issues all day long. A bent chassis earlier today, 23 mil bent for Emery Lida. Got it straightened out and up into the top 10, showing what he can do here. It was Alexander Gonzalez in 11th, Cameron Weinberg in 12th, Stephen Miller 13th, Alex Stanfield 14th, Anthony Rivera rounding out your top 15.
Yeah, then it's Eli Warren, Lucas Zabo, Taryn Odom, Gavin Wardle, Colin Lloyd, Chase Saplee, Dallas Dunlap, Sawyer Russell, Ruben Asensio, Valen Venkatesh, Jack Small, Lydia Small, David Martinez, Autumn Fisher, and Steven Eisert rounds out your top 30 in Groups B versus C there, Caleb. What a race we saw.
What a race as we get set to go green in a little bit here with your X30 Juniors. There you see all the KA Seniors getting set to hang up the suits and the helmets as they get focused on for tomorrow's main event. Everybody keeping it clean and being able to finish this one, except for Steven Eiser, who had issues. He's probably going to find himself in the LCQ tomorrow. But coming up next, it's your X30 Juniors. There you see Alan Rudolph with his son and more. But that was an action-packed KA100 Senior race. Coming up next is your X30 Juniors. We're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the opening round of the United States Pro Kart Series. Don't go anywhere.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Welcome back to Houston, Texas, as we get set to close a day of, a full day of racing, I should say, as our X30 Juniors have hit the track, and it's been all about the man on the pole position, Chico Brown, starting alongside ex-teammate Jackson Walney. It's Sarah Bradley and Diego Ardiles on the second row, Enzo Benmontien and Victor DeAlencar on row 3, Ty Fisher and Davin Roberts, row 4, Chase Gassi, Leon Comaderos, row 5, Vanchev and Rodriguez on row 6. It's Michael McGoy and Nathan Dupuy on row 7. William Kim and Jose Skirmer on row 8. Matias Gonzalez and Eduardo Peralta on row 9. Fernando Zapata, we're out here. And I'm seeing some clouds getting pushed in by these heavy winds.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for some of the races we've seen, you know, it's sunny out, and then some of the races we've seen, it's cloudy out. And this is one of those times where the wind, you can see the wind in on the flags there picking up tremendously, almost blowing them over is what it seems like there. So tailwind on the back straightaway, headwind down the front straightaway here. So yeah, name of the game is going to be who can stop Chico Brown. We've seen it. We've seen drivers attempt to do it, like Walney, Bradley, Ardiles, Vidmontien, and others, Ty Fisher as well in the mix. But at the end of the day, Chico Brown has swept the day in X30 Junior as it stands. But this is heat number 3 of 3 here today. And drivers are in the tram lines now. Lights are still on. Let's see if they can go green first time by. They do. Lights are out. Here we go. Through turn 1 and 2. Wolney's got a real good chance at maybe P1 here. Not going to happen. Chico Brown's going to hold on to the lead. Vidmontienne almost in the grass to maintain his position ahead of De Alencar there. So it's Chico Brown, Wolney, Bradley, Ardiles, Vidmontienne, and others. Wolney to the bottom of the racetrack. Through on Chico. No! Chico Brown's going to slam the door shut on Wolney there, but Sarah Bradley side by side Ardiles. Vidmontienne said thank you very much. Keep the door open. Ardiles is going to try to open the door back on Vidmontienne, but he slams it shut. How about it for De Alencar? This is a good run for him. Good start for him, should I say. Half a lap in. Still 9.5 to go. Vidmontienne on the grass on the entry to make that move work, and he's through. The TKG Kart Public driver up in a P3. Ardiles back through in turn 13.
Yeah, an action-packed race. Further back outside of the top 2 as the leaders continue to jockey for position side by side in between Wolney and Chico Brown there for a second. Ardiles still fighting with Vidmontienne for 3rd, and back Bradley able to hold on to that 5th spot. Victor De Alencar, much better start this time by up in a 6th. Gassi Lee 7th, Vanchev 8th, Roberts 9th, and Nathan Dupuis rounds up your top 10 here so far, as it's still Chico Brown going a little bit defensive from Jackson Wolney trying to hold on to that spot. Further back, it's one of the Telcel drivers who gets the move done. I'm pretty sure that was Rodriguez, if I'm not mistaken. That's the 146. That's the 746. Who was able to get the move done. That's Edgar Rodriguez, correct? He was able to get that move done on another driver there. So a lot of racing through this field here as they continue to fight, and that was out racing all the way through.
Yeah, but this looks great for these 2 drivers on your screen, Jackson Wolney and Chico Brown. They have over a 1 second gap as it stands at the moment over Ardiles and Vidmontienne. If they continue to work together, it could be smooth sailing for these 2 out front. But Ardiles was slightly quicker than everybody else on the racetrack. Purple, 53.599. Head down the back straightaway, doing everything he can to maximize his straightaway speed. Vidmontienne behind him, and that's Sarah Bradley in 5th. How about it for Jace Gassiet Lee up into 6th place. Got around De Alencar that time around. Davin Roberts lost a spot too, down into 8th.
Yeah, so Davin Roberts down to 8th here at the moment. Ardiles went purple last time by. Was able to stay ahead of his friend Enzo Vidmontienne there. What can Roberts do? Can he attempt to make the move on Victor De Alencar this time by? That Ryan Perry Motorsports machine seems to be working here. But a young lady who can make the move, it's going to be Sarah Bradley on the inside there of Enzo Vidmontienne. So Bradley up another spot and up at a P4. Vidmontienne looking for the move into turn number 1. Was close enough. I've seen that move been done before. A very a risky move, but it's definitely a good one if it's done correctly.
Yeah, but Sarah Bradley looks quick, wants to do what her teammate is doing, and that is challenge for the lead. All over the bumper there is Jackson Wolney. Bradley now starting to pull away slightly over Vidmontienne, going defensive there through the switchback section of the racetrack now through the double right-hander. Ardiles seems to be quicker than the drivers behind him and in front of him, but the problem with Ardiles is that he's by himself, has no help, whereas Chico Brown and Wolney can help each other pull away. Ardiles needs that extra person to go out there and make his life a lot easier. Right now, he's by himself trying to get up to his teammate Chico Brown and give him some help.
Yeah, so he's behind his teammate here at the moment, but looks to get right back up to that rear bumper. Spoke to Ardiles late last night, telling me he struggled a little bit on the X30 package. He was strong on the KA100 Junior stuff, but said he needed a little bit more to catch right back up to his teammate of Chico Brown, who has had almost a perfect weekend here. Was fastest in qualifying, won heat race number 1 by a good margin, won heat race number 2. But this time out, it's the first time that anybody's really challenged him here in this X30 Junior class. There you see Gassiet Lee on the inside of De Alencar, able to get that move done. So Chase Gassiet Lee up in a 7th. Roberts still 6th here. Vanchev joining that party up to 9th and on the rear bumper and close enough to try and attempt the move if he wants here at the moment. But like I was saying, I mean, Chico Brown has been perfect, and for the first time this weekend is being challenged by his ex-teammate Jackson Wolney in that Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed Speed Lab Engines machine.
Yeah, Jackson Wolney last time by went purple. This time by matches essentially the lap time that Chico Brown did. Last time around, a 10th quicker than Ardiles. Like I mentioned, with Ardiles having no help in front or behind him, he's a lone ranger out there doing everything he can to keep within, drafting distance or at least striking distance if anything were to happen. Lap 6 of 10 in the books. Gasket Lee inside and through on Davin Roberts. If they stop battling for a moment there, the last 2 laps, this group of 4 was actually quicker than Vidmontian and Sarah Bradley, but that pass is not going to help their progress, but it'll help the progress of Gasket Lee. Look at this. Here comes Wolney, as close as he's been all race long to Chico Brown. This has not been the usual dominant performance from Turner Brown in the X30 Junior class that we've come to expect this weekend. Wolney putting him in his place a little bit here in this heat race. Who knows, like you mentioned, Caleb, weather is a factor as well as tire wear is a factor. Like you mentioned, we're in the 3rd heat for these MG Yellows here on the X30 Junior class.
Yeah, 3rd heat race so far, but the 4th heat cycle that they've been through already. They were in qualifying. They were using qualifying, using the 1st heat race, using the 2nd heat race, and now being used for the 4th time and put through the 4th heat cycle. I mean, a new tire that nobody's really encountered before, doesn't know how it's going to react as much as it gets worn. They say they're supposed to be softer than the old MG Yellow tires, but we know it's a stiffer sidewall with these newer compounds.
Yeah, for sure. So a lot still to learn for this tire there, and everyone's still taking this weekend as kind of a learning weekend to see what this tire does over the course of a weekend. Nonetheless, lap 7 of 10 in the books. We're going to see 3 to go this time by. Chico Brown messed up turn 13 there, put him offline for 14. Look how close Jackson Wolney is down the front straightaway. 3 laps to go. Ardiles still trying everything he can to get up to the front. 10th off last time by of the top 2, but if they start to battle, it is possible for Ardiles to make something happen here. Down the back straightaway, Wolney will get a nice toe on Chico Brown. Does he make a move on the inside if he wants to? Not going to happen there. It's still going to be Chico Brown ahead of Jackson Wolney. Here's the battle for 6th. It's Gasket Lee, Roberts, Dalenkar, and Vanchev. They have maintained this exact positioning for the last couple of laps here, and they haven't made any headway on Vidmontian and Bradley as it stands.
Yeah, just not enough pace for them to catch up to Enzo Vidmontian and others. So for Chase Gasket Lee, just leading the way for the rest of these drivers to try and get right back up and maybe crack into the top 5, because Enzo Vidmontian currently sits there. And this is Jackson Wolney and Chico Brown, right? Speed Concepts Racing and RPG. I mean, how many times are we going to see this weekend, right? Is this a preview of what we may see in the X30 Pro class later, right? Austin Garrison has been quick. You know what? Garrison has been, coaching Wolney for quite some time now. And then Chico Brown getting, that advice from Ryan Norberg. 2 very good drivers, both I guess you can say now legends in U.S. karting after, very many successful years in the sport, Alex.
Yeah, we're watching 2 drivers learning a whole lot from their legendary mentors here, and it's showing in the X30 Junior class. Like you said, definitely a preview for tomorrow's X30 Pro race, and even later this afternoon, the heat number 3, lap 9 of 10 in the books. Whoa, Jackson Wolney late on the brakes, crossover move. Chico Brown back to the point. White flag in the air for Turner Brown.
Yeah, white flag in the air, and I've seen this battle play out before. These 2 drivers fought out 2 weeks ago at this very same track at the Texas Sprint Racing Series for some hardware. There's a side-by-side action further back. That's Nathan Dupuis, I'm pretty sure, who's side-by-side with a couple of other drivers, as Chico Brown going defensive now from Jackson Wolney, trying to hold on and trying to keep Jackson Wolney behind. Still side-by-side in between the 2 of them. Can he find anything? Can he pull something out of the bag to challenge and stay ahead of the RPG Cosmic of Chico Brown, who's been absolutely flying, who's been in a league of his own almost all weekend long in the X30 Junior package? Can he stay ahead? The white flag was out last time by. Is Wolney going to be close enough this time? Can he find something? Into the boot we go for the final time today in the X30 Junior class. Over under, is it there for Jackson Wolney? He's close enough. Can he get the run onto the main straight? Not going to be enough. And Chico Brown gives a thumbs up to Wolney. Clean racing in between the 2 of them. And it's Chico Brown who wins heat race number 3. Across the line, side-by-side action further back in between one of the Super Tunes and another one of the RPGs. Who's going to stay ahead? It's the RPG Cosmic of Medeiros who's able to stay ahead there. Or that could be Peralta, not too sure. It was Peralta who's able to stay ahead of the Super Tune of Gonzalez, Dupuis, and the RPM of Kim.
What a race in X30 Junior. That was the first time, like you mentioned, Caleb, that really these drivers were able to actually put a fight to Chico Brown throughout all 10 laps here in that heat race. Chico Brown takes the win over Wolney, over Ardiles, Sarah Bradley, Vidmontien, Gassiet Lee, Roberts, the Alencar, Vanchev, and Rodriguez. That is Ty Fisher, Colmaderos, Jose Shermer, Michael McGoy, Eduardo Peralta, your top 15.
Yeah, there's the top 15. Matias Gonzalez across the line 16th, Nathan Dupuis 17th, William Kim 18th, and Fernando Zapata rounding out your field here in X30 Junior. When we come back, it's going to be green, green, green for your mini Swifts. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the United States Pro Kart Series. Don't go anywhere.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real...
Welcome back to Speedsportz Racing Park here in New Caney, Texas, and we're ready to get underway with another Division's final heat race on the weekend. Mini Swift on the racetrack here. Marco Samet on the inside of the front row. Alongside him will be the super tuned Paralyn of Ashton Woon. Row 2, Royce Vega and Nico Katowski.
Yeah, row 3 is going to be Alex Chandler, Sawyer Chambers. Row 4, Braden Wagner, Nicholas Orbezo. Then it's Pasha Ali, Parker Ives, Mika Barreau, Valentino Santillan, Emerson Lane, Ashton Wyatt, Enzo De Janeiro, Benja Fernandez, Julian Rivera, Luke Gilio, Tucker Tribe, and Maxwell Macha. That's going to be your top 20 for the Mini Swifts.
So now as the field will round the final turn and head into the tram lanes, we'll get set for these 9 to 12-year-old superstars one more time here this afternoon. They provided us some good racing so far. Can we get it clean on the first try? We can. We're underway, and it's dead even. I think Ashton Woon's going to nose ahead. He'll get to the lead. Samet to second. They're still fighting for third. Give that to Royce Vega. Katowski into fourth. And a good start from Sawyer Chambers into fifth as they head down the back straightaway. Ashton Woon with a healthy gap back to Marco Samet. He'll leave that door wide open and not having to worry. Meanwhile, Chambers side by side with Katowski. Door to door coming out of the corner and into the back bumper is Nico Orbezo as they are letting the top three get away a little bit. And there's problems for Parker Ives. The RPM Nitro kart off the racetrack in turn 7. so he's going to fall way down the board as we're side by side for fourth now. Katowski going to lose that spot. A great start for Sawyer Chambers, up 2 and digging for more as the top 3 head to the boot.
Yeah, behind them, Orbezo, and then Santillan there. Orbezo to the inside. Orbezo's been incredibly quick all weekend. A win in the first heat, a fourth in the second heat here, looking for more there. There's Aston Wyatt almost in the dirt, trying to go around the outside and maintain his position there. Santillan has the advantage though, and through. Whoa, Orbezo, you don't see him move very often there in turn number 3, but he's going to make that one stick there. Katowski holds on to fourth.
Yeah, that was definitely a bit aggressive, I think, on his part, but going for it. Great start for Aston Wyatt, by the way, on that AR Academy Bureau Lard. Up a ton of spots into the top 10 as they go side by side in front of him, trying to find a way through. Orbezo up and around, or holding back Santillan, I should say. Meanwhile, Nico Katowski fades back behind both of them. And now into the belt buckle, inside and clear. Royce Vega on Marco Samet, new man in second. Marco Samet continues to, Ashton Woon continues to lead us into the final turn. 2 laps complete. Still a 3-kid breakaway, but not far back until you find Sawyer Chambers on that Iron Rock Motorsports machine.
Yeah, Sawyer Chambers by himself as it stands. A new driver in 5th, though. It's Santillan leading Orbezo there. Unfortunate for Katowski. Last time around 4th. This time around got passed by Aston Wyatt as well, down in 8th. Benja Fernandez, Miami local, up into 9th. And then it's Braden Wagner in 10th, looking a little further back. Bunch of drivers making a move. Aston Woon there going defensive on Royce Vega there, who got a great run down the back straightaway with help of Marco Samet, giving him a big push down that back straightaway. Even with the tailwind, as long as 2 drivers are pushing together, it's always faster than one. 3-car breakaway out front, a second back to find Sawyer Chambers. But if you keep defending like Ashton Woon is, it'll bring the other drivers in the mix like Chambers, Santillan, Orbezo, Wyatt, and Katowski. Ashton Woon still leads over Royce Vega, defensive into 14 and 15. Look for the crossover now from the Bennett driver.
Yeah, and that got tight right there through the kink, and he's going to make sure he got clear. Paid that one right back there. Ashton tried to crowd him down. Vega cleared himself on exit and crowded the end of the kink there, and that has allowed Samet not only to get to second, but the rest of the pack to close up. Valentino Santillan, Aston Wyatt, Sawyer Chambers, they are all on the way towards this top 3 group here, and 1 or 2 more passes will bring them closer as Nico Orbezo going to try and send it on Chambers. Not going to get complete there. Back and forth, former teammates to Iron Rock Motorsports machines. Now an RPG Cosmic going to win out there for Nico Orbezo as he gets through into 5th. So Sawyer Chambers down to 6th. Now into the belt buckle, inside and clear. Ashton Woon into 2nd. Marco Samet back to 3rd. Royce Vega this time by. We'll see 4 laps complete, 5 to go. And a lot more drivers on his heels than where we started just a lap prior as Orbezo drops a tire coming out of the last turn.
Yeah, now it's Royce Vega leading ahead of Woon, Samet, but Santillan now makes it a 4-car train out front. Orbezo there, you saw making a mistake. That's going to give him a bit of a buffer now between the top 4 and the 2 behind them. So now it's a new leader, Vega ahead of Woon. It'll be interesting to see if Vega does what Woon was doing, which is defend down the back straightaway, going slightly defensive, middle of the racetrack for Vega, looking over his shoulder, driving with his mirrors essentially there down the back straightaway, now defending through the switchback section of the racetrack. Vega still ahead of Woon, ahead of Samet, ahead of Santillan, but all that defending now. Here comes Orbezo, here comes Chambers, here comes Aston Wyatt and Katowski.
Surprised Wyatt and Katowski haven't made up more ground, but going to be really easy right now as we are way low on the inside defending for the lead with Royce Vega and Ashton Woon. And I don't think that's going to stop. They're stacked up now. He's probably got to do the same thing here in this final turn. And center track for him. A couple drivers side by side. Orbezo taking advantage of Santillan. Chambers unable to follow, and in fact, he's going to lose out if he's not careful. Looked like halfway there, so indeed 5 in, 5 to go. And behind this group, behind Aston Wyatt, there's more company. How about Alex Chandler making up some ground? He's in 9th. Benja Fernandez on that SLA kart racing machine, closing the gap to the leaders as well as they're going to go nearly side by side on the dirty part of the racetrack down at turn number 6 for the lead. They did not, but they did go 2 by 2 behind him. Big loser is going to be the 192 of Katowski. He'll drop back to the 9th position.
And another spot there lost. That's going to be Benja Fernandez throwing it in on Katowski as well. Back up front, Vega going way low through turn 11 and 12. Now Ashton Woon all over the bumper, getting help from Marco Samet. We might see a move to the inside of 13. You don't see this very often, but he has the advantage, and he's through up in the P1 now. Orbezo, late lunge there on Samet, and he's through. Vega, a little bit of a nudge to Woon mid-corner. It's going to give Woon actually a little bit of help on the exit there. And we have 8 karts with a chance at a victory here so far. 7 laps in to a 10-lap heat race. Chaos further back. How about it for Samet? He's lost 6 spots in the last couple of corners.
Yeah, Marco Samet finally finds a hole to get down low, and look how big this pack has gotten. With 4 laps remaining, you can trace it all the way back to about 10th place, if not maybe 11th, as we're 2 and nearly 3 wide with some big over-unders. How about it, Nico? Orbezo back and forth through 7. Now to 8, the double right. Santian trying to hold 3rd. Orbezo will pull alongside. He might get clear, and they're 2 by 2 in the group back there as well. For the lead, Ashton Woon all the way to the low side. Same with Vega. And Orbezo's going to go a little wide, but he'll still hang on to 3rd. Benja Fernandez, he carved his way through that pack like butter, Alex. Move him to 7th.
Benja Fernandez, but he's going to get passed here by Braden Wagner. Wagner out of nowhere up into the top 7 here with the move there from Orbezo and Santian side by side through 14. Oh, big contact. Royce Vega almost up and over there. Contact with Chambers and Vega. Oh, and that's going to be Maxwell Macha stopped in the middle of the racetrack as well. Major chaos with 3 to go.
Alex Chandler, Maxwell Macha, and former race leader Royce Vega all out here in turns 1 and 2, and that has absolutely destroyed the lead pack. It's now Ashton Woon, back to Valentino Santian, back to Sawyer Chambers, in the 3rd spot. So 3 cars, big separation, and the fence is lined as that was a scary, scary moment down at the end of the front straightaway. But here come your leaders out of that infield section. Woon, Santian, and Chandler, and the gap back probably over a second at this point. When the pack gets that big, sometimes it does explode, and it did right there out of the final turn. 2 laps to go. Ashton Woon continuing to survive the onslaught so far.
Yeah, Woon leads ahead of Santian, ahead of Sawyer Chambers. Benja Fernandez escapes the chaos up in the 4th. Orbezo somehow, someway continues to find a way to not get involved in the incidents there up into the top 5. Braden Wagner in 6th. A lap and a half to go in this one. Like you mentioned, Xander, I mean, we had an 11-car train last time by. Now it's a 3-car train out front. Woon defending from Santian.
Yeah, so now through 7 and 8, Ashton Woon making that super tuned Paralyn nice and wide. Through the double right here. That's going to allow Valentino Santian to close right to the rear bumper. Sawyer Chambers, I don't know if he's got a piece that can fight with him, but he's staying close. Woon, nice and low. Big over-under, but just kind of missed that crossover point in the center of the corner for Valentino Santian. So no change. White flag coming your way this time, and all Ashton Woon's got to do is keep that piece nice and wide. He did a good job there in the last corner of exactly that. So big run to the front straightaway. White flag, 1 to go. Still single file further back as more drivers are trying to make back up some ground. Aston Wyatt falls back a couple. Julian Rivera up a ton of spots on the RPG Cosmic. He's 7th now as the fight for the lead heads down the backstretch.
Ashton Woon, bottom of the racetrack. Santian follows him through. Look at Sawyer Chambers. Going to make it 3 wide around the outside. Attempting is Santian here through turns 5, 6, and 7. Nothing going to happen. Ashton Woon making that cart just wide enough. It's only about maybe a foot and a half. Whoa! Santian side to side. Here comes Chambers 3 wide. Wow! What a move for the 145. Sawyer Chambers. To answer your question, Xander, he does have a piece to fight for the front. Look at Chambers up to the front there. Woon to 2nd. Santian now going to fall back maybe to the clutches of Fernandez and Orbezo.
Yeah, that was a big move from Sawyer Chambers. Now he's got to make that thing nice and wide in the last turn. Ashton Woon set him up perfectly, though. Big over-under. He'll pull that move off in the last corner. Woon will take the Heat 3 win. Sawyer Chambers, a great move to get the lead. Unfortunately, he'll lose it. Further back, some more fighting coming across the line. As a few more changes at the stripe, Aston Wyatt ends up just ahead of Katowski. Marco Samet kind of in no man's land on that final lap in 8th, but a decent drive back up for a kid who started on the front row. Rivera, Braden Wagner with a very impressive and kind of silent run through the grid. He followed Benja Fernandez to catch that lead group initially, and then the 2 of them end up with 5th and 6th place finishes. Very, very solid work for the pairing. Nico Orbezo fourth, Santi and Sawyer Chambers just 2 corners away from stealing a heat race win, ends up in second. And then outside your top 10, all kinds of shaking up of the grid there. Of course, you have Varela, Lane, Bergman, Walcott, Quinto, 11th to 15th. But you go down this grid here, and it starts to get a little bit more of a bummer with how many good names ended up collected in issues in that one. First and foremost, here some of the major ones we've seen towards the front of the field, different events this year. Luke Giglio, Colton Schneegenberg come to mind. They are still buried in the midfield, and they were able to finish. Beyond Jacob Majeski in 30th is where you find the final few that all had issues. Royce Vega, race leader at one point. DNF, 37th. Alex Chandler, out. Maxwell Macha, out. Worst case scenario there to end the day when you're trying to just pick up a few more spots. Parker Ives, he got knocked off early, only able to rebound back to 31st, so a bummer heat for him as well. And a whole lot of cleanup here for the Mini Swifts with KA Master on deck. So quite a bit to get taken care of. When we return here from Houston, you've still got 2 more races to go. KA100 Master, X30 Pro Senior when we return.
We're at a commercial break.
I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Two races remain from an overcast ending to Saturday for the U.S. Pro Kart Series here. We've got Martin Stone and Pierce Baldus on the front row for KA100 Master. Adam Kreppen and Miguel Mir on row number 2. Laurentiu Mardan's got the Techno Kart USA group lining up in the 5th spot alongside him. Franklin Motorsports' Nicky Coelho. Caleb?
Yeah, so Nick Coelho starting on row number 3 in his Franklin Motorsports machine. It's Adamar Galliano on row number 4, the SLA Racing driver. Diego Rodriguez starting alongside him. It's Vincent Cassard on row 5 alongside Thane Morgan. And Scott Carapalati on row 6 alongside Kim Carapalati. And Andres Murcia on row number 7 alongside Tom Gershner in his Magic Kart machine. It's Andre Isaac in his Techno Kart starting Shotgun Charlie on the field here, Xander.
So here we go as they file their way out of the final turn Martin Stone has been dominant. Pole in qualifying, sweeping both heat races. The last one, it looked like he even pulled a bit of a bigger gap over the field pace-wise. So they need to find something. They need to find it now. Here we go. KA Masters underway for heat number 3, down to turn number 1. And through the S's, Adam Kreppen trying to get into second. Still side by side with Baldus. Not going to happen. And Miguel Mir going to force his way through. He'll take over third. Coelho going to let Kreppen in line there in fourth as Kreppen goes low to block. Mir going to go for second. Miguel hot on the horse right now to start. That's a big gain from fourth to P2 in about half a lap already. So Miguel Mir, he is definitely trying to take the fight to Martin Stone here in heat number 3, Caleb.
Yeah, a good start so far for Miguel Mir to work his way up into P2 and hopefully challenge Martin Stone for the first time here this weekend. Here's Baldus falls back to third. Kreppen stagnant there in fourth. For Nicky Coelho as well, we saw him fight up with the top 5 and put himself in contention to fight for the lead. And there goes Miguel Mir on the inside of Martin Stone, side by side. Stone gonna end up on the outside, and Baldus looked for the move, wasn't close enough to get it done though. Now it's a 5, 6, almost 7 car train for the lead here, and Miguel Mir leads us for Martin Stone.
Yeah, Miguel Mir on that Orsilon Racing Tony Kart with a nice move early. Martin Stone going to the needles there down the backstretch. That's not something you see out of someone super confident. So if he's tuning on the motor, he's obviously feeling maybe a little underpowered on the opening lap. And that's good news for the rest of the pack and good news for our entertainment factor. If he can at least stay with it, we might have 5 drivers all duking it out in this final heat race. They're duking it out behind him. Vincent Cassard and Laurentiu Mardan were wheel to wheel there in the double right, and they both lost out. Mardan a lot more spots than Cassard, to be fair, but that got a little wild there from 6 on back.
Yes, for Caligaro and Cassard, they're going side by side there for a while and continuing to fight with each other there. And that one, Rodriguez was the one who ended on the bad end of it and finished almost outside of the top 7 here. So Rodriguez in 8th, who lost the spots to Caligaro and Vincent Cassard there in that one, Zander.
So now out of turn number 5, down the back straightaway. Martin Stone looking sporty. He's got a big run. He'll roll with it inside on Miguel Mir. Down the backstretch, Mir lets him go, tucks in, and back to the point for the 401. Simultaneously, Adam Kreppen taking over third. Baldus didn't want to give it away. Ends up losing another spot in the process. He drops to 5th. Nicky Coelho sneaking his way by there on the Franklin Motorsports Merlin. So a few changes in our top 5. I'd still say pretty tame. It's definitely more excitement than what we saw in the opening 2 heats. But this is a very familiar story that we've seen today. Martin Stone with a couple car length gap, and it just slowly gets bigger. The question will be, can Miguel Mir track him back down again? 3 down, 7 laps remain here in Heat 3.
Yes, yeah. The big difference in heat race number 2 was that, the drivers from second on back were fighting, and that really allowed Martin Stone to get away and to continue to extend his lead and gap to the drivers behind. This time out, it's a little more tame for Miguel Mir and Kreppen, who are working together. I mean, Baldus lost a handful of spots there all the way back down to 5th. So for the Kansas City, Missouri native, going to have to really put his head down and try and catch right back up to the pointy end of the field.
Through the turn 7, 8, 9 complex over to the kink at turn 10. Mir looked pretty good, I thought, there in Switchback City. He seemed to be able to stay with him. Back behind, this is Caligaro. Cassard with a big run on him there as Caligaro got a little bit wide out of the buckle and into the boot. No move. Yes. Oh, no. For a second, Cassard had thought about it. Ultimately, that was a smart decision to kind of back out. He was just close enough to really send it, but he didn't commit enough early to send it on the inside. So no change in position, no harm, no foul. Unfortunately, just the opening lap, really opening 2 laps, gave up about a 1.5 seconds to the main pack. And, where they're lapping at isn't terrible speed-wise, but that 2-second margin, that 1.5 seconds from Caligaro to Baldus, it's not going to come down anytime soon. They need a lot of passing up front.
Yeah, and I saw Vincent Cassard here last weekend. He was expected to run shifter. I mean, he usually runs shifter. It's only his 2nd race in the KA100 package. So he said, it's a little different whenever you have to keep the momentum up. You don't have gears to be able to save if you make any sort of driving mistake. So for Vincent Cassard, a learning curve for him this weekend in the KA100 Masters class.
Yeah, definitely a good learning weekend by those standards at least, you know, to be running midfield and closing the gap as the weekend kind of goes on. I'd say he's probably checked off a lot of boxes so far, and sometimes you check them off early, and it's supposed to be a learning weekend. You start running pretty good, then you reset the expectations, move the goalposts. This might help bring them closer because the leaders are really starting to get after it now. Miguel Mir not able to get clear, but was ready to commit, went almost all the way down to the grass to try and get on the inside of Martin Stone. Ultimately, no change, still the same order, but definitely a few more chinks in the armor, or at least the rest of the field catching up to the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart.
Yeah, Martin Stone has been almost perfect all weekend long, qualified on the pole, won the first 2 heat races, and looks to continue his clean sweep here into today. Miguel Mir looking to deny him, just hasn't been close enough to attempt that move. Just didn't have that extra little bit down the back straightaway to complete that move on Martin Stone, but he looks very close and with a good run into turn number 1, 2, and 3 complex. Let's see what it looks like down the back straightaway this time by.
Yeah, he's definitely got the horsepower to fight with him. He was able to really almost blow his doors off last time. You can see Stone again looking to the needles. He feels under power on the long straight, and Mir trying to send it deep. This time he fully commits, drives around the racetrack, and Adam Kreppen almost able to get around both of them. He is able to get to second, and Baldus gets trapped up there with Martin Stone. The two of them stuck together. They fade backwards. Nicky Coelho keeps sneaking his way up the boards. He's third now, but Miguel Mir just barely hanging on because Kreppen has given him all that he's got right now with 3.5 laps to go.
Yeah, for Nicky Coelho, right, staying under the radar, not attempting any moves, just taking what he's being given by his fellow drivers here, and up in a third, so he's doing him pretty well. He's kept his nose clean, not much fighting for him, and up into the top 3 here at the moment. Miguel Mir leading us away here once again with Kreppen up in a P2, and for Stone, has to claw his way right back up to the front of the field. We saw this in heat race number 1. He fell back, very similar to this, was outside of the top 3 and had to work his way right back up to the point of the field. But this time, he may run out of time with 2 laps to go.
Vincent Cassard and Diego Rodriguez have all been able to get around Adamar Caligaro's SLA kart racing X30, move Laurentiu Mardan in that mix as well. That's back for 6, and since then they've kind of been pretty tame. So the focus is up front. Mir, Kreppen, Coelho, and Martin Stone is driving it like he stole it to get back up to the top 3. He's already probably knocked off about 2 car lengths from the gap, and I bet you he might have gone purple this lap, but Baldus sent it in on him there in the last turn. He crossed him over, but Martin Stone almost to the leaders, even with the crossover. A move that he had to pull and really get on the brakes early. He's still at his personal best. He still was a 10th better than Miguel Mir. Had Pierce waited a bit longer, he might have gotten closer, but now Baldus has a problem. He's slowing down the backstretch, and they're fighting for the lead at the same time. There's action everywhere. For now, Mir still holding over Kreppen.
Yeah, Miguel Mir still holding on to Kreppen, and they're side by side by Nicky Coelho and Adam Kreppen, and Kreppen able to stay ahead there, still in second, but Miguel Mir having to go defensive here with a 2.6 going up in the air last time by, not defensive into the belt buckle. So let's see what Kreppen can do and pull out of the bag with 1 lap to go as they try and contend with the pole position that Martin Stone pretty much already has solidified for tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't call it solidified. If we had anyone second, and a win, and Stone in a 4th, that'd be close because that'd be basically a tie in the points, all at 4 points apiece because it's 0 to the winner, and then obviously the position points for everybody else. But all Martin needs to do right now is get back to 3rd. He'll for sure clinch it down the backstretch, final lap. He's going to have a decent chance because they're going to get really racy right here. 2 by 2, Kreppen trying the outside, not going to quite get it done. He'll still pull alongside through 7. Coelho almost clear, is clear on Kreppen. He gets into P2.
So Nicky Coelho gets the move done. Looked to get it done on Miguel Mir. Wasn't close enough that time by. Miguel Mir looks over his shoulder, sees that he has 3 drivers right behind him. Still in a little bit defensive there into the belt buckle. Still ahead. Can Kreppen find himself ahead of Nicky Coelho here once again on the inside? Not close enough into the boot.
Into the final turn. Out of it now. Everybody kind of narrow. Nothing crazy. Miguel Mir will take the Orsolone Tony Kart to the front and win heat number 3. Coelho second, Kreppen third, Martin Stone back to 4th. The good news for Martin, though, I was mistaken with Kreppen finishing 2nd in heat number 2, Baldus 2nd in heat number 1. He did end up clinching it there with the 4th. He needed someone else to be perfectly P2 all the way through. So, indeed, Martin Stone didn't need to fight for 3rd. Mathematically, that would have been the only shot that he would have not gotten the pole, but even then, 4th, more than enough for the pole starting spot, and by not getting as much involved in the fighting there, he's probably saved his tires a little more than maybe the top 3.
Yeah, no, for sure. So it was Pierce Baldus finishing 5th, Vincent Cassard in 6th, Laurencio Martin 7th, Diego Rodriguez in 8th, Adamar Caligaro in 9th, Scott Carapolati rounding up your top 10 here in KA100 Masters.
All that leaves us now, folks, is the X30 Pro Seniors, and well, Ryan Norberg has kept things pretty calm up front. We've seen plenty of action behind him. Christian Miles and Paulie Massimino getting into it in the first race. Few movers in that one as well, like Alex Stanfield cracking the top 5. And then in race 2 on the day, Austin Garrison and Harley Keeble look super sporty. Now, Harley Keeble did an engine change before the 2nd heat race. He ran a lap time quicker than almost anybody. He had to drive from last, drove it up to 7th. I believe for this one, he should be able to go back to his original starting spot with that faster power plant. So we'll see what the Sodi Racing USA boy can do from 10th on the grid. He starts alongside Stanfield, and of course ahead of him, Massimino, Lemke, DeTulio, Garrison, Christian Miles on the inside of row 2, who needs to make up for that first heat, had a decent 2nd heat, needs a really good one in heat 3. He starts alongside Donovan Bonilla, and all of this is failing to mention the standout story from qualifying, Gia Cicero, with that blistering lap she had, pole for a few laps before Norberg eventually got her, and that's how the top 10 shakes so far here, Caleb.
Yeah, for sure. For Gia Cicero, hasn't been what a day that she would have wanted, right? As she fell to 10th at the end of heat race number 2, and then in the first heat, finding herself just outside of the top 5, but looking to get a much better start this time out, where Ryan Norberg has been able to get the jump every time. Just outside of the top 10, Dalton Haynes, who's going to start Shotgun Charlie here on the field. I'm not sure if they changed the engine on that go-kart or what, because he's starting at the tail end of the field here. He did qualify 17th, but he's starting at the back now.
Yeah, he was also struggling for pace, just like his Sodi teammate. So the two of them were debating. Carly went to an engine change for heat 2. Haynes now to an engine change for heat number 3. And with the engines fired, we're just 1 minute away from our final race of the afternoon getting going. X30 Pro Senior and Ryan Norberg managing the races pretty well to this point by just a couple car lengths to then a couple seconds and staying about there, not overdriving the tires. Said he spent quite a bit of time trying to learn this new compound because it is resetting the playing field for everyone and allowing the cream to rise to the top a little bit. So as the engines billow up the grid, one final look away, folks, here before we get going. The X30 Pro Seniors with 21 drivers on the grid. There's Steve-O. We just await that last minute mark here for our drivers to roll off, and there it is. Let's begin the outlap here with the purple and pink Cosmics making up the front row.
Yeah, so the 4th heat cycle for these MG Yellows today. Austin Garrison has had the best one-lap pace throughout the heat races. So let's see what he can do if he can get a good start and maybe even challenge Ryan Norberg. We've seen Garrison be quicker than Norberg, but is he going to have any tire left to really get up there to Flying Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely been charging forward. The good news is for all of them is they do get a new set of MG Yellows for the main event tomorrow. So whatever they do now, that won't really matter as much when the weekend rolls into the next day. So this is the last time they've got to use these. Anything you saved up in the first 2 heats, anything you have left, now is when you want to burn it up, especially the first few laps of this heat race when the pack is all together. So the number 1 plate, Ryan Norberg, Mr. Race Time, going to slowly bring us towards the start-finish line and allow the field to catch on up behind him. Further back, again, some of the drivers to keep your eye on. Brandon Carr, we mentioned, 13th. Peyton Phillips, 12th. Nick Terlecki outside looking into the top 10 in 11th. They've all been just on the cusp of it. So they'll complete the outlap, engines warm, and then slowly parade their way through the S's over to the cut-through and to get things going. Like you said, Garrison seemed to be close to him. I really think that Keeble's probably got a good shot now starting this high up on the grid as well. Caleb?
Yeah, no, for sure. For Harley with that newfound power, hopefully he can work his way and maybe even challenge Ryan. But like you said, right, he has to get through 8 drivers to get up to the rear bumper of Ryan Norberg, and Ryan not having to do that work because he's starting on the pole position here.
Yeah, so over to the final turn, single file, and they'll form up as they head out. Donovan Bonilla just quickly slipping by on ADT, and we'll get formed up and ready. Ryan Norberg, Gia Cicero, Christian Miles splitting up the RPG 1-2-4 combo on that bright lime green Race Lab Karting TB. Here we go, final race of the afternoon, and we are lights out and away. Green flag. Dalton Haynes already picking up a couple at the back of the field, and Christian Miles through the grass as he got turned sideways right in front of the pack. He'll join in about halfway through there in turns 4 and 5. Donovan Bonilla into third. It's RPG 1-2-3 while they're side by side for fourth. Austin Garrison not able to get through on ADT.
Yeah, not able to get through for Austin Garrison. Side by side further back. Lemke trying to get through on Holtz, Phillips, and Stanfield. Wasn't able to get it done there for Brandon Lemke. But everybody else further back fighting for whatever position they could take. And Christian Miles, the big story here, he was up there fighting for the top 3 earlier today, and already a long ways back with a lot of work to do if he wants to get back up to the top 3.
Yeah, not a good start. Not the start he needed at all. He needed a big rebound third heat to make up for that first one. So now Christian Miles staring down potentially an outside top 10 starting spot tomorrow if he can't put on a Superman drive from the back. Up in the top 5, ADT, Austin Garrison 4th and 5th as they roll onto the back straightaway. I think you'll see Garrison maybe make the move in a moment. He's staying smart right now, not trying to waste time, but they're watching the Rawlson Performance Group machines drive away already. Harley Keeble, good move and clear on Paulie Massimino there through turn 6. Move him up into the 6th spot. He's already up 4 with Alex Stanfield lurking on there in the 346.
Yeah, not too far back. And not a bad start for Alex Stanfield either, up into the top 8 here. So let's see what Stanfield can do in his TB kart machine. But a much better start this time out for Gia Cicero, who's still holding on to that 2nd spot and not far off of Ryan Norberg here. And there goes Austin Garrison into the boot. Gets the move done on Alessandro DeTulio. So Garrison up another spot, and the Davie, Florida native up into P4 here, Xander.
Yeah, so Austin Garrison on that new sticker kit for SCR, looking sporty. Can he track down Donovan Bonilla, Gia Cicero, at least get to them like he was able to get into second in the second heat race? Look at the gap, big gap back from the top 3. Keeble into the top 5. He gets through on DeTulio. Massimino continuing to follow as now Alex Stanfield has caught up to the back of the 340 or the 308 of Paulie. So behind them, Brandon Carr getting around Brandon Lemke. You're updated on Dalton Haynes. He's climbed up to 17th already on the backup motor. He's picked up a handful of spots. Let's pick him up here. He's gotten around Christian Garduno. Next up on the block will be Josh Holtz. Nick Terlecki on the Holtz DD Tony kart. And there is Christian Miles. You can see the rubber mark on the inside of the right side pod. So where he kind of got turned sideways in front of the field off that start, Miles has rebounded to at least 13th, but no higher. And look at this here, Caleb.
Yeah, Harley Keeble there was fastest last time by a 53.314. Is he going to decide to go here on Austin Garrison? And he is. Deep move there into turn number 6. Able to get the move done there on the Speed Concepts Racing driver. So Keeble up in a P4 here and absolutely flying. The fastest man on the racetrack there. We saw Bonilla get the move done on Gia Cicero as well because they're losing time to Ryan Norberg ahead.
Yeah, they're losing quite a bit. I mean, Ryan 53.35. Keeble was better, but only half a tenth better and heavily in the toe of Austin Garrison. So while Harley was quickest, that's a bit deceiving again because he was leading or was second in line. Massimino in on ADT. He gets through. So Paulie moving by and Alessandro DeTulio. Alex Stanfield continuing to follow along there on the TB Kart South TB through turns 4 and 5. Those 3, just a little gap to Brandon Carr. Carr seems to have found some pace as well. Brandon Carr last time by matched the pace of Ryan Norberg. So that Trinity Karting Group, Kart Republic back in 9th with a very good lap as he charges up the grid. Again, a really rough qualifying for Brandon Carr's standards, but it's starting to look a little better.
Yeah, it wasn't what the Kart Republics would have expected here in this one. But, like you said, looking a lot better this time, cracking into the top 10. He was outside of the top 10 in the other two in the first heat race, and in the second one just struggled to kind of get up there and challenge to even crack the top 5. But a much better day into the day so far for him, as well as Alex Stanfield, right? He was further, ended P4 in one of the heat races, and now he's looking pretty good in that TV car. Looks to be rolling. Another guy, Harley Keeble, like you said, he was down on power earlier today, slapped on the backup motor, and is going a lot quicker than what he was before. Fastest man on track here. Purple lap time for him, a 52.909 there for the Sodi Racing USA machine.
Yeah, and that's Speed Lab Racing engines. That's the same builder used for Austin Garrison and Speed Concepts Racing as Carr trying to move on Stanfield. Stanfield holding him off for now. Carr, another big run. Nothing Alex can do about it. Brandon Carr is through into 8th, but Speed Lab, the engine brand with Mike Speed and Mario Lafredo out of the Speed Concepts Racing warehouse, has given Harley Keeble a rocket ship that he can take to the front even quicker than the SCR Red Speed of Austin Garrison. So they're up 4th and 5th trying to challenge those RPG AVP powered Cosmics that are 1, 2, 3. Keeble again, purple by 4/10 that time by. He just knocked a ton off the lead.
Yeah, knocked off a lot of time to the 3 drivers ahead of him. Let's see if he has enough time to catch up to the rear bumper of Gia Cicero and Donovan Bonilla, who seem to be working together here in that 2nd and 3rd spot. But Keeble definitely closing down that gap by the 2nd here. Like you said, was 4/10 quicker and continuing to close down that gap.
Yeah, a lot quicker last time by. I don't know if that pace is sustainable, but you can see the gap. It's coming down. Harley Keeble is on the way towards the Rawlson Performance Group trio that has dominated the first half of heat number 3. Austin Garrison, not a slouch either. He was 2/10 better than Norberg last time by also, so he's still quick, just not as quick as Keeble. That Sodi is rolling. Now that time by, he did slow down in comparison a little bit as the Cosmics picked up their speed, so Norberg gave up only a 10th to Keeble that time around, but 1.2 seconds back to Harley. Then Garrison, then Massimino. ADT about to come under fire from fellow Kart Republic Brandon Carr back for 7th as they head down the back straightaway. And right now, no move yet, but that's the closest group. But we stay locked in for the moment on Keeble because, like you said, I think he's got a shot to get to maybe Cicero, maybe Bonilla as well, but there's not enough time and too many go-karts in front of him to get to Ryan Norberg at this point.
Yeah, Keeble, I mean, again, we have to remember, right, he wasn't able to finish that first heat race. So, tomorrow it's going to be a claw right back up the field when he starts further back because his points finish isn't going to be that good. So he's going to have to start further back in the field. So hopefully he can maybe put himself up a couple of spots with a good result here in this one.
And that may be the good gauge as well here, Caleb. By not finishing that first heat race, a couple laps left on the MG Yellows compared to everybody else. A slight tire advantage. Maybe that's the level of deg that we're to be expecting from this newer compound over the course of the weekend. The DNF in the first heat, you can make up for it almost with a better run in the last one. Either way, you slice it, though. Ryan Norberg's managed this perfectly. He's a lap and a half away. If he can just kind of keep that gap back to Donovan Bonilla the way that he has been doing, it'll be a perfect points day for the #1 plate.
Yeah, it would be a really good day and a clean sweep so far. Was fastest in happy hour and has won. He won the pole in qualifying, has won the first 2 heat races. So he's putting himself in a really good spot here if he can just keep it ahead of his fellow teammate and student, Donovan Bonilla.
Yeah, so Keeble closing in on Gia Cicero. Almost there. Another flying lap from Harley with the toe. That time he was 2/10 better than race leader Ryan Norberg and 2.5 better than Cicero. Not quite going to send it there in turn number 6, but he could definitely do something here before this is over. And Cicero knows that she's starting to defend a little bit through 7 and 8. So Keeble back to the drawing board. Still a good lead for Norberg headed into the buckle. Final time today here in heat number 3. Final time for everybody before we get to main event action tomorrow. Big mistake there from Gia. She got a bit sideways, but Harley wasn't ready for it. And I don't think he'll get to do anything because of it. So final turn, over, under. He might get something. No, not going to happen. And Norberg will get a perfect points haul for Saturday here at the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Bonilla, Cicero, Keeble, Garrison, the top 5. Massimino, 6. Brandon Carr does get around Alessandro DiTullio late. He gets 7th. Then ADT, Alex Stanfield, and Josh Holtz with a respectable run to the top 10. He gets around Brandon Lemke late to take over that spot and shuffle Lemke back to 11th. Peyton Phillips in 12th. Christian Miles 13th. Couldn't get any higher than that. Maybe suffered a bit of damage in the off-track run, but that TB outside the top 10. Terlecki 14th. Dalton Haynes, the motor change, a little better. Nothing massive, though. Still around the similar pace from where he was running earlier. Then Garduno, Peralta, Fernandez, Henry Lepard, Ming Nanzhu, and then Austin Perrin, your X30 Pro Senior field. It wraps up Saturday here from Speedsportz Racing Park. I know we have Alexander Searle down on pit lane, so I'm sure we'll be talking with a couple of the X30 drivers before we are done. We'll take the moment here to recap the day, I should say here, Caleb, because a lot to catch up on. You've caught some heats, I've caught some, and yeah, let's break it down for the viewers here a little bit of what today was compared to tomorrow. What were some of the standout storylines from your point of view?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in the younger classes, right? So let's start with Micro Swift. Santiago Orioli started on the pole all day today, but, you know, wasn't the best points haul for him after a throttle cable snap for him earlier this morning. So that pretty much put him out of contention. I think Zayden Burgess is going to be one of those drivers to look out for when it comes to the pole position tomorrow. And KA Junior, you know, it's been Ardila, it's been Montien and Turner Brown all year long. They were strong all day today, and the KA Senior class was you know, just as good. Probably some of the best racing we saw all day long, with a lot of drivers, you know, mixing it up there, Xander.
Yeah, definitely the most stacked KA field I've seen in quite some time. And it was definitely fun as well to see how many different guys were good at different points throughout the day, because we know tomorrow is going to be a bit of an oddball for everybody. There is a small chance of rain, as much as maybe 50% on the weather app of your choosing through the entire day. So that could throw everything you learned today out the window. But even if not, we saw, again, a good amount of sunshine and heat in the morning, got windy there in the afternoon, and then it got really overcast for the last 2 hours or so. So 3 completely different conditions these drivers were in, and I think that kind of magnified the differences of the go-kart setups they were on and just the natural progression of the weekend. I mean, by that last heat race, we were seeing 10-car packs, it felt like, and they can only prevent a 10, 12-car group in Mini, in KA Junior, in KA Senior if they lined up and just never passed each other. That just shows you how close those guys are. And for, you know, X30 Pro Senior, what we just witnessed, it definitely looks like the field's getting a little bit better, but I think they've all still got some pace to find, because it's hard to say how much Ryan Norberg was pushing. You know, Bonilla and Cicero, I would imagine they were giving it everything they had to keep up with Ryan, but he played that race like a veteran, like what we'd expect him to. Half a second, didn't let that gap get bigger where he burned the tires off more, didn't let it get any smaller so that way they could get close enough to pass him. He definitely, I believe, had more in the tank than what he was showing right there. So while we might get excited that Keeble or Garrison or some of the guys further back had some good speed, well, I think Ryan definitely looks the most confident in tomorrow. But he's all business right now, and he's standing by with Alex.
Thank you, Xander. Ryan, well, you're on your way to a Grand Slam here heading into tomorrow. New tire compound for you guys, MG Yellows with a harder sidewall. I'm not going to talk about the race because we know how that one went for you, but overall, describe the process to me of what it was like to learn this new tire and if you're still learning things.
We definitely are. I mean, this is the most laps we've really done on a set of tires, the most heat cycles at least. And so, yeah, I mean, we're really just trying to figure out, you know, how they last. Those first couple heats, you know, I'd been saving my equipment a little bit, and you know, there's no reason to save it anymore, and so, you know, I was going for it, and you know, it didn't really change much for me, and even driving a little bit softer. So, yeah, I mean, we're always learning, and so, I mean, it was good to see that the rest of the team was right there as well. You know, they're pushing me the whole time, and so, yeah, I mean, they're quick and they're driving well.
Yeah, you get one chance at it tomorrow. Heat 2 is going to be similar to what you saw, where you're going to see tomorrow in the final. What did you see in Heat number 2, and what can we expect in the future race of the long main event?
Well, obviously, you know, if it doesn't rain, it should be hotter, you know, and I think the track tends to kind of gummy up a little bit. And so I mean, you just got to kind of play towards that. But overall, I mean, the big question is how is it going to go, you know, at the end of the 20 laps. I mean, the first couple laps are what you really struggle with this new compound, and everybody does. But, you know, it's 10-lap races, so we can kind of get away with eating them up early. But definitely, you know, you go into these final ones where you got to kind of conserve it just a little bit in the beginning. It's definitely going to keep things interesting.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, that's Ryan Norberg. Austin Garrison up next. Sorry there, Harley. Austin, you're going to be next here. You've been one of the only guys to really be able to contend with Ryan's pace throughout the day. What did you see from your chassis, and what can we expect from you tomorrow?
I think we got the chassis pretty dialed in today. We made a pretty big change going into this morning, and our pace has been there since the first heat race. We were starting from 6th, and carnage happens at the beginning of the race. People are blocking, passing back and forth on the bottom of the racetrack. And Ryan, when that happens, Ryan is smooth sailing. For sure he's saving his tires and all that. But our pace has been really, really fast. The racing wasn't too well for me in the first heat race, but the second heat race I was able to kind of get away from that. And, we laid down some really fast laps. I probably pushed a little bit too hard and kind of overheated my tires a little bit. But, this last heat race going out, our pace was still okay. But, towards the end of the race, I just had no front tires left. I just probably went too hard, starting from 6th every single time. But going in tomorrow, I'm really confident. I'm really happy in the kart. I think we bolt on new tires, and it's going to be a rocket ship.
All right, thank you, Austin.
Thank you.
All right, Austin, that's Austin Garrison. Lastly here, Harley Keeble. Really not a great day for you yesterday. The first heat wasn't good for you either, but a motor change looks much better.
Yeah, we crashed in the first heat. The rear bumper came off, so I had to stop, and then we changed motor for the second heat, and everything just came together. I mean, what can you say? Look at the times, and everything went around good now. So now I just hope that I start in a half-decent position for the final, so I can contend with the 3 RPGs.
Yeah, the new motor looks good for you. Do you think you can, maintain this pace for tomorrow, barring that it stays sunny?
I mean, yeah, for sure. Like, now coming through, defending, destroys the tire, and now tomorrow, new tire. So I think tomorrow we should be good.
Thank you, Harley.
Thanks, Alex.
And that's it. That will wrap up our Saturday here. So a couple quick thoughts from Harley Keeble, Austin Garrison, and Ryan Norberg. Ryan, I would say, is one of the biggest students of the game. So when a new tire comes out here, I'm not surprised that, even winning, even kind of playing throughout the day and every lap there, that sounds exactly textbook from the 8-time champ of how he's still trying to learn a little bit more and get a feel for it. And, you're not bursting with confidence, but you're obviously happy with how the day was. And then for Austin Garrison, for Harley Keeble, close. But like they said, these tires, try not to destroy them. When you're going offline, you're braking deeper than your normal braking marker to pass someone, or you're braking earlier but still going on the dirty side of the racetrack and using it up more with a tighter apex if you're defending from someone behind you. So being in the battling, whereas Ryan just got away to the lead and had basically 3 test sessions on the tires, he probably got to learn a little more on, what to do lap by lap as a driver. But I think in general, maybe they feel like they were looking a little weaker compared to him just because they had to use up their stuff more. And that's where, again, for both of them feeling confident, that comes from the fact they get a new set tomorrow. And for Austin, 3 top 5s on the day. For Harley, 2 good finishes and 1 not-so-good finish should put him around 10th to 11th or so. But if he can bank on Austin Garrison to get up there and mix it up, and some of the other drivers that'll start near the front to at least battle for the lead, maybe bring the leader back, he's got an outside shot to get there. It depends how the cards fall, and there's a reason why all the drivers say, well, let's get to the start and see what happens, because you just never know how the field shakes out by the time you get to the back straightaway. For all of us, though, here at Kart Chaser, and for everyone here at the U.S. Pro Kart Series event, over 260 drivers ready to kick this season off, and it officially gets underway with the main event tomorrow morning. We're ready with warm-ups when we come back, 8 a.m. Central Time, 9 a.m. Eastern. Thanks for watching today. We'll see you again bright and early.